Book 1, Chapter 1 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Vorble in Norwalk, Connecticut. The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 1, entitled The Demon of Cawnpore. Chapter 1. 2,000 pounds for a head. A reward of 2,000 pounds will be paid to anyone who will deliver up, dead or alive, one of the prime movers of the Sepoy Revolt, at present known to be in the Bombay Presidency, the Nabob Dandu Pant, commonly called ... Such was the notice read by the inhabitants of Aurangabad on the evening of the 6th of March, 1867. A copy of the placard had been recently affixed to the wall of a lonely and ruined bungalow on the banks of the Dudhma, and already the corner of the paper bearing the second name, a name execrated by some, secretly admired by others, was gone. The name had been there, printed in large letters, but it was torn off by the hand of a solitary fakir who passed by that desolate spot. The name of the governor of the Bombay Presidency, countersigning that of the Viceroy of India, had also disappeared. What could have been the fakir's motive in doing this? By defacing the notice, did he hope that the rebel of 1857 would escape public prosecution and the consequences of the steps taken to secure his arrest? Could he imagine that a notoriety so terrible as his would vanish with the fragments of this scrap of paper? To suppose such a thing would have been madness. The notices were affixed in profusion to the walls of the houses, palaces, mosques, and hotels of Aurangabad. Besides which, a crier had gone through all the streets, reading in a loud voice the proclamation of the Viceroy, so that the inhabitants of the lowest quarters knew by this time that a sum, amounting to a fortune, was promised to whomsoever would deliver up this Dandu Pant. The name, annihilated in one solitary instance, would, before 12 hours were over, be proclaimed throughout the province. If, indeed, the report was correct that the Nabob had taken refuge in this part of Hindustan, there could be no doubt that he would shortly fall into the hands of those strongly interested in his capture. Under what impulse, then, had the fakir defaced a placard of which thousands of copies had been circulated? The impulse was doubtless one of anger, mingled perhaps with contempt, for he turned from the place with a scornful gesture, and entering the city was soon lost to view amid the swarming populace of its more crowded and disreputable quarter. That portion of the Indian peninsula which lies between the Western Ghats and the Ghats of the Bay of Bengal is called the Deccan. It is the name commonly given to the southern part of India below the Ganges. The Deccan, of which the name in Sanskrit signifies south, contains a certain number of provinces in the presidencies of Bombay and Madras. Chief among these is the province of Aurangabad, the capital of which was, in former days, that of the entire Deccan. In the 17th century, the celebrated Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb established his court in the town of Aurangabad, known in the early history of India by the name of Kirki. It then contained 100,000 inhabitants. Now, in the hands of the English, who rule it in the name of the Nizam of Hyderabad, there are not more than 50,000. Yet it is one of the most healthful cities of the peninsula, having hitherto escaped the scourge of Asiatic cholera, as well as the visitations of the fever epidemics so much to be dreaded in India. Aurangabad possesses magnificent remains of its ancient splendor. Many artistic and richly ornamental buildings bear witness to the power and grandeur of the most illustrious of the conquerors of India, the renowned Aurangzeb, who raised this empire, increased by the addition of Kabul and Assam, to a marvelous height of prosperity. The palace of the great Mughal stands on the right bank of the Dudhma. The mausoleum of the favorite sultana of the Shah Jahan, the father of Aurangzeb, is also a remarkable edifice. So, likewise, is the elegant mosque built in imitation of the Taja at Agra, which rears its 4 minarets round a graceful swelling cupola. Among the mixed and varied population of Aurangabad, such a man as the fakir above mentioned easily concealed himself from observation. Whether his character was real or assumed, he was in no respect to be distinguished from others of his class. Men like him abound in India, and form, with the Sayyids, a body of religious mendicants, who, traveling through the country on foot or on horseback, ask alms, which, if not bestowed willingly, they demand as a right. They also play the part of voluntary martyrs, and are held in great reverence by the lower orders of the Hindu people. This particular fakir was a man of good height, being more than 5'9". His age could not have been more than 40, and his countenance reminded one of the handsome Maratha type, especially in the brilliancy of his keen black eyes. But it was difficult to trace the fine features of the race, disfigured and pitted as they were by the marks of smallpox. He was in the prime of life, and his figure was robust and supple. A close observer would have seen that he had lost one finger of his left hand. His hair was dyed a red color, and he went barefoot, wearing only a turban and a scanty shirt or tunic of striped woolen stuff girded round his waist. On his breast were represented in bright colors the emblems of the two principles of preservation and destruction taught by Hindu mythology, the lion's head of the fourth incarnation of Vishnu, the three eyes and the symbolic trident of the ferocious Shiva. There was great stir and commotion that evening in the streets of Aurangabad, especially in the lower quarters, where the populace swarmed outside the hovels in which they lived. Men, women, children, Europeans and natives, English soldiers, sepoys, beggars of all descriptions, peasants from the village, met, talked, gesticulated, discussed the proclamation, and calculated the chances of winning the enormous reward offered by government. The excitement was as great as it could have been before the wheel of a lottery where the prize was £2,000. In this case, the fortunate ticket was the head of Don Dupont, and to obtain it, a man must first have the good luck to fall in with the nabob, and then the courage to seize him. The fakir, apparently the only person unexcited by the hope of winning the prize, threaded his way among the eager groups, occasionally stopping and listening to what was said, as though he might hear something of use to him. He spoke to no one, but if his lips were silent, his eyes and ears were on the alert. £2,000 for finding the nabob, exclaimed one, raising his clenched hands to heaven. Not for finding him, replied another, but for catching him, which is a very different thing.
Well, to be sure, he's not a man to let himself be taken without a resolute struggle. But surely it was said he died of fever in the jungles of Nepal?
That story was quite untrue. The cunning fellow chose to pass for dead, that he might live in greater security. The report was spread that he had been buried in the midst of his encampment on the frontier. It was a false funeral, on purpose to deceive people. The fakir did not change a muscle of his countenance on hearing this latter assertion, which was made in a tone admitting of no doubt. But when one of the more excited of the group near which he was standing began to relate the following circumstantial details, his brows knit involuntarily as he listened. It is very certain, said the speaker, that in 1859 the nabob took refuge with his brother, Balau Rao, and the ex-Raja of Gonda, Debi Buksh Singh, in a camp at the foot of the mountains of Nepal. There, finding themselves closely pressed by the British troops, they all three resolved to cross the Indo-Chinese frontier. Before doing so, they caused a report of their death to be circulated, in order to confirm which they went through the ceremony of actual funerals. But in fact, only a finger from the left hand of each man had really been buried. These they cut off themselves when the rites were celebrated.
How do you know all this?
Demanded one of the crowd of listeners. I myself was present, answered the man. The soldiers of Don Dupont had taken me prisoner. I only effected my escape 6 months afterwards. While the Hindu was speaking, the fakir never took his gaze off him. His eyes blazed like lightning. He kept his left hand under the ragged folds of his garment, and his lips quivered as they parted over his sharp-pointed teeth.
So you have seen the nabob?
Inquired one of the audience. I have, replied the former prisoner of Don Dupont.
And would know him for certain, if accident were to bring you face to face with him?
Assuredly I would. I know him as well as I know myself.
Then you have a good chance of gaining the £2,000.
returned his questioner, not without a touch of envy in his tone. "Perhaps so," replied the Hindu. "If it be true that the Nabob has been so imprudent as to venture into the presidency of Bombay, which to me appears very unlikely."
"What would be the reason of his venturing so far? What reason would induce him to dare so much?"
"No doubt he might hope to instigate a fresh rebellion, either among the sepoys or among the country population of central India."
"Since government asserts that he's known to be in the province,"
said one of the speakers, who belonged to that class which takes for gospel everything stated by authority,
"of course government has reliable information on the subject."
"Be it so," responded the Hindu. "Only let it be the will of Brahma that Dandu Pant crosses my path, and my fortune is made." The fakir withdrew a few paces, but he did not lose sight of the ex-prisoner of the Nabob. It was by this time dark night-time, but there was no diminution of the commotion in the streets of Aurangabad. Gossip about the Nabob circulated faster than ever. Here people were saying that he had been seen in the town, there that he was known to be at a great distance. A courier from the north was reported to arrive, with news for the governor of his arrest. At 9 o'clock, the best informed asserted that he was already imprisoned in the town jail, in company with some thugs who had been vegetating there for more than 30 years, that he was going to be hanged next day at sunrise without a trial, just like ToddHW, his celebrated comrade in revolt. But by 10 o'clock there was fresh news. The prisoner had escaped, and the hopes of those who coveted the reward revived. In reality, all these reports were false. Those supposed to be the best informed knew no more than anyone else. The Nabob's head was safe. The prize was still to be won. It was evident that the Indian who was acquainted with the person of Dandu Pant had a better chance of gaining the reward than anyone else. Very few people, especially in the presidency of Bombay, had had occasion to meet with the savage leader of the great insurrection. Farther to the north, or more in the center of the country, in Sindh, in Bundelkhand, in Awadh, near Agra, Delhi, Kanpur, Lucknow, on the principal theater of the atrocities committed by his order, the population would have risen in a body and delivered him over to British justice. The relatives of his victims, husbands, brothers, children, wives, still wept for those whom he had caused to be massacred by hundreds. 10 years had passed, but had not extinguished the righteous sentiments of horror and vengeance. It seemed, therefore, impossible that Dandu Pant should be so imprudent as to trust himself in districts where his name was held in execration. If, then, he really had, as was supposed, recrossed the Indo-Chinese frontier, if some hidden motive, whether projects for new revolt or otherwise, had induced him to quit the secret asylum which had hitherto remained unknown even to the Anglo-Indian police, it was only in the provinces of the Deccan that he could expect an open course and a species of security. And we have seen that the governor had, in point of fact, got wind of his appearance in the presidency, and instantly a price had been set on his head. Still, it must be remarked that men of the upper ranks at Aurangabad, magistrates, military officers, and public functionaries, considerably doubted the truth of the information received by the governor. It had so often been reported that this man had been seen, and even captured. So much false intelligence had been circulated respecting him that there began to be a kind of legendary belief in a gift of ubiquity possessed by him, to account for the skill with which he eluded the most able and active agents of the police. The population, however, made no doubt that the intelligence as to his appearance was reliable. Among those most convinced that the Nabob was to be found was, of course, his ex-prisoner. The poor wretch, allured by the hope of gain, and likewise animated by a spirit of personal revenge, began to set about the undertaking at once, and regarded his success as almost certain. His plan was very simple. He proposed next day to offer his services to the governor. Then, after having learned exactly all that was known of Dandu Pant, that is to say, the particulars on which was founded the information referred to in the proclamation, he intended to make his way at once to the locality in which the Nabob was reported to have been seen. About 11 o'clock at night, the Indian began to think of retiring to take some repose. His only resting place was a small boat moored by the banks of the Dudhma. and thither he directed his steps, his mind full of the various reports he had heard, as, with half-closed eyes and thoughtful brow, he revolved the project he had resolved to carry out. Quite unknown to him, the fakir dogged his steps. He followed noiselessly, and, keeping in the shadow, never for an instant lost sight of him. Towards the outskirts of this quarter of Aurangabad, the streets became gradually deserted. The chief thoroughfare opened upon bare, unoccupied ground, one circuit of which skirted the stream of the Dudhma. The place was a kind of desert beyond the town, though within its walls a few passengers were hastily traversing it, evidently anxious to reach more frequented paths. The footsteps of the last died away in the distance, but the Hindu did not remark that he was now alone on the river's bank. The fakir was at no great distance, but concealed by trees, or beneath the somber wall of ruined habitations which were scattered here and there. His precautions were needful. When the moon rose and shed uncertain rays athwart the gloom, the Hindu might have seen that he was watched, and even very closely followed. As to hearing the sound of the fakir's tread, it was utterly impossible. Barefoot, he glided rather than walked. Nothing revealed his presence on the banks of the Dudhma. 5 minutes passed. The Hindu took his way mechanically toward his wretched boat, like a man accustomed to withdraw night after night to this desert place. He was absorbed in the thought of the interview he meant to have next day with the governor, while the hope of revenging himself on the nabob, never remarkable for his tenderness towards his prisoners, united with a burning desire to obtain the reward, rendered him blind and deaf to everything around him. And though the fakir was gradually approaching him, he was totally unconscious of the danger in which his imprudent words had placed him. Suddenly, a man sprang upon him with a bound like that of a tiger. He seemed to grasp a lightning flash. It was the moonlight glancing on the blade of a Malay dagger. The Hindu, struck in the breast, fell heavily to the ground. The wound inflicted by an unerring hand was mortal, but a few inarticulate words escaped the unhappy man's lips with a torrent of blood. The assassin stooped, raising his victim, and supported him while he turned his own face to the full light of the moon. "Dost know me?" he asked. "It is he," murmured the Indian, and the dreaded name would have been his last choking utterance, but his head fell back, and he expired. In another instant, the corpse had disappeared beneath the waters of the Dudhma. The fakir waited until the noise of the plunge had passed away. Then, turning swiftly, he traversed the open ground, and passing along the now deserted streets and lanes, approached one of the city gates. The gate was closed for the night, just before he reached it, and a military guard occupied the post to prevent either ingress or egress. The fakir could not leave Aurangabad, as he had intended to do. "Yet depart this night I must, if ever I am to do it alive," muttered he. He turned away, and followed the inner line of fortifications for some little distance. Then, ascending the slope, reached the upper part of the rampart. The crest towered 50 feet above the level of the fosse which lay between the scarp and counterscarp, and was devoid of any salient points or projections which could have afforded support. It seemed quite impossible that any man could descend without a rope, and the cord he wore as a girdle was but a few feet in length. He paused, glanced keenly round, and considered what was to be done. Great trees rise within the walls of Aurangabad, which seem set in a verdant frame of foliage. The branches of these being long and flexible, it might be possible to cling to one, and at great risk drop over the wall. No sooner did this idea occur to the fakir than, without a moment's hesitation, he plunged among the boughs, and soon reappeared outside the wall, holding a long pliable branch which he grasped midway, and which gradually bent beneath his weight. When the branch rested on the edge of the wall, the fakir began to let himself slowly downwards, as though he held a knotted rope in his hands. By this means he descended a considerable distance, but when close to the extremity of the bough, at least 30 feet still intervened between him and the ground. There he hung, swinging in the air by his outstretched arms, while his feet sought some crevice or rough stone for support. A flash! Another! The report of musketry! The sentries had perceived the fugitive and fired upon him. He was not hit, but a ball struck the branch which supported him and splintered it. In a few seconds it gave way, and down went the fakir into the fosse. Such a fearful fall would have killed another man. He was uninjured. To spring to his feet, dart up the slope of the counterscarp amid a storm of bullets, not one of which touched him, and vanish into the darkness was mere play to the agile fugitive. At a distance of 2 miles he passed the cantonments of the English troops quartered outside Aurangabad. A couple of 100 paces beyond that he stopped, turned round, and stretching his mutilated hand toward the city, fiercely uttered these words: "Woe betide those who fall now into the power of Dandu Pant. Englishmen have not seen the last of Nana Sahib." Nana Sahib! This name, the most formidable to which the revolt of 1857 had given a horrid notoriety, was there once more, flung like a haughty challenge at the conquerors of India. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Vorble in Norwalk, Connecticut. Book 1, Chapter 2, Colonel Munro. "Mauclay, my dear fellow, you tell us nothing about your journey," said my friend Banks, the engineer, to me. "One would suppose you had never got beyond your native Paris. What do you think of India?" "Think of India?" I replied. "I really must see it before I can answer that question." "Well, that is good," returned Banks. "Why, you have just traversed the entire peninsula from Bombay to Calcutta, and unless you are downright blind—" "I am not blind, my dear Banks, but during that journey you speak of I was blinded." "Blinded?" "Yes, quite blinded, by smoke, steam, dust, and above all by the rapid motion. I don't want to speak evil of railroads, Banks, since it's your business to make them. But let me ask you whether you call it traveling to be jammed up in the compartment of a carriage, see no further than the glass of the windows on each side of you, tear along day and night, now over viaducts among the eagles and vultures, now through tunnels among moles and rats, stopping only at stations one exactly like another, seeing nothing of towns but the outside of their walls and the tops of their minarets. And all this amid an uproar of snorting engines, shrieking steam whistles, grinding and grating of rails, varied by the mournful groans of the brake. Can you, I say, call this traveling so as to see a country?"
"Well done,"
cried Captain Hood.
"There, Banks, answer that if you can. What is your opinion, Colonel?"
The colonel, thus addressed, bent his head slightly and merely said, "I'm curious to know what reply Banks can make to our guest, Monsieur Mauclay." "I reply without the slightest hesitation," said the engineer, "that I quite agree with Mauclay."
"But then,"
cried Captain Hood,
"why do you construct these railroads at all?"
"To enable you to go from Calcutta to Bombay in 60 hours when you are in a hurry."
"I am never in a hurry."
"Ah, well then, you had better take to the Great Trunk Road and walk."
"That is exactly what I intend doing."
"When?"
"When the Colonel will agree to accompany me on a pretty little stroll of 800 or 900 miles across the country."
The colonel smiled, and without speaking again fell into one of the long reveries from which his most intimate friends, among whom were Captain Hood and Banks the engineer, found it difficult to rouse him. I had arrived in India a month previously, having journeyed by the Great Indian Peninsular Railway, which runs from Bombay to Calcutta via Allahabad. I knew literally nothing of the country, but it was my purpose to travel through its northern districts beyond the Ganges, to visit its great cities, to examine and study the principal monuments of antiquity, and to devote to my explorations sufficient time to render them complete. I had become acquainted with the engineer Banks in Paris. For some years we had been united by a friendship which only increased with greater intimacy. I had promised to visit him at Calcutta as soon as the completion of that part of the Sindh, Punjab, and Delhi Railroad, of which he was engineer, should set him at liberty. The works being now at an end, Banks had some months' leave, and I had come to propose that he should take rest by roaming over India with me. As a matter of course, he had accepted my proposal with enthusiasm, and in a few weeks, when the season would be favorable, we were to set off. On my arrival at Calcutta in the month of March 1867, Banks had introduced me to one of his gallant comrades, Captain Hood, and afterwards to his friend Colonel Munro, at whose house we were spending the evening. The colonel, at this time a man of about 47, occupied a house in the European quarter. It stood somewhat apart and consequently beyond the noise and stir of the great metropolis of India, which consists in fact of two cities, one native, the other foreign and commercial. This English quarter is sometimes called the City of Palaces, and certainly it abounds with palaces, if the name is to be applied to every building which can boast of porticos and terraces. Calcutta is a rendezvous for all the orders of architecture which English taste lays under contribution when constructing her colonial capitals. As to the residence of Colonel Munro, it was a simple bungalow, a dwelling of one story raised on a brick basement and having a pointed pyramidal roof. It was surrounded by a veranda supported on light columns. The kitchens, offices, coach-house, stables, and outhouses formed two wings. A garden shaded by fine trees and bounded by a low wall enclosed the whole. The colonel's house was evidently that of a man in easy circumstances. There was a large staff of servants, such as is required in Anglo-Indian families. The furniture and every household arrangement was in the very best taste and style. In everything about the establishment might be traced the hand of an intelligent woman, whose thoughtful care must have originally planned the comforts and conveniences of the home. But at the same time one felt that this woman was there no longer. The management of the household was conducted entirely by an old soldier of the colonel's regiment, who acted as his steward or major domo. Sergeant McNeill was a Scotchman, who had been with him in many campaigns, not merely in his military capacity, but as an attached and devoted personal attendant. He was a man of 45, or thereabouts, of tall and vigorous frame, and manly, well-bearded countenance. Although he had retired from the service when his colonel did, he continued to wear the uniform, and this national costume, together with his martial bearing, bespoke him at once the Highlander and the soldier. Both had left the army in 1860, but instead of returning to the hills and glens of their native land, both had remained in India, and lived at Calcutta in a species of retirement and solitude, which requires to be explained. When my friend Banks was about to introduce me to Colonel Munro, he gave me one piece of advice. "Make no allusion to the Sepoy Revolt," he said, "and, above all, never mention the name of Nana Sahib." Colonel Edward Munro belonged to an old Scottish family, whose members had made their mark in the history of former days. He was descended from that Sir Hector Munro who in 1760 commanded the army in Bengal when a serious insurrection had to be quelled. This he effected with a stern and pitiless energy. In one day 28 rebels were blown from the cannon's mouth, a fearful sentence, many times afterwards carried out during the mutiny of 1857. At the period of that great revolt, Colonel Munro was in command of the 93rd Regiment of Highlanders, which he led during the campaign under Sir James Outram, one of the heroes of that war, of whom Sir Charles Napier spoke as the Chevalier Bayard of the Indian Army. Colonel Munro was with him at Cawnpore, and also in the second campaign he was at the siege of Lucknow, and continued with Sir James until the latter was appointed a member of the Council of India at Calcutta. In 1858, Colonel Munro was made a Knight Commander of the Star of India, and was created a baronet. His beloved wife never bore the title of Lady Munro, for she perished at Cawnpore on the 27th June, 1857, in the atrocious massacre perpetrated by the orders and before the eyes of Nana Sahib. Lady Munro, her friends always called her so, had been perfectly adored by her husband. She was scarcely 27 at the time of her terrible death. Mrs. Orr and Miss Jackson, after the taking of Lucknow, were miraculously saved and restored to their husband and father. But to Colonel Munro, nothing remained of his wife. She had disappeared with the 200 victims in the well of Cawnpore. Sir Edward, now a desperate man, had but one object remaining in life. It was to quench a burning thirst for vengeance, for justice. The discovery of Nana Sahib, for whom, by order of government, search was being made in all directions, was his one great desire, his sole aim. It was in order to be free to prosecute this search that he had retired from the army. Sergeant McNeill got his discharge at the same time and faithfully followed his master. The two men were animated by one hope, lived in one thought, had but one end in view, and eagerly starting in pursuit, followed up one track after another, only to fail as completely as the Anglo-Indian police had done. The Nana escaped all their efforts. After 3 years spent in fruitless attempts, the Colonel and Sergeant McNeill suspended their exertions for a time. Just then the report of Nana Sahib's death was current in India, and this time it seemed to be so well attested as to admit of no reasonable doubt. Sir Edward Munro and McNeill returned to Calcutta and established themselves in the lonely bungalow which has been described. There the Colonel lived in retirement, never left home, read nothing which could contain any reference to the sanguinary time of the mutiny, and seemed to live but for the cherished memory of his wife. Time in no way mitigated his grief. I learned these particulars from my friend Banks, on our way to the house of mourning, as Sir Edward's bungalow might be called. It was very evident why he had warned me against making any allusion to the Sepoy Revolt and its cruel chief. It must be noted that a report of Nana's reappearance in Bombay, which had for some days been circulating, had not reached him. Had it done so, he would have been on the move at once. Banks and Captain Hood were tried friends of the Colonel's, and they were his only constant visitors. The former, as I have said, had recently completed the works he had in charge on the Great Indian Peninsular Railway. He was a man in the prime of life, and was now appointed to take an active part in constructing the Madras Railway, designed to connect the Arabian Sea with the Bay of Bengal, but which was not to be commenced for a year. He was just now on leave at Calcutta, occupied with many mechanical projects, for his mind was active and fertile, incessantly devising some novel invention. His spare time he devoted to the Colonel, whose fast friend he had been for 20 years. Thus most of his evenings were spent in the veranda of the bungalow. There he usually met Captain Hood, who belonged to the 1st Squadron of Carabineers, and had served in the campaign of 1857-58, first under Sir John Campbell in Awadh and Rohilkhand, and afterwards in Central India under Sir Hugh Rose, during the campaign which terminated in the taking of Gwalior. Hood was not more than 30. He had spent most of his life in India, and was a distinguished member of the Madras Club. His hair and beard were auburn, and he belonged to an English regiment. Otherwise he was thoroughly Indianized, and loved the country as if it had been his by birth. He thought India the only place worth living in, and there certainly all his tastes were gratified. A soldier by nature and temperament, opportunities for fighting were of constant recurrence. An enthusiastic sportsman, was he not in a land where nature had collected together all the wild animals in creation, all the furred and feathered game of either hemisphere? A determined mountaineer, the magnificent ranges of Tibet offered him the ascent of the loftiest summits on the globe. An intrepid traveler, what debarred him from setting foot on the hitherto untrodden regions of the Himalayan frontier? Madly fond of horse racing, the race courses of India appeared to him fully as important as those of Newmarket or Epsom. On this latter subject Banks and Hood were quite at variance. The engineer took very little interest in the turfy triumphs of Gladiator and Co. One day, when Hood had been urging him to express some opinion on the point, Banks said that to his mind, races could never be really exciting but on one condition. "And what is that?" demanded Hood. "It should be clearly understood," returned Banks quite seriously, "that the jockey last at the winning post is to be shot in the saddle."
"Ah, not a bad idea,"
exclaimed Hood very simply, nor would he have hesitated to run the chance himself. Such were Sir Edward Munro's 2 constant visitors, and without joining in their conversations, he liked to listen to them. Their perpetual discussions and disputes on all sorts of subjects often brought a smile to his lips. One wish and desire these 2 brave fellows had in common, and that was to induce the Colonel to join them in making a journey, and so to vary the melancholy tenor of his thoughts. Several times they had tried to persuade him to go to places frequented during the hot season by the rich dwellers in Calcutta. The Colonel was immovable. He had heard of the journey which Banks and I proposed to take. this evening the subject was resumed. Captain Hood's idea was a vast walking tour in the north of India. He objected to railroads, as Banks did to horses. The middle ground proposed was to travel either in carriages or in palanquins, easy enough on the great thoroughfares of Hindustan. "Don't tell me about your bullock wagons and your humped zebu carriages," cried Banks. "I believe if you had your way without us engineers, you would still go about in primitive vehicles such as were discarded in Europe 500 years ago." "I'm sure they are far more comfortable than some of your contrivances, Banks. And think of those splendid white bullocks. Why, they keep up a gallop admirably. And you find relays at every 2 leagues. "Yes, and they drag a machine on 4 wheels after them, in which one is tossed and pitched worse than in a boat at sea in a storm."
"Well, I can't say much for these conveyances, certainly," answered Hood. "But have we not capital carriages for 2, 3, or 4 horses, which in speed can rival some of your trains? For my part, give me a palanquin rather than a train."
"A palanquin, Hood? Call it a coffin, a bier, where you are laid out like a corpse."
"That's all very well, but at least you are not rattled and shaken about. In a palanquin you may write, read, or sleep at your ease, without being roused up for your ticket at every station. A palanquin carried by 4 or 6 Bengali gamals, or bearers, will take you at the rate of 4.5 miles an hour, and ever so much safer, too, than your merciless express trains."
"The best plan of all," said I, "would certainly be to carry one's house with one." "Oh, you snail!" cried Banks. "My friend," replied I, "a snail who could leave his shell and return to it at pleasure would not be badly off. To travel in one's own house, a rolling house, will probably be the climax of inventions in the matter of journeying."
"Perhaps it will,"
said Colonel Munro, who had not yet spoken.
"If the scene could be changed without leaving home and all its associations, if the horizon, points of view, atmosphere and climate could be varied while one's daily life went on as usual, aye, perhaps—"
"No more travellers' bungalows,"
said Hood,
"where comfort is unknown, although for stopping there you require a leave from the local magistrate."
"No more detestable inns in which one is fleeced morally and physically," said I.
"What a vision of delight!"
cried Captain Hood.
"Fancy, stopping when you please, setting off when you feel inclined, going at a foot's pace when disposed to linger, racing away at a gallop the instant the humour strikes you. Then to carry with you not only a bedroom, but drawing and dining and smoking rooms, and a kitchen, and a cook. That would be something like progress indeed, Banks, and 100 times better than railways. Contradict me if you dare."
"Far from contradicting, I should entirely agree with you, if only you carried your notion of improvement far enough."
"What? Do you mean to say better still might be done?"
"Listen, and judge for yourself. You consider that a moving house would be superior to a carriage, to a saloon carriage, even to a sleeping car on a railroad. And supposing one travelled for pleasure only, and not on business, you are right. I suppose we are agreed as to that?" "Yes," said I, "we all think so." And Colonel Munro made a sign of acquiescence. "Well," continued Banks, "now let us proceed. You give your orders to your coach builder and architect combined, who turns you out a perfect realization of the idea, and there you have your rolling house, answering in every way to your requirements, replete with every convenience and comfort. Not so high as to make one fear a somersault, not so broad as to suggest the possibility of sticking in a narrow road, well hung, in short, perfection. Let us suppose it has been built for our friend Colonel Munro. He invites us to share his hospitality, and proposes to visit the northern parts of India, like snails, if you please, but snails who are not glued by the tail to their shells. All is prepared, nothing forgotten, not even the precious cook and kitchen so dear to our friend Hood. The day for starting comes. All right. Halloa, who is to draw your house, my good friend?"
"Draw it?"
cried Hood.
"Why, mules.
asses, horses, bullocks."
"In dozens," said Banks.
"Ah, let's see. Elephants, of course, elephants. It would be something superb, majestic, to see a house drawn by a team of elephants, well matched and with splendid action. Can you conceive a more lordly and magnificent style of progression? Would it not be glorious?"
"Well, yes, but—"
"But, still another of your buts."
"And a very big but it is."
"Bother you engineers. You are good for nothing but to discover difficulties."
"And to surmount them when not insurmountable," replied Banks quietly.
"Well then, surmount this one."
"I will, and in this way. My dear Munro, Captain Hood offers us a large choice of motive power, but none which is incapable of fatigue, none which will not on occasion prove restive or obstinate, and, above all, require to eat. It follows that the travelling house we speak of is quite impracticable, unless it can be a steam house."
"And run upon rails, of course. I thought so,"
cried the captain, shrugging his shoulders. "No, upon roads," returned Banks, "drawn by a first-rate traction engine."
"Bravo!"
shouted Hood.
"Bravo! Provided the house need not follow your imperious lines of rails, I agree to the steam."
"But," said I to Banks, "an engine requires food as much as mules, asses, horses, bullocks, or elephants do, and for want of it will come to a standstill." "A steam horse," replied he, "is equal in strength to several real horses, and the power may be indefinitely increased. The steam horse is subject neither to fatigue nor to sickness. In all latitudes, through all weathers, in sunshine, rain, or snow, he continues his unwearied course. He fears not the attack of wild beasts, the bite of serpents, nor the stings of venomous insects. Desiring neither rest nor sleep, he needs no whip, spur, or goad. The steam horse, provided only he is not required at last to be cooked for dinner, is superior to every draught animal which Providence has placed at the disposal of mankind. All he consumes is a little oil, or grease, a little coal, or wood, and you know, my friends, that forests are not scarce in our Indian peninsula, and the wood belongs to everybody."
"Well said," exclaimed Captain Hood. "Hurrah for the steam horse! I can almost fancy I see the travelling house, invented by Banks the great engineer, travelling the highways and byways of India, penetrating jungles, plunging through forests, venturing even into the haunts of lions, tigers, bears, panthers, and leopards, while we, safe within its walls, are dealing destruction on all and sundry. Ah, Banks, it makes my mouth water. I wish I wasn't going to be born for another 50 years.
"Why not, my dear fellow?"
"Because 50 years hence your dream will come true. We shall have the steam house."
"It is ready now," said Banks simply.
"Ready? Who has made one? Have you?"
"I have, and to tell you the truth, I rather expect it will even surpass your visionary hopes."
"My dear Banks, let's be off at once,"
cried Hood, as if he had received an electric shock. The engineer begged him to be calm, and turning to Sir Edward Munro, addressed him in an earnest tone. "Edward," said he, "if I place a steam house at your command, if a month hence, when the season will be suitable, I come and tell you that your rooms are prepared, and that you can occupy them and go wherever you like, while your friends, Mauclay, Hood, and I, are ready and willing to accompany you on an excursion to the north of India, will you answer me? Let us start, Banks, let us start, and the God of the traveller be our speed?"
"Aye, my friends,"
replied Colonel Munro after a few moments' reflection.
"Aye, I agree. I place at your disposal, Banks, the requisite funds. Keep your promise. Bring to us this ideal of a steam house, which is to surpass even Hood's imagination, and we will travel over all India."
"Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!"
shouted Captain Hood.
"Now for wild sport on the frontiers of Nepal."
At this moment, Sergeant McNeil, attracted by the captain's ringing cheers, appeared at the entrance to the veranda.
"McNeil,"
said Colonel Munro,
"we start in a month for the north of India. Will you go?"
"Certainly, Colonel, if you do,"
he replied. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Vorble in Norwalk, Connecticut. Book 1, Chapter 3 The Sepoy Revolt. Some account must now be given of the state of India at the period when the events of this story took place, and especially it will be necessary to relate the chief circumstances connected with the formidable revolt of the Sepoys. The Honorable East India Company, called sometimes by the nickname of John Company, was founded in 1600, in the reign of Elizabeth, in the midst of a population of 200 millions, inhabiting the sacred land of Aryavarta. Their first title was merely the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading to the East Indies, and at their head was placed the Duke of Cumberland. About this time, the power of the Portuguese, which till then had been very great in the Indies, began to diminish. Of this the English immediately took advantage, and made their first attempt at a political and military administration in the Presidency of Bengal, its capital, Calcutta, to be the center of the new government. A French company was founded about the same period, under the patronage of Colbert, and the conflicting interests of the rival companies gave rise to endless contentions, in which, a century later, the names of Dupleix, La Bourdonnais, and Count de Lally are distinguished both in successes and reverses. The French were finally compelled to abandon the Carnatic, that portion of the peninsula which comprehends a part of its eastern coast. Lord Clive's brilliant successes having assured the English power in Bengal, Warren Hastings consolidated the empire Clive had founded, and from that time war and conquest went on, till England became master of that vast empire which has been described as not less splendid and more durable than that of Alexander. The company, however, till then all-powerful, began to lose its authority, and in 1784 a bill was passed placing it under the control of government. In 1813 it lost the monopoly of trading to India, and in 1833 the right of trading to China. Since the establishment of a military force in India, the army had always been composed of two distinct contingents, European and native. The first consisted of British cavalry and infantry regiments, and European infantry in service of the company, the second of native regulars, commanded by English officers. There was also artillery, which belonged to the company, and was European with the exception of a few batteries. When Lord William Bentinck was made governor of Madras, he introduced some reforms which highly offended the native troops. The sepoys were required to clip their mustachios, shave their chins, and were forbidden to wear their marks of caste. A new regulation turban was also ordered for them. Incited by the sons of Tipu Sahib, this was made the excuse for an outbreak, in which the garrison at Vellore rose against and massacred their officers, and about 100 English soldiers, even the sick in the hospital being butchered. The English troops quartered at Arcot fortunately arrived in time to stem that rebellion. This, however, showed that a slight cause would at any moment set the natives against their conquerors, and in 1857 imminent peril threatened our Eastern Empire. The Mohammedans of both sects longed to set themselves free from the British yoke, but could not hope to do so while the Hindu soldiery remained true to their salt. Unhappily, the spark that was needed to inflame their passions was not long in being supplied. A suspicion had seized the Hindu mind that their religion and caste were in danger, that the English had determined that all the natives should become Christians. They believed that the cartridges for their new Enfield rifles were purposely greased with pig's fat, so that when they bit off the ends they would be defiled, lose caste, and be compelled to embrace the Christian religion. Now, in a country where the population renounces even the use of soap because the fat of either a sacred or unclean animal may enter into its composition, it was found very difficult to enforce the use of cartridges prepared with this substance, especially as they had to be touched with the lips. The government yielded in some degree to the outcry which was made, but it was quite in vain to modify the drill with the rifles, or to assert that the fats in question took no part in the manufacture of the cartridges. Not a sepoy in the army could be reassured or persuaded to the contrary. At this time, Lord Canning was at the head of the administration as Governor-General. Perhaps this statesman deluded himself as to the extent of the movement. For some years past, the star of the United Kingdom had been growing visibly dimmer in the Hindu sky. In 1842, the retreat from Kabul had diminished the prestige of the European conquerors. The attitude of the English army during the Crimean War had not in some instances been such as to sustain its military reputation. The sepoys, therefore, who were well acquainted with all that was happening on the shores of the Black Sea, thought the time had come when a revolt of the native troops would probably be successful. Their minds, already well prepared, were inflamed and excited by the bards, Brahmins, and Mulvis, who stirred them up by songs and exhortations. At the beginning of the year 1857, whilst the contingent of the British Army was reduced owing to exterior complications, Nana Sahib, otherwise called Don Dupont, who had been residing near Cawnpore, had gone to Delhi, and twice to Lucknow, no doubt with the object of provoking the rising prepared so long ago, for, in fact, very shortly after the departure of the Nana, the insurrection was declared. On the 24th of February, at Berhampore, the 34th Regiment refused the cartridges. In the middle of the month of March, an adjutant was massacred, and the regiment, being disbanded after the punishment of the assassins, carried into the neighboring provinces most active elements of revolt. On the 10th of May, at Meerut, a little to the north of Delhi, the 3rd, 11th, and 20th Regiments mutinied, killed their colonels and several staff officers, gave up the town to pillage, and then fell back on Delhi. Here the Rajah, a descendant of Timur, joined them. The arsenal fell into their power, and the officers of the 54th Regiment were slaughtered. On the 11th of May, at Delhi, Major Fraser and his officers were pitilessly massacred by the mutineers of Meerut, in the very palace of the European commandant, and on the 16th of May 49 prisoners, men, women, and children, fell under the hatchets of the assassins. On the 20th of May, the 26th Regiment, cantoned near Lahore, killed the commandant of the fort and the European sergeant major. The impulse once given to these frightful butcheries, it was impossible to stop them. On the 28th of May, at Noorabad, many Anglo-Indian officers fell victims. The brigadier commandant, with his aide-de-camp and many other officers, were murdered in the cantonments of Lucknow on the 30th of May. On the 31st of May, at Bareilly, in the Rohilkhand, several officers were surprised and massacred without having time to defend themselves. At Shahjahanpur, on the same date, were assassinated the collector and a number of officers by the sepoys of the 38th Regiment, and the next day, beyond Barwar, many officers, women and children who were en route for the station of Shivapur, a mile from Aurangabad, fell victims. In the first days of June, at Bhopal, were massacred a part of the European population, and at Jhansi, under the inspiration of the terrible dispossessed Rani, all the women and children who took refuge in the fort were slaughtered with unexampled refinement of cruelty. At Allahabad, on the 6th June, 8 young ensigns fell by the sepoys' hands. On the 14th of June, 2 native regiments revolted at Gwalior and assassinated their officers. On the 27th of June, at Cawnpore, expired the first hecatomb of victims, of every age and sex, all shot or drowned, a prelude to the fearful drama which was to take place there a few weeks later. On the 1st of July, at Holkar, 34 Europeans, officers, women, and children, were massacred, and the town pillaged and burnt. And on the same day, at Ugao, the colonel and adjutant of the 23rd Regiment were slain. The second massacre at Cawnpore was on the 15th of July. On that day, several hundred women and children, amongst them Lady Munro, were butchered with unequaled cruelty by the order of Nana himself, who called to his aid the Mussulman butchers from the slaughterhouses. This atrocious act, and how the bodies were afterwards thrown down a well, is too well known to need further description. On the 26th of September, in Lucknow, many were half cut to pieces and then thrown still living into the flames. Besides these, in all the towns and throughout the whole country, there were isolated murders which altogether gave to this mutiny a horrible character of atrocity. To these butcheries the English generals soon replied by reprisals. necessary no doubt since they did much to inspire terror of the British name among the insurgents, but which were truly frightful. At the beginning of the insurrection, at Lahore, Chief Justice Montgomery and Brigadier Corbett had managed to disarm, without bloodshed, the 8th, 16th, 26th, and 49th Native Regiments. At Multan, the 62nd and 29th Regiments were also forced to surrender their arms, without being able to attempt any serious resistance. The same thing was done at Peshawar to the 24th, 27th, and 51st Regiments, who were disarmed by Brigadier S. Colton and Colonel Nicholson, just as the rebellion was about to burst. But the officers of the 51st Regiment having fled to the mountains, a price was set on their heads, and all were soon brought back by the hillmen. This was the beginning of the reprisals. A column, commanded by Colonel Nicholson, attacked a native regiment which was marching toward Delhi. The mutineers were soon defeated and dispersed, and 120 prisoners brought to Peshawar. All were indiscriminately condemned to death, but 1 out of 3 only were really executed. 10 cannon were placed on the drilling ground, a prisoner fastened to each of their mouths, and 5 times were the 10 guns fired, covering the plain with mutilated remains, in the midst of air tainted with the smell of burning flesh. These men, as M. de Valbazan says in his book called Nouvelles études sur les Anglais et l'Inde, nearly all died with that heroic indifference which Indians know so well how to preserve even in the very face of death. "No need to bind me, Captain," said a fine young sepoy, 20 years of age, to one of the officers present at the execution, and as he spoke he carelessly stroked the instrument of death. "No need to bind me. I have no wish to run away." Such was the first and horrible execution, which was to be followed by so many others. At the same time, Brigadier Chamberlain published the following order to the native troops at Lahore after the execution of 2 sepoys of the 55th Regiment. "You have just seen 2 of your comrades bound to the cannon's mouth and blown to pieces. This will be the punishment of all traitors. Your conscience will tell you what penalties they will undergo in the other world. These 2 soldiers have been shot rather than hung on the gallows, because I wish to spare them the pollution of the executioner's touch, and prove thus that the government, even at this crisis, wishes to avoid everything that would do the least injury to your prejudices of religion and caste." On the 30th of July, 1,237 prisoners fell successively before firing platoons, and 50 others only escaped to die of hunger and suffocation in the prisons in which they were shut up. On the 28th of August, of 870 sepoys who fled from Lahore, 659 were pitilessly massacred by the soldiers of the British Army. After the taking of Delhi on the 23rd of September, 3 princes of the king's family, the heir presumptive and his 2 cousins, surrendered unconditionally to Major Hodson, who brought them, with an escort of 5 men only, into the midst of a menacing crowd of 5,000 Hindus, 1 against 1,000. And yet, halfway through, Hodson stopped the cart which contained his prisoners, got into it, ordered them to lay bare their breasts, and then shot them, all 3, with his revolver. This bloody execution by the hand of an English officer, says M. de Valbazan, excited the highest admiration throughout the Punjab. After the capture of Delhi, 3,000 prisoners perished by shot or on the gallows, and with them 29 members of the royal family. The siege of Delhi, it is true, had cost the besiegers 2,151 Europeans and 1,686 natives. At Allahabad, horrible slaughter was made, not among the sepoys, but in the ranks of the humble population, whom the fanatics had almost unconsciously enticed to pillage. At Lucknow, on the 16th of November, 2,000 sepoys were shot at the Sikandar Bagh, and a space of 120 square yards was strewed with their dead bodies. At Cawnpur, after the massacre, Colonel Neil obliged the condemned men, before giving them over to the gallows, to lick and clean with their tongues, in proportion to their rank of caste, every spot of blood remaining in the house in which the victims had perished. To the Hindus, this was preceding death with dishonor. During the expedition into central India, executions were continual, and under the fire of musketry, walls of human flesh fell and perished on the earth. On the 9th of March, 1858, during the attack on the Yellow House, at the time of the second siege of Lucknow, after the decimation of the sepoys, it appears certain that one of these unfortunate men was roasted alive by the Sikhs under the very eyes of the English officers. On the 11th, the moats of the Begum's palace at Lucknow were filled with sepoys' bodies, for the English could not restrain the rage that possessed them. In 12 days, 3,000 natives were slain, either hung or shot, including among them 380 fugitives on the island of Hydaspes who were escaping into Kashmir. In short, without counting the sepoys who were killed under arms during this merciless repression, in which no prisoners were made, in the Punjab only not less than 628 natives were shot or bound to the cannon's mouth by order of the military authorities, 1,370 by order of the civil authority, 386 hung by order of both. At the beginning of the year 1859, it was estimated that more than 120,000 native officers and soldiers had perished, and more than 200,000 civilian natives, who paid with their lives for their participation, often doubtful, in this insurrection. Terrible reprisals, these, and perhaps, on that occasion, Mr. Gladstone had some reason on his side when he protested so energetically against them in Parliament. It was important, for the better understanding of our story, that the death list on both sides should be given as above, to make the reader comprehend the unsatiated hatred which still remained in the hearts of the conquered, thirsting for vengeance, as well as in those of the conquerors, who, 10 years afterwards, were still mourning the victims of Cawnpore and Lucknow. As to the purely military facts of the campaign against the rebels, they comprise the following expeditions, which may be summarily mentioned. To begin with, Sir John Lawrence lost his life in the first Punjab campaign. Then came the siege of Delhi, that central point of the insurrection, reinforced by thousands of fugitives, and in which Muhammad Shah Bahadur was proclaimed Emperor of Hindustan. "Finish up Delhi," was the impatient order of the Governor-General in his last despatch to the Commander-in-Chief, and the siege, begun on the night of the 13th of June, was ended on the 19th of September, after costing the lives of Generals Sir Harry Barnard and John Nicholson. At the same time, after Nana Sahib had had himself declared Peshawar and been crowned at the castle fort of Bitur, General Havelock effected his march on Cawnpore. He entered it the 17th of July, though too late to prevent the second massacre, or to seize the Nana, who managed to escape with 5,000 men and 40 pieces of cannon. Havelock then undertook a first campaign in the kingdom of Awadh, and on the 28th of July he crossed the Ganges with 1,700 men and 10 cannon only, and proceeded towards Lucknow. Sir Colin Campbell and Major General Sir James Outram now appeared on the scene. The siege of Lucknow lasted 87 days, and during it Sir Henry Lawrence and General Havelock lost their lives. Then Sir Colin Campbell, after having been obliged to retire on Cawnpore, of which he took definite possession, prepared for a second campaign. During this time, other troops captured Mohir, a town of central India, and made an expedition across the Mulwa, which established the British authority in that kingdom. At the commencement of the year 1858, Campbell and Outram again marched on Lucknow, with 4 divisions of infantry, commanded by Major Generals Sir James Outram and Sir Edward Lugard, and Brigadiers Walpole and Franks. Sir Hope Grant led the cavalry, while Wilson and Robert Napier had other commands. The army consisting of about 25,000 men, which were joined by the Maharaja of Nepal with 12,000 Gurkhas. But the rebel army numbered not less than 120,000 men, and the town of Lucknow contained from 700 to 800,000 inhabitants. The first attack was made on the 6th of March. On the 16th, after a series of combats, in which Major Hodson fell, and Sir William Peel, captain of HMS Shannon, who was then commanding the naval brigade, was severely wounded, the English got possession of that part of the town situated on the left bank of the Gumti. Musabag was cannonaded and captured by Sir James Outram and Sir Hope Grant on the 19th, and on the 21st, after a fierce struggle, the English took final possession of the city. In the month of April, an expedition was made into Rohilkhand, as a great number of the fugitive insurgents were there. Bareilly, the capital of that kingdom, was the first object of the English, who were not at the outset very fortunate, as they suffered a sort of defeat at Jagdishpur. Here also Brigadier Adrian Hope was killed. But towards the end of the month Campbell arrived, retook Shahjahanpur, and on the 5th of May, attacking Bareilly, he seized it, without having been able to prevent the rebels evacuating it. The Central India Field Force, under the command of Sir Hugh Rose, performed many gallant achievements. This general, in January 1858, marched through the kingdom of Bhopal and relieved the town of Saugor on the 3rd of February, which had been closely besieged since July 1857. 10 days after, he took the fort of Gurakota, forced the defiles of the Vindhya chain, crossed the Betwa, and arrived before Jhansi, defended by 11,000 rebels under the command of the savage Amazon Rani, invested this place on the 22nd of March in the midst of intense heat, detached 2,000 men from the besieging army to meet 20,000 men from Gwalior, led by the famous Tantia Topi, put this chief to the rout, and then assaulted the town on the 2nd of April, forced the walls, and seized the citadel, from which the Rani managed to escape. On the 23rd of May, the British advanced on Kalpi and occupied it. The Rani and Tantia Topi having taken possession of Gwalior, Sir Hugh Rose advanced upon that place. An action took place at Morar on the 16th of June, and on the 19th another fierce contest, in which the rebels were completely put to the rout, and the Central India Field Force returned to Bombay in triumph. The Rani was killed in a hand-to-hand fight before Gwalior. This famous queen, who was devoted to the Nabob and was his most faithful companion during the insurrection, fell by the hand of Sir Edward Munro. Nana Sahib by the dead body of Lady Munro at Cawnpore, the colonel by the dead body of the Rani at Gwalior, represent the revolt and the suppression, and were thus made enemies whose hatred would find terrible vent if they ever met face to face. The insurrection might now be considered to be quelled, except in a few places in the kingdom of Awadh. Campbell resumed the campaign on the 2nd of November, seized the last of the rebel places, and compelled several important chiefs to submit themselves. One of them, however, Beni Madho, was not taken. In December it was learnt that he had taken refuge in a neighboring district of Nepal. It was said that Nana Sahib, Balau Rao his brother, and the Begum of Awadh were with him. Later it was reported that they had sought refuge across the Rapti, on the boundaries of the kingdoms of Nepal and Awadh. Campbell pressed rapidly on, but they had crossed the frontier. In the beginning of February 1859, an English brigade, one of the regiments being under command of Colonel Munro, pursued them into Nepal. Beni Madho was killed, the Begum of Awadh and her son were made prisoners, and obtained permission to reside in the capital of Nepal. As to Nana Sahib and Balau Rao, though for long they were thought to be dead, yet such was not the case. Thus the terrible insurrection was crushed. Tantia Topi, betrayed by his lieutenant Man Singh and condemned to death, was executed on the 15th of April at Sipri. This rebel, this truly remarkable actor in the great drama of the Indian insurrection, says Monsieur de Valbezon, and one who gave proofs of a political genius full of resources and daring, died courageously on the scaffold. This Sepoy mutiny, which might perhaps have lost India to the English if it had extended all over the peninsula, and especially if the rising had been national, caused the downfall of the Honourable East India Company. On the 1st of November 1858, a proclamation published in 20 languages announced that Victoria, Queen of England, would wield the sceptre of India, that country of which some years later she was to be crowned Empress. The governor, now called Viceroy, a Secretary of State, and 15 members composed the supreme government. The governors of the presidencies of Madras and Bombay were henceforward to be nominated by the Queen, the members of the Indian service and the commanders-in-chief to be chosen by the Secretary of State. Such were the principal arrangements of the new government. As to the military force, the English army now contained 17,000 more men than before the Sepoy Mutiny. The army in 1876-7 numbered 64,902 European officers and men and 125,246 native. Such is the actual state of the peninsula from an administrative and military point of view. Such the effective force which guards a territory of 400,000 square miles. The English, says Monsieur Grandidier, have been fortunate in finding in this large and magnificent country a gentle, industrious, and civilized people, who for long have been accustomed to a yoke. But they must be careful. Gentleness has its limits, and the yoke should not be allowed to bruise their necks, or they may one day rebel and cast it off. End of Book 1, Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 4 Deep in the Caves of Ellora. It was but too true. The Maratha prince, Dandopant, adopted son of Bahai Rao, Peshawar of Poona, known as Nana Sahib, and perhaps at this point the sole survivor of the leaders of the great insurrection, had dared to leave his inaccessible retreats amid the mountains of Nepal. Full of courage and audacity, accustomed to face danger, crafty and skilled in the art of baffling and eluding pursuit in every form, he had ventured forth into the provinces of the Deccan, animated by hatred intensified 100-fold since the terrible reprisals taken after the rebellion. Yes, Nana Sahib had sworn deadly hate to the possessors of India. Was he not the heir of Bahai Rao? And when the Peshawar died in 1851, had not the company refused to continue to pay to him his pension of 8 lakhs of rupees? This had been one of the causes of an enmity from which resulted the greater excesses. But what could Nana Sahib hope for now? The revolt had been completely quelled 8 years before. The Honourable East India Company had gradually been superseded by the English government, which now held the entire peninsula under an authority very much firmer and better established than that of the old mercantile associations. Not a trace of the mutiny remained, for the ranks of the native regiments had been wholly reorganized. Could the Nana dream of success in an attempt to foment a national movement among the lowest classes of Hindustan? We shall see. He was aware that his presence in the province of Allahabad had been observed, that the governor and viceroy were informed of it, and that a price was set on his head. It was clear that precipitate flight was necessary, and that his place of refuge must be well concealed indeed if he hoped to baffle the search of the agents of the Anglo-Indian police. The Nana did not waste an hour of the night between the 6th and 7th of March. He perfectly knew the country, and resolved to gain Ellora, 25 miles from Aurangabad, and there join one of his accomplices. The night was very dark. The would-be fakir, satisfied that no one was in pursuit, took his way towards a mausoleum, erected at some distance from the city, in honor of the Mohammedan Shah Sufi, a saint whose relics have a high medicinal reputation. All within the mausoleum priests and pilgrims slept profoundly, and the Nana passed on without being subjected to inconvenient questioning. Dark as it was, he soon discerned, 4 leagues further northward, the block of granite on which is reared the impregnable fortress of Allahabad. Rising abruptly from the plain to the height of 240 feet, its vast outline could be traced against the sky. But Nana Sahib, with a glance of hatred, turned his gaze away from the place, for one of his ancestors, an emperor of the Deccan, had wished to establish his capital at the base of this stronghold. It would indeed have been an impregnable position, well suited to be the central point of an insurrectionary movement in this part of India. Having traversed the plain, a region of more varied and broken ground succeeded. The undulations gave notice of mountains in the distance. But the Nana did not slacken his pace, though often making steep ascents. 25 miles, the distance that is between Ellora and Aurangabad, had to be got over during the night. Nothing therefore induced him to make a halt, although an open caravansary lay near his path, and he passed a lonely and half-ruined bungalow among the hills, where he might have sought an hour's repose. When the sun rose, he was beyond the village of Ranza, which possesses the tomb of Aurangzeb, the most famous of Mongol emperors. At length he had reached the celebrated group of excavations which take their name from the little neighbouring village of Ellora. The hills in which these caves, to the number of 30, have been hollowed out, is crescent-shaped. The monuments consist of 24 Buddhist monasteries, and some grottos of less importance. The basaltic quarry has been extensively worked by the hand of man. But the native architects, who from the earliest ages extracted stones from it, had not for their main object the erection of the marvellous buildings here and there to be seen on the surface of the vast peninsula. No, they removed these stones in order to procure space within the living rock, space to be converted into chityas or viharas, as the case may be. Among these temples the most extraordinary is that of the Kailas. Let anyone picture to himself an isolated block, 120 feet in height by 600 in circumference. This block, with a bold audacity almost incredible, has been hewn out of the heart of the basaltic rock and isolated in a space or court 360 feet long by 186 wide. The block, thus detached, has been cut and carved by these wondrous architects as a sculptor might carve a piece of ivory. On the outside they have scooped columns, fashioned pyramids, rounded cupolas, reserving masses of rock where needed to throw out bas-reliefs in which colossal elephants seem to sustain the entire edifice. Within they have hollowed a vast hall surrounded by recesses or chapels, the vaulted roof resting on the detached columns of the entire mass. In short, out of this monolith they have made a temple, not built in the ordinary sense of the word, a temple unique in the world, worthy to rival the most marvelous edifices of India, and which cannot even lose in comparison with the marvels of Egypt. This temple, now almost abandoned, has already been touched by the hand of time. In some parts it shows signs of decay. It is only 1,000 years old, but that which is early youth in the works of nature is already advanced age in those of men. The arrival of Nana Sahib at Ellora was unobserved. He entered the caves, and glided into one of several deep cracks or crevasses which had opened in the basement, but were concealed behind the supporting elephants. This opening admitted him into a gloomy passage or drain which ran beneath the temple, terminating in a sort of crypt or vaulted reservoir, now dry and empty. Advancing a short way into the passage, the Nana uttered a peculiar whistle, to which a sound precisely similar immediately replied, and a light flashed through the darkness, proving that the answer was no mocking echo. Then an Indian appeared, carrying a small lantern. "Away with the light," said the Nana. "Dadu Pant," said the Indian, extinguishing the lamp. "Is it thou thyself?" "My brother, it is I myself." "Art thou—" "Let me eat first," returned the Nana. "We will converse afterwards. But let both eating and speaking be in darkness. Take my hand and guide me." The Indian took his hand, and drew him into the crypt, and he assisted him to lie down on a heap of withered grass and leaves, where he himself had been sleeping when roused by the fakir's signal. The man, accustomed to move in the obscurity of this dismal retreat, soon produced food, consisting of bread, the flesh of fowls prepared in a way common in India, and a gourd containing half a pint of the strong spirit known as arrack, distilled from the sap of the cocoanut tree. The Nana ate and drank, but spoke never a word. He was faint and sinking through hunger and fatigue, and his whole vitality seemed concentrated in his eyes, which burned and flashed in the darkness like those of a tiger. The Indian remained motionless, waiting till the Nabob chose to speak. This man was Balu Rao, the brother of Nana Sahib. Balu Rao, a year older than Dadu Pant, resembled him physically, and might easily be mistaken for him. Morally the likeness was still more complete. In detestation of the English, in craft to form plots, and in cruelty to execute them, they were as one soul in two bodies. Throughout the rebellion these two brothers had kept together. After it was subdued, they shared together a refuge on the frontiers of Nepal, and now, united by the single aim of resuming the struggle, they were both ready for action. When the Nana had devoured the food set before him, he remained for some time leaning his head on his folded arms. Balu Rao kept silence, thinking he wished to sleep. But Dadu Pant raised his head suddenly, and grasping his brother's hand, said in a hollow voice, "I am denounced. There is a price set on my head. 2,000 lakhs, promised to the man who delivers up Nana Sahib." "Thy head is worth more than that, Dadu Pant," cried Balu Rao. 2,000 lakhs is hardly enough even for mine. They would be fortunate if they got the 2 for 20,000 lakhs. "Yes," returned the Nana. "In 3 months, on the 23rd of June, will be the anniversary of the Battle of Plassey. Our prophets foretold that its 100th anniversary, in 1857, should witness the downfall of British rule and the emancipation of the children of the sun. 9 years more than the 100 have now all but passed, and India still lies crushed and trodden beneath the invader's heel." "That effort which failed in 1857 might and ought to succeed 10 years afterwards," replied Balu Rao. "In 1827, 37, and 47 there were risings in India. The fever of revolt has broken out every 10 years. Well, This year it will be cured by a bath of European blood." "Let but Brahma be our stay," murmured the Nana, "and then life for life. Woe to the leaders of our foe who yet survive. Lawrence is gone. Barnard, Hope, Napier, Hudson, Havelock, all are gone. But Campbell and Rose still live, and he whom above all I hate, that Colonel Munro, whose ancestor was the first to blow our men from the cannon's mouth, the man who with his own hand slew my friend the Rani of Jhansi. Let but that man fall into my power, and he shall see whether I have forgotten the horrors of Colonel Neil, the massacres of Secunderabad, the slaughter in the Begum's palace at Bareilly, Jhansi, Mora, the island of Hydaspes, and at Delhi. He shall discover that I have sworn his death as he did mine." "Has he not left the army?" inquired Balau Rao. "He would re-enter the service the moment any disturbances broke out," replied Nana Sahib. "But even if our attempted rising were to fail, he should not escape, for I would stab him in his bungalow at Calcutta." "So let it be. And now?" "Now the work must begin. This time it shall be a national movement. Let but the Hindus of towns, villages, and country places rise simultaneously, and very soon the Sepoys will make common cause with them. I have traversed the centre and north of the Deccan. Everywhere I have found minds ripe for revolt. We have leaders ready to act in every town and straggling village. The Brahmins will fanaticize the people. Religion this time will carry along with us the votaries of Siva and Vishnu. At the appointed time, at the given signal, millions of natives will rise, and the royal army will be annihilated." "And Dandu Pant?" exclaimed Balu Rao, seizing his brother's hand. "Dandal Pant," continued the Nana, "will not only be the Peshwar crowned in the hill fort of Bithwar. He will be the sovereign of the whole sacred land of Hindustan." Nana Sahib folded his arms. His abstracted look was that of a man whose mental eye is bent on the distant future, and he remained silent. Balu Rao was careful not to rouse him. He loved to see the workings of that fierce soul, burning as it were with a hidden fire, which he knew he could at any moment fan into a flame. The Nana could not have had an accomplice more devoted to his person, a counsellor more eager to urge him forward to attain his ends. He was to him, as has been said, a second self. After a silence of some duration, the Nana raised his head. His thoughts had returned to the present. "Where are our comrades?" "In the caverns at Ajunta, where they were appointed to wait for us." "And our horses?" "I left them a gunshot from this place, on the road between Ellora and Boragami." "Is Kalagani with them?" "He is, my brother. They are rested, refreshed, and perfectly ready for us." "Then let us start. We must be at Ajunta before daybreak." "And after that what must be done? Has not this enforced flight disarranged our previous plans?" "No," replied Nana Sahib. "We must gain the heights of Saltpora, where every defile is known to me, and where I can assuredly defy the pursuit of the English bloodhounds of police. There we shall be in the territory of the Bhils and Gonds who are faithful to our cause. There, in the midst of that mountainous region of the Vindhyas, where the standard of revolt may at any moment be raised, I shall await the favourable juncture." "Forward!" exclaimed Balu Rao, starting up, "and let those who want heads come and take them." "Yes, let them come," responded the Nana, grinding his teeth. "I am ready." Balau Rao instantly made his way along the narrow passage which led to this dismal cell beneath the temple. On reaching the secret opening behind the colossal elephant, he cautiously emerged, looked anxiously on all sides amid the shadowy gloom to ascertain that the coast was clear. Then advancing some 20 paces, and being satisfied that all was safe, he gave notice by a shrill whistle that the Nana might follow him. Shortly afterwards the two brothers had quitted this artificial valley, the length of which is half a league, and which, sometimes to a great height, and in several stories, is pierced by galleries, vaulted chambers, and excavations. The distance between Ellora and Ajunta is 50 miles, but the Nana was no longer the fugitive of Aurangabad, travelling painfully on foot. 3 horses awaited him, as his brother had said, under the care of his faithful servant Kalagani. They were concealed in a thick forest about a mile from Ellora, and the 3 men were speedily mounted and galloping in the direction of Ajunta. It was no strange thing to see a fakir on horseback. In point of fact, many of these impudent beggars demand alms from their seat in the saddle. Although the time of the year was not that at which pilgrimages are usually made, yet the Nana avoided passing near the Mohammedan mausoleum frequented as a bungalow by pilgrims, travellers, and sightseers of all nations who often flock thither attracted by the wonders of Ellora, and pushed forward by a route as remote as possible from human habitations. He only halted occasionally to breathe the steeds, and to partake of the simple provisions which Colligan carried at his saddle-bow. The ground was flat and level. In all directions stretched expanses of heath, crossed by massive ridges of dense jungle. But as they approached Ajunta, the country became more varied. The superb grottos or caves of Ajunta, which rival those of Ellora, and perhaps in general beauty surpass them, occupy the lower end of a small valley about half a mile from the town. Nana Sahib could reach them without passing through it, and therefore felt himself secure, although so near a place where the governor's proclamation was fixed to every building. 15 hours after quitting Ellora, he and his 2 companions plunged into a narrow defile which led them into the celebrated valley where 27 temples, hewn in the rocky wall, looked down into the giddy depths beneath. It was night, superb though moonless, for the heavens glittered with starry constellations, when the Nanu, Balo Rao, and Kalagani approached their destination. Lofty trees and giant flowering plants stood out in strong relief against the sparkling sky. Not a breath stirred the air, not a leaf moved, not the faintest sound could be heard, save the dull murmur of a torrent which rolled in the depths of a ravine hundreds of feet below. This murmur grew on the ear, however, and became a hoarse roar as the riders advanced to the cataract of Satkund, where the water, torn by sharp projections of quartz and basalt, plunges over a fall of 50 fathoms. As the travellers passed the chasm, a cloud of liquid dust whirled and eddied over it, which moonlight would have tinted with soft rainbow hues. Here the defile made a sharp turn like an elbow, and the valley, in all its wealth of Buddhist architecture, lay before them. On the walls of these, temples, profusely adorned with columns, rose tracery, arabesques, and galleries, peopled by colossal forms of grotesque animals, hollowed out into cells formerly occupied by the priests, who were the guardians of these sacred abodes. The artist may admire the bright colors of frescoes which seem as though painted but yesterday, frescoes which represent royal ceremonies, religious processions, and battles exhibiting every weapon employed long before the Christian era in the great and glorious empire of India. To Nana Sahib all the secrets of these mysterious temples were well known. Already, more than once, he had, when closely pressed, sought refuge among them. The subterranean galleries connecting the temples, the narrow tunnels bored through solid walls of quartz, the winding passages crossing and recrossing in every direction, all the 1,000 ramifications of a labyrinth the clue to which might be sought in vain by the most patient, were familiar to him. Even with no torch to illuminate their profound gloom, he was perfectly at home there. Like a man sure of what he was about, the Nana made straight for one of the excavations less important than the rest. The entrance to it was filled up by a curtain of foliage and a mass of huge stones piled up in some ancient landslip and thickly overgrown by shrubs and creepers. The Nana gave notice of his presence at this concealed entrance simply by scraping his nail on a flat surface of stone. Instantly the heads of 2 or 3 natives appeared among the branches. Then 10, then 20 showed themselves, and then soon, creeping and winding out like serpents from beneath the stones, came a party of 40 well-armed men. "Forward!" said Nana Sahib. And seeking no explanation, ignorant of whither he led them, these faithful followers were ready to obey, and, if needful, lay down their lives for Dandu Pant. They were on foot, but could vie with the speed of any horse. The little party made its way across the defile which skirted the abyss, keeping in a northerly direction and rounding the shoulder of the hill. In an hour they reached the road to Kadesh, which finally leads to the passes of the Saltpura Mountains. At daybreak they passed near the line of railway running from Bombay to Allahabad above Nagpore. On a sudden the Calcutta Express dashed into sight, flinging masses of white vapour among the stately banyans, and startling with its shrieking whistle the wild inhabitants of the jungle. The Nana drew bridle, and stretching his hand towards the flying train, exclaimed in a strong, stern voice, "Speed on thy way, and tell the Viceroy of India that Nana Sahib lives." Tell him that this railroad, the accursed work of the invaders' hands, shall ere long be drenched in their blood. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Todd.
Book 1, Chapter 5 of The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Vorble in Norwalk, Connecticut. Book 1, Chapter 5, The Iron Giant. On the morning of the 5th of May, the passengers along the high road from Calcutta to Chandernagore, whether men, women, or children, English or native, were completely astounded by a sight which met their eyes, and certainly the surprise they testified was extremely natural. At sunrise, a strange and most remarkable equipage had been seen to issue from the suburbs of the Indian capital, attended by a dense crowd of people drawn by curiosity to watch its departure. First, and apparently drawing the caravan, came a gigantic elephant. The monstrous animal, 20 feet in height and 30 in length, advanced deliberately, steadily, and with a certain mystery of movement which struck the gazer with a thrill of awe. His trunk, curved like a cornucopia, was uplifted high in the air. His gilded tusks, projecting from behind the massive jaws, resembled a pair of huge scythes. On his back was a highly ornamented howdah, which looked like a tower surmounted, in Indian style, by a dome-shaped roof and furnished with lens-shaped glasses to serve for windows. This elephant drew after him a train consisting of 2 enormous cars, or actual houses, moving bungalows in fact, each mounted on 4 wheels. The wheels, which were prodigiously strong, were carved, or rather sculptured, in every part. Their lowest portion only could be seen, as they moved inside a sort of case, like a paddle box, which concealed the enormous locomotive apparatus. A flexible gangway connected the 2 carriages. How could a single elephant, however strong, manage to drag these 2 enormous constructions without any apparent effort? Yet this astonishing animal did so. His huge feet were raised and set down with mechanical regularity, and he changed his pace from a walk to a trot without either the voice or hand of a mahout being apparent. The spectators were at first so astonished by all this that they kept at a respectful distance, but when they ventured nearer, their surprise gave place to admiration. They could hear a roar, very similar to the cry uttered by these giants of the Indian forests. Moreover, at intervals there issued from the trunk a jet of vapor. And yet it was an elephant. The rugged, greeny-black skin evidently covered the bony framework of one that must be called the king of the pachyderms. His eyes were lifelike. All his members were endowed with movement. Aye, but if some inquisitive person had chanced to lay his hand on the animal, all would have been explained. It was but a marvelous deception, a gigantic imitation, having as nearly as possible every appearance of life. In fact, this elephant was really encased in steel, and an actual steam engine was concealed within its sides. The train, or steam house, to give it its most suitable name, was the traveling dwelling promised by the engineer. The first carriage, or rather house, was the habitation of Colonel Munro, Captain Hood, Banks, and myself. In the second lodged Sergeant McNeil and the servants of the expedition. Banks had kept his promise, Colonel Munro had kept his, and that was the reason why, on this May morning, we were setting out in this extraordinary vehicle, with the intention of visiting the northern regions of the Indian Peninsula. But what was the good of this artificial elephant? Why have this fantastic apparatus, so unlike the usual practical inventions of the English? Till then, no one had ever thought of giving to a locomotive destined to travel either over macadam highways or iron rails the shape and form of a quadruped. I must say, the first time we were admitted to view the machine, we were all lost in amazement. Questions about the why and wherefore fell thick and fast upon our friend Banks. We knew that this traction engine had been constructed from his plans and under his directions. What, then, had given him the idea of hiding it within the iron sides of a mechanical elephant? "My friends," answered Banks seriously, "do you know the Rajah of Bhutan?"
"I know him,"
replied Captain Hood.
"Or rather, I did know him, for he died 2 months ago."
"Well, before dying," returned the engineer, "the Rajah of Bhutan not only lived, but lived differently to anyone else. He loved pomp, and displayed it in every possible manner. He never denied himself anything. I mean anything that ever came into his head. His brain imagined the most impossible things, and had not his purse been inexhaustible, it would soon have been emptied in the process of gratifying all his desires. He was enormously rich, had coffers filled with lakhs of rupees. Now, one day an idea occurred to him which took such possession of his mind as to keep him from sleeping, an idea which Solomon might have been proud of, and would certainly have realized had he been acquainted with steam. This idea was to travel in a perfectly new fashion, and to have an equipage such as no one had before dreamed of. He knew me, and sent for me to his court, and himself drew the plan of his locomotive. If you imagine, my friends, that I burst into a laugh at the Rajah's proposition, you are mistaken. I perfectly understood that this grandiose idea sprung naturally from the brain of a Hindu sovereign, and I had but one desire on the subject, to realize it as soon as possible, and in a way to satisfy both my poetic client and myself. A hard-working engineer hasn't an opportunity every day to exercise his talents in this fantastic way, and add an animal of this description to the creations of the Arabian Nights. In short, I saw it was possible to realize the Rajah's whim. All that has been done, that can be done, will be done in machinery. I set to work, and in this iron-plated case, in the shape of an elephant, I managed to enclose the boiler, the machinery, and the tender of a traction engine, with all its accessories. The flexible trunk, which can be raised and lowered at will, is the chimney. The legs of my animal are connected with the wheels of the apparatus. I arranged his eyes so as to dart out 2 jets of electric light, and the artificial elephant was complete. But as it was not my own spontaneous creation, I met with numerous difficulties which delayed me. The gigantic plaything, as you may call it, cost me many a sleepless night. So many, indeed, that my Rajah, who was wild with impatience, and passed the best part of his time in my workshops, died before the finishing touches were given that would allow the elephant to set forth on his travels. The poor fellow had no time even to make one trial of his invention. His heirs, however, less fanciful than he, viewed the apparatus with the terror of superstition, and as the work of a madman. They were only eager to get rid of it at any price. I, therefore, bought it up on the Colonel's account. Now you know all the why and wherefore of the matter, and how it is that in all the world we alone are the proprietors of a steam elephant, with the strength of 80 horses, not to mention 80 elephants."
"Bravo, Banks! Well done!"
exclaimed Captain Hood.
"A first-class engineer who is an artist, a poet in iron and steel into the bargain, is a rara avis amongst us."
"The Rajah being dead," resumed Banks, "and his apparatus being in my possession, I had not the heart to destroy my elephant and give the locomotive its ordinary form."
"And you did well,"
replied the captain.
"Our elephant is superb, there's no other word for it,"
said the captain.
"And what a fine effect we shall have, careering over the plains and through the jungles of Hindustan. It is a regular Rajah-like idea, isn't it? And one of which we shall reap the advantage, shan't we, Colonel?"
Colonel Munro made a faint attempt at a smile to show that he quite approved of the captain's speech. The journey was resolved upon then and there, and now this unique and wonderful steam elephant was reduced to drag the traveling residents of 4 Englishmen, instead of stalking along in state with one of the most opulent Rajas of the Indian peninsula. I quote the following description of the mechanism of this road engine, on which Banks had brought to bear all the improvements of modern science, from notes made at the time. Between the 4 wheels are all the machinery of cylinders, pistons, feed pump, etc., covered by the body of the boiler. This tubular boiler is in the forepart of the elephant's body, and the tender, carrying fuel and water, is in the hind part. The boiler and tender, though both on the same truck, have a space between them, left for the use of the stoker. The engine driver is stationed in the fireproof howdah on the animal's back, in which we could all take refuge in case of any serious attack. He has there everything in his power, safety valves, regulating brakes, etc., so that he can steer or back his engine at will. He has also thick lens-shaped glass fixed in the narrow embrasures, through which he can see the road both before and behind him. The boiler and tender are fixed on springs of the best steel, so as to lessen the jolting caused by the inequalities of the ground. The wheels, constructed with vast solidity, are grooved so as to bite the earth and prevent them from skating. The nominal strength of the engine is equal to that of 80 horses, but its power can be increased to equal that of 150 without any danger of an explosion. A case, hermetically sealed, encloses all the machinery so as to protect it from the dust of the roads, which would soon put the mechanism out of order. The machine has a double cylinder, after the field system, and its great perfection consists in this, that the expenditure is small and the results great. Nothing could be better arranged in that way, for in the furnace any kind of fuel may be burnt, either wood or coal. The engineer estimates the ordinary speed at 15 miles an hour, but on a good road it can reach 25. There is no danger of the wheels skating, not only from the grooves, but because of the perfect poise of the apparatus, which is all so well balanced that not even the severest jolting could disturb it. The atmospheric brakes, with which the engine is provided, could in a moment produce either a slackening of speed or a sudden halt. The facility with which the machine can ascend slopes is remarkable. Banks has succeeded most happily in this, taking into consideration the weight and power of propulsion of the machine. It can easily ascend a slope at an inclination of from 4 to 5 inches in the yard, which is considerable. There is a perfect network of magnificent roads made by the English all over India, which are excellently fitted for this mode of locomotion. The Great Trunk Road, for instance, stretches uninterruptedly for 1,200 miles. I must now describe the steam house. Banks had not only bought from the Nabob's heirs the traction engine, but the train which it had in tow. This had of course been constructed, according to the oriental taste of the Rajah, in the most gorgeous Hindu fashion. I have already called it a traveling bungalow, and it merited the name, for the 2 cars composing it were simply a marvelous specimen of the architecture of the country. Imagine 2 pagoda-shaped buildings without minarets, but with double-ridged roofs surmounted by a dome, the corbelling of the windows supported by sculptured pilasters, all the ornamentation in exquisitely carved and colored woods of rare kinds, a handsome veranda both back and front. You might suppose them a couple of pagodas torn from the sacred hill of Sonagur. To complete the marvel of this prodigious locomotive, I must add that it can float. In fact, the stomach, or that part of the elephant's body which contains the machinery, as well as the lower portion of the buildings, form boats of light steel. When a river is met with, the elephant marches straight into it, the train follows, and as the animal's feet can be moved by paddle wheels, the steam house moves gaily over the surface of the water. This is an indescribable advantage for such a vast country as India, where there are more rivers than bridges. This was the train ordered by the capricious Rajah of Bhutan. But though the carriages were like pagodas on the outside, Banks thought it best to furnish the interior to suit English tastes, with everything necessary for a long journey, and in this he was very successful. The width of the 2 carriages was not less than 18 feet. They therefore projected over the wheels, as the axles were not more than 15. Being well hung on splendid springs, any jolting would be as little felt as on a well-made railroad. The first carriage was 45 feet long. In front was an elegant veranda in which a dozen people could sit comfortably. 2 windows and a door led into the drawing room, lighted besides by 2 side windows. This room, furnished with a table and bookcase, and having luxurious divans all round it, was artistically decorated and hung with rich tapestry. A thick Turkey carpet covered the floor. Tatties, or blinds, hung before the windows and were kept moistened with perfumed water, so that a delightful freshness was constantly diffused throughout all the apartments. A punkah was suspended from the ceiling and kept continually in motion, for it was necessary to provide against the heat, which at certain times of the year is something frightful. Opposite the veranda door was another, of valuable wood, opening into the dining room, which was lighted not only by side windows, but by a ceiling of ground glass. 8 guests might have been comfortably seated round the table in the center, so as we were but 4, we had ample room. It was furnished with sideboards and buffets loaded with all the wealth of silver, glass, and china which is necessary to English comfort. Of course, all these fragile articles were put in specially made racks, as is done on board ship, so that even on the roughest roads they would be perfectly safe. A door led out into the passage, which ended in another veranda at the back. From this passage opened 4 rooms, each containing a bed, dressing table, wardrobe, and sofa, and fitted up like the cabins of the best transatlantic steamers. The first of these rooms on the left was occupied by Colonel Munro, the second on the right by Banks. Captain Hood was established next to the engineer, and I next to Sir Edward. The second carriage was 36 feet in length, and also possessed a veranda, which opened into a large kitchen, flanked on each side with a pantry, and supplied with everything that could be wanted. This kitchen communicated with a passage which, widening into a square in the middle and lighted by a skylight, formed a dining room for the servants. In the 4 angles were 4 cabins, occupied by Sergeant McNeil, the engine driver, the stoker, and Colonel Munro's orderly, while at the back were 2 other rooms for the cook and Captain Hood's man, besides a gun room, box room, and ice house, all opening into the back veranda. It could not be denied that Banks had intelligently and comfortably arranged and furnished the steam house. There was an apparatus for heating it in winter with hot air from the engine, besides 2 small fireplaces in the drawing and dining rooms. We were therefore quite prepared to brave the rigors of the cold season, even on the slopes of the mountains of Tibet. You may be sure the important question of provisions had not been neglected, and we carried sufficient to feed the entire expedition for a year. They consisted chiefly of tins of preserved meat of the best brands, principally boiled and stewed beef, and also murghis, or fowls, of which there is so large a consumption all over India. Thanks to the new inventions which allow both milk and soup to be carried in a concentrated form, we had abundance of both, the former for breakfast and the latter for tiffin, or luncheon. After being exposed to evaporation, in a manner to render it of a pasty consistency, the milk is enclosed in hermetically sealed tins, each of which, on the addition of water, supplies 3 quarts of good and nourishing milk. The soup, too, is condensed in much the same way, and is carried in tablets. As I said, we had an ice house, in which that luxury, so useful in hot climates, could be easily produced by means of the Carré apparatus, which causes a lowering of the temperature by means of the evaporation of liquid ammoniac gas. Either in this way, or by the volatilization of methylated ether, the product of our sport could be indefinitely preserved, by the application of a process invented by a Frenchman, a compatriot of my own, Charles Tellier. This was a valuable resource, as at all times it placed at our disposal food of the first quality. The cellar was well supplied as to beverages. French wines, different kinds of beer, brandy, and arrack all occupied special places and in quantities to satisfy the ideas of the most thirsty souls. Our journey would lead us through many inhabited provinces. India is by no means a desert, and if one does not spare rupees, it is ease to procure not only the necessaries but also the superfluities of life. Perhaps if we were to winter in the northern regions, at the base of the Himalayas, we might be compelled to fall back on our own resources, but in any case it was not difficult to provide for all the exigencies of a comfortable existence. The practical mind of our friend Banks had foreseen everything, and we trusted him to revictual us en route. The following is the itinerary of the journey which was agreed on, subject to any modifications which unforeseen circumstances might suggest. We proposed leaving Calcutta, to follow the valley of the Ganges up to Allahabad, to cross the kingdom of Awadh so as to reach the first slopes of Tibet, to remain there for some months, sometimes in one place, sometimes in another, so as to give Captain Hood plenty of opportunity for hunting, and then to redescend to Bombay. We had thus 900 leagues, or 2,700 miles before us. But our house and servants traveled with us. Under these conditions, who would refuse even to make the tour of the world again and again? End of Book 1, Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C.L.W. Rollins, Dallas, Texas. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. First Stages. Before dawn, on the morning of our start, I left the Spencer Hotel, one of the best in Calcutta, which I had made my residence ever since my arrival. The great city was by this time quite familiar to me. Morning promenades before the heat became unbearable, evening drives on the Strand as far as the Esplanade or Fort William, where the splendid equipages of the English whirl scornfully past the not less splendid carriages of the great fat native baboos, expeditions through the curious streets of shops, which are very appropriately called bazaars, visits to the burial grounds on the banks of the Ganges, to the botanic gardens, the work of the great naturalist Hooker, and to Madame Colleen, the horrible four-armed woman who, as a fierce goddess of death, is enshrined in a small temple where modern civilization and native barbarism are exhibited side by side. All this I had done. I had gazed at the vice-regal palace opposite the Spencer Hotel, admired the curious buildings on the Chowringhee Road, and the town hall, dedicated to the memory of the great men of our time, studied in detail the interesting mocks of the Hooghly, gone over the harbor crowded by the finest vessels of the English merchant service, made the acquaintance of the adjutants, those singular birds known by a variety of names, whose vocation it is to act as scavengers and preserve the city in a perfectly salubrious condition. And all this being accomplished, I had now nothing to do but to take my departure. Accordingly, on the 6th of May, a wretched vehicle with 2 horses and 4 wheels, called a palkigari, a machine unfit to be seen beside comfortable English-built carriages, came to convey me to the door of Colonel Munro's bungalow. Our train awaited us at no great distance. We had only to enter and establish ourselves. Our luggage had of course been put on board. Nothing unnecessary was allowed, but Captain Hood had large ideas in the matter of firearms, and considered an arsenal of 4 Enfield rifles, 4 fowling pieces, 2 duck guns, and several other guns, pistols, and revolvers quite indispensable for such a party as ours. This armory appeared to threaten the lives of wild beasts rather than simply to supply game for our table, but the Nimrod of our expedition was very decided in his views on the subject. Captain Hood was in the highest spirits. The triumph of having succeeded in persuading Colonel Munro to forsake his solitary retreat, the pleasure of setting out on such a tour with an equipage so entirely novel, the prospect of unusual occupation, plenty of exercise, and grand Himalayan excursions, all combined to excite him to the greatest degree, and he gave vent to his feelings in perpetual exclamations while he urged us to bestir ourselves. The clock struck the hour of departure. Steam was up, the engine ready for action. Our engine-driver stood at his post, his hand on the regulator. The whistle sounded. "Off with you, behemoth!" shouted Captain Hood, waving his cap. And this name, so well suited to our wonderful traction engine, was ever after bestowed upon it. Now for a word as to our attendants, who occupied the second house, number 2, as we used to call it. The engine-driver, Storr, was an Englishman, and had been employed on the Great Southern Line until a few months previously. Banks knew him to be an efficient and clever workman, thoroughly up to his business, and therefore engaged him for Colonel Munro's service. He was a man of 40 years of age, and proved exceedingly useful to us. The fireman's name was Kalauth. He belonged to a tribe or class of Hindus much sought after by railway companies, to be employed as stokers, because they endure with impunity the double heat of their tropical climate and that of the engine furnaces. They resemble in this the Arabs employed as firemen in the Red Sea steamers, good fellows who are content to be merely boiled where Europeans would be roasted in a few minutes. Colonel Munro had a regimental servant named Gomi, one of the tribe of Gorkhas. He belonged to that regiment which, as an act of good discipline, had accepted the use of the Enfield rifles, the introduction of which into the service had been the reason, or at least the pretext, of the Sepoy Revolt. Small, active, supple, and of tried fidelity, Gomi always wore the dark uniform of the Rifle Brigade, which was as dear to him as his own skin. Sergeant McNeil and Gomi were attached heart and soul to Colonel Munro. They had fought under his command all through the Indian campaign. They had accompanied him in his fruitless search for Nana Sahib. They had followed him into retirement, and would never dream of leaving him. But Captain Hood also had a faithful follower, a frank, lively young Englishman whose name was Fox, and who would not have changed places with any officer's servant under the sun. He perfectly adored Captain Hood, and was quite as keen a sportsman as his master. Having accompanied him on numberless tiger hunts, Fox had proved his skill, and reckoned the tigers which had fallen to his gun at 37, only 3 less than his master could boast of. Our staff of attendants was completed by a Negro cook, whose dominion lay in the forepart of the second house. He was of French origin, and having boiled, fried, and fricasseed in every possible latitude, Monsieur Perizard, for that was his name, had no small opinion of the importance of his noble profession. He would have scorned to call it his trade. He presided over his saucepans with the air of a high priest, and distributed his condiments with the accuracy of a chemist. Monsieur Perizard was vain, it is true, but so clever that we readily pardoned his vanity. Our expedition, then, was made up of 10 persons, namely, Sir Edward Munro, Banks, Hood, and myself, who were accommodated in one house, McNeil, Storr, Kalauth, Gomi, Fox, and Monsieur Perizard in the other. I must not forget the 2 dogs, Fan and Niger, whose sporting qualities were to be put to the proof by Hood in many a stirring episode of the chase. Bengal is perhaps, if not the most curious, at least the richest of the 3 Indian presidencies. It is now, properly speaking, the country of the Rajas, which lies more especially in the center of the vast empire, but the province extends over a district the dense population of which may be considered essentially Hindu. The route we proposed to take would lead us obliquely across this district, which to the extreme north is bounded by the insurmountable barriers of the Himalaya chain. After some discussion, it was finally proposed that, having travelled up the banks of the Hooghly for some leagues, the Hooghly being that branch of the river Ganges which passes through Calcutta, we should leave to the right the French town of Chandernagore, thence follow the line of the railroad as far as Burdwan, and afterwards pass transversely through Bihar, so as to rejoin the Ganges at Benares. "Arrange the route exactly as you please, my friends," said Colonel Munro. "Decide without reference to me. Whatever you do will be done well." "Still, my dear Munro," replied Banks, "it would be satisfactory to have your opinion." "No, Banks," returned the colonel. "I give myself up to you, and have no wish to visit one place rather than another. One single question, however, I will ask. After Benares, in what direction do you propose to travel?" "Northwards, most certainly," exclaimed Hood impetuously. "Right across the kingdom of Oude, up to the lower ranges of the Himalayas." "Well then, my friends," began Colonel Munro, "perhaps when we get so far I will propose, but it will be soon enough to speak of that when the time comes. Till then, just go where you choose." I could not help feeling somewhat surprised by these words of Sir Edward Munro. What could he have in his mind? Had he only agreed to take this journey in the hope that chance might serve his purpose better than his own will and endeavour had done? Did it seem to him possible that, supposing Nana Sahib to be still alive, he might yet find trace of him in the extreme north of India? Was the hope of vengeance still strong within him? I could not resist the conviction that our friend was influenced by this hidden motive, and that Sergeant McNeill shared his master's thoughts. When we left Calcutta, we were seated in the drawing-room of Steam House. The door and the windows of the veranda were open, and the measured beat of the punkah kept up an agreeable temperature. Storr drove the engine at a slow and steady rate of 3 miles an hour, for we travellers were just then in no haste, and desired to see at leisure the country we passed through. For a long time we were followed by a number of Europeans who were astonished at our equipage, and by crowds of natives whose wonder and admiration was mingled with fear. We gradually distanced this attendant mob, but met people continually who lavished upon us admiring explanations of "Voila! Voila!" The huge elephant, vomiting clouds of steam, excited far more astonishment than the 2 superb cars which he drew after him. At 10 o'clock breakfast was served in the dining-room, and, seated at a table which was far less shaken than it would have been in a first-class railway carriage, we did ample justice to the culinary skill of Monsieur Parazal. We were travelling along the left bank of the Hooghly, the most western of the numerous arms of the Ganges, which form together the labyrinthine network of the delta of the Sundarbans, and is entirely an alluvial formation. "What you see there, my dear Mauchler," said Banks, "is a conquest won by the sacred river Ganges from the not less sacred Bay of Bengal. It has been a mere affair of time. There is probably not an atom of that soil which has not been transported hither by the mighty current from the Himalayan heights. Little by little the stream has robbed the mountains in order to form this province, through which it has worked its bed, and changes incessantly," broke in Captain Hood. "There never was such a whimsical, capricious lunatic of a river as this same Ganges. People take the trouble to build a town on its banks, and behold, a few centuries later the town is in the midst of a plain, its harbours are dry, the river has changed its course. Thus Rajmahal, as well as Gower, were both formerly situated on this faithless stream, and now there they are dying of thirst amidst the parched rice-fields of the plains." "Then may not some such fate be in store for Calcutta?" inquired I. "Ah, who knows?" "Come, come," said Banks, "you forget the engineers. It would only require skilful embankments. We could easily put a strait waistcoat on the Ganges and restrain its vagaries." "It is well for you, Banks," said I, "that no natives are within earshot when you speak so irreverently of their sacred stream. They would never forgive you." "Well, really," returned Banks, "they look on their river as a son of God, if not God himself, and in their eyes it can do nothing amiss." "Not even by maintaining, as it does, epidemics of the plague, fever, and cholera," cried Captain Hood. "I must say, however, that the atmosphere it engenders agrees splendidly with the tigers and crocodiles which swarm in the Sundarbans. Ah, the savages! Fox," he added, turning to his servant, who was clearing away the breakfast things. "Yes, Captain." "Wasn't it there where you killed your 37th? "Yes, Captain, 2 miles from Fort Canning. It was one evening—" "There, Fox, that will do," interrupted the captain, as he tossed off a large glass of brandy and soda. "I know all about the 37th. The history of your 38th would interest me more." "My 38th is not killed yet, Captain." "No, but you will bag him some day, Fox, as I shall my 41st. It is to be noted that in the conversations of Captain Hood and his men, the word tiger was never mentioned. It was quite unnecessary. The 2 hunters perfectly understood one another. As we proceeded to the Hooghly, its banks, which above Calcutta are rather low, gradually contracted, much reducing the width of the river. This part of the country is subject to formidable cyclones, which spread disaster far and wide. Whole districts wasted, hundreds of houses heaped one upon another, immense plantations devastated, thousands of corpses strewing the soil. Such is the ruin left behind when these fearful atmospheric disturbances sweep over the land, and of which the cyclone of 1864 was a most terrible example. It is well known that the climate of India is varied by 3 seasons: the rainy season, the cold season, and the hot season. The last is the shortest, but also the most trying. March, April, and May are months particularly to be dreaded. May is, above all these, the hottest, and those Europeans who then venture to face the noontide blaze of the sun do it at the risk of their lives. It is not unusual for the thermometer to rise in the shade to 106 degrees Fahrenheit. "Men are forced," writes M. de Valbezin, to wheeze in breathing like broken-winded horses, and during the war both officers and soldiers were frequently obliged to dash water over their heads to prevent congestion of the brain. We did not, however, suffer from the heat, as besides the draught produced by the motion of our steam-house, the punkahs kept fanning into pleasant circulation the humid air which blew through the woven grass blinds stretched across our windows, and which were constantly watered. The rainy season, which lasts from June till October, was not far distant, and in some respects might prove more disagreeable than the hot months. But, luxuriously provided as we were, we had little to fear under any conditions of the atmosphere. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon, having enjoyed a most agreeable drive at a gentle pace, we arrived at Chandernagore. I had already visited this little corner of territory, all that remains to France in the whole presidency of Bengal. Chandernagore, the ancient rival of Calcutta during the struggles of the 18th century, remains under the protection of the tricolored flag, but has no right to maintain a garrison of more than 15 men. The town is now fallen into decay. It is without trade, industry, or commerce. Its bazaars are deserted, its forts abandoned. If the Allahabad railroad had at least passed outside its walls, Chandernagore might have recovered some vitality, but anticipating the demands of the French government, the English Railway Company took pains to distort the line so as to skirt our territory, and Chandernagore has thus lost her only chance of retrieving her fortunes and resuming some measure of commercial importance. We did not enter the town, but halted 3 miles off on the borders of a grove of palm trees. When our camp was pitched, one would have taken it for a rising young village, but being movable, it proceeded on its way early next morning, after a peaceful night during which we all slept soundly in our comfortable bedrooms. During the halt, Banks had attended to the supply of fuel. The engine did not consume much, but it was necessary to have on the tender sufficient water, wood, and coal to keep us going for 60 hours. This rule about keeping up the supply was carefully applied by Captain Hood and his faithful Fox to the maintenance of their own particular furnaces, that is to say, their stomachs, which in truth were always amply provided with the sort of fuel so necessary to keep up the powers of the human machine. The next stage was to be longer. By traveling for 2 days, stopping only during the night, we could reach Burdwan and visit that city on the 9th of May. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Storr sounded his shrill whistle, and the iron giant started at a more rapid rate than that of the preceding day. For some hours we kept near the railroad, which from Burdwan passes on to Rajmahal in the valley of the Ganges, which it then follows till beyond Benares. The Calcutta train passed us at a great speed, and the shouts of the passengers showed that while they admired us, they mocked our slower pace. We did not return their defiance. More rapidly they certainly did travel than ourselves, but in comfort there was simply no comparison. During these 2 days the scenery was invariably flat and therefore monotonous. Here and there waved a few slender coconut trees, the last of which we should leave behind after passing Burdwan. These trees, which belong to the great family of palms, are partial to the coast, and love to breathe salt air. Thus they are not found beyond a somewhat narrow belt along the sea-coast, and it is vain to seek them in central India. The flora of the interior is, however, extremely interesting and varied. On each side of our route, the country in this part resembles an immense chessboard, marked out in squares of rice fields, and stretching as far as we could see. Shades of green predominated, and the harvest promised to be abundant in this moist, warm soil, the prodigious fertility of which is well known. On the evening of the second day, with punctuality which an express might have envied, the engine gave its last snort and stopped at the gates of Burdwan. This city is the judicial headquarters of an English district, but properly speaking, the country belongs to a Maharaja who pays taxes to government amounting to not less than 10 millions. The town consists in a great part of low houses, standing in fine avenues of trees, such as coconuts and arequipas. These avenues being wide enough to admit our train, we proceeded to encamp in a charming spot full of shade and freshness. It seemed as though a large addition were suddenly made to the city when our houses took up their position in it, and we would not have exchanged our residences for any in the splendid quarter where stands the magnificent palace of the sovereign of Burdwan. It may well be supposed that our elephant produced all the terror and admiration which he usually excited among the Bengalis. The people ran together from all sides, the men bareheaded, their hair cut short a la Titus, and wearing only loose cotton drawers, while the women were enveloped from head to foot in white. "I begin to be afraid," said Captain Hood, "that the Maharaja will want to buy our behemoth, and that he will offer such a vast sum we shall be forced to let his highness have him." "Never!" exclaimed Binks. "I will make another elephant for him if he likes, of power enough to draw his whole capital from one end of his dominion to the other. But we won't part with Behemoth at any price, will we, Munro?" "Most certainly we will not," answered the colonel, in the tone of a man who was not to be tempted by millions. And after all, there was no question as to whether our colossal elephant was for sale or not. The Maharaja was not at Burdwan, and the only visit we received was from his Kamdar, a sort of private secretary, who came to examine our equipage. Having done so, this personage offered us permission, which we very readily accepted, to examine the gardens of the palace. We found them well worth a visit. They were beautifully laid out, filled with the finest specimens of tropical vegetation, and watered by sparkling rivulets flowing from miniature lakes. The park we also admired greatly. Its verdant lawns were adorned by fanciful kiosks, and in the superb menageries we found specimens of all the animals of the country, wild as well as domestic. Here were goats, stags, deer, elephants, tigers, lions, panthers, and bears, besides others too numerous to mention. "Oh, Captain!" cried Fox, "here are tigers in cages just like birds. Isn't it a pity?" "Indeed, Fox, and so it is," replied the captain. "If the poor fellows had their choice, they certainly would far rather be prowling about in the jungle, even within reach of our rifle balls." "That's just what I think, Captain," sighed honest Fox. Next morning, the 10th of May, having laid in a fresh stock of provisions, we quitted Burdwan. Our steam house passed the line of railroad by a level crossing, and travelled in the direction of Ramgur, a town situated about 70 leagues from Calcutta. It is true that by pursuing this route we left several places unvisited, as, for instance, the important town of Murshidabad, which is not interesting, either in its native or European aspect, Mongir, a sort of Hindu Birmingham, perched on a high promontory overhanging the course of the sacred river, and Patna, the capital of the kingdom of Bihar, through which we intended to pass obliquely. This city seems almost smothered in the creeping plants which so abound in its neighborhood as to invade its walls and houses on all sides. It is the wealthy center of the opium trade. But we had a greater objective in view, and therefore followed a more southern route about 2 degrees below the valley of the Ganges. During this part of the journey, Behemoth was kept going at a gentle trot, which pace proved the excellent structure of our well-hung carriages. The roads being good also favored our experiment. To the great surprise of Captain Hood, we passed through many jungles without seeing any wild animals. It seemed not unlikely that they were terrified, and fled at the approach of a gigantic elephant, vomiting steam and smoke. But as it was to the northern regions, and not to Bengal provinces, that our hunter looked for the sport he loved so well, he did not as yet begin to complain. On the 15th of May, we were near Ramgur, about 50 leagues from Burdwan. The rate of speed at which we had travelled was not more than 15 leagues in 12 hours. 3 days afterward, on the 18th, we stopped at the little town of Chitra. No incidents marked these stages of our journey. The heat was intense, but what could be more agreeable than a siesta beneath the cool shelter of the verandas? The burning hours passed away in luxurious repose. In the evenings, Store and Calouth cleaned the furnace and oiled and thoroughly examined the engines, operations which were always carefully superintended by Binks himself. While he was so employed, Captain Hood and I, accompanied by Fox, Gomi, and the 2 dogs, used to take our guns and explore the neighborhood of our camp. We fell in with nothing more important in the way of game than birds and a few small animals, and although the captain turned up his nose at such poor sport, he was always highly delighted the next day when Monsieur Perizard regaled us with a variety of new and savory dishes. Binks, when he could, made our halting places near some wood and on the banks of a stream or brook, because it was always necessary to replenish the tender with what was wanted for the next day's journey, and he attended personally to every detail. Gomi and Fox were frequently employed as hewers of wood and drawers of water. When the day's work was done, we lighted our cigars, excellent Manila cheroots, and while we smoked, we talked about this country with which Hood, as well as Banks, was so thoroughly well acquainted. The captain disdained cigars, and his vigorous lungs inhaled, through a pipe 20 feet long, the aromatic smoke of a hookah, carefully filled for him by the hand of Fox. It was our greatest wish that Colonel Munro should accompany us on our little shooting excursions round the camp. We invariably asked him to do so, but he as invariably declined, and remained with Sergeant McNeill, spending the time of our absence in pacing up and down a distance of not more than 100 yards. They spoke little, but so completely did they understand one another that words were not needed for the interchange of thoughts. Both were absorbed in tragic and indelible recollections. It was possible that, in approaching the theatre of the bloody insurrection, these recollections would become more vivid. Banks and Captain Hood shared with me the opinion that some fixed idea, which would be developed later, had induced Colonel Munro to join us in the expedition to the north of India. In that case, we might be on the verge of great events. Our steam behemoth might be drawing us across these huge plains and mountains to the scene of a thrilling and unexpected drama. End of Chapter 6. Recording by C.L.W. Rollins, Dallas, Texas.
Book 1, Chapter 7 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. The Steam House. Book 1, Chapter 7. The Pilgrims of the Phalgou River. What is now called Bihar was in former days the empire of Magadha. In the time of the Buddhists, it was sacred territory, and is still covered with temples and monasteries. But for many centuries, the Brahmins have occupied the place of the priests of the Buddha. They have taken possession of the viharas, or temples, and turning them to their own account, live on the produce of the worship they teach. The faithful flock thither from all parts, and in these sacred places the Brahmins compete with the holy waters of the Ganges, the pilgrimages to Benares, the ceremonies of Juggernaut. In fact, one may say the country belongs to them. The soil is rich. There are immense rice fields of emerald green and vast plantations of poppies. There are numerous villages, buried in luxuriant verdure and shaded by palms, mangoes, and date trees, over which nature has thrown like a net a tangled web of creeping plants. Steam House passed along roads which were embowered in foliage, and beneath the leafy arches the air was cool and fresh. We followed the chart of our route, and had no fear of losing our way. The snorting and trumpeting of our elephant, mingled with the deafening screams of the winged tribes and the discordant chatterings and scoldings of apes and monkeys, and the golden fruit of the bananas, shone like stars through light clouds, as smoke and steam rolled in volumes among the trees. The delicate rice birds rose in flocks as Behemoth passed along, their white plumage almost concealed as they flew through the spiral wreaths of steam. Here and there the thick woods opened out into detached groups of banyans, groves of shaddocks, and beds of dal, a sort of arborescent pea which grows on stalks about a yard high, and glimpses were then obtained of landscapes in the background. But the heat, the moist air scarcely made its way through the tattles of our windows. The hot winds, charged with caloric as they passed over the surface of the great western plains, enveloped the land in their fiery embrace. One longs for the month of June, when this state of the atmosphere will be modified. Death threatens those who seek to brave the stroke of this flaming sun. The fields are deserted. Even the ryots themselves, inured as they are to the burning heat, cannot continue their agricultural labors. The shady roadway alone is practicable, and even there we require the shelter of our traveling bungalow. Kaluth the fireman must be made of pure carbon, or he would certainly dissolve before the grating of his furnace. But the brave Hindu holds out nobly, It has become second nature with him, this existence on the platform of the locomotives which scour the railway lines of central India. During the daytime of May the 19th, the thermometer suspended on the wall of the dining room registered 106 degrees Fahrenheit. That evening we were unable to take our accustomed constitutional or hawakana. This word signifies literally to eat air, and means that, after the stifling heat of the tropical day, people go out to inhale the cool, pure air of evening. On this occasion we felt that, on the contrary, the air would eat us. "Monsieur Maclair," said Sergeant McNeill to me, "this heat reminds me of one day in March, when Sir Hugh Rose, with just 2 pieces of artillery, tried to storm the walls at Lucknow. It was 16 days since we had crossed the river Betwa, and during all that time our horses had not once been unsaddled. We were fighting between enormous walls of granite, and we might as well have been in a burning fiery furnace. The Chitsis passed up and down our ranks, carrying water in their leathern bottles, which they poured on the men's heads as they stood to their guns, otherwise we should have dropped. Well, I do remember how I felt. I was exhausted. My skull was ready to burst. I tottered. Colonel Munro saw me, and snatching the bottle from the hand of a Chitsi, he emptied it over me, and it was the last water the carriers could procure. A man can't forget that sort of thing, sir. No, no. When I have shed the last drop of my blood for my colonel, I shall still be in his debt." "Sergeant McNeill," said I, "does it not seem to you that since we left Calcutta, Colonel Munro has become more absent and melancholy than ever? I think that every day." "Yes, sir," replied McNeill, hastily interrupting me, "but that is quite natural. My colonel is approaching Lucknow, Cawnpore, where Nana Sahib murdered. Ah, it drives me mad to speak of it. Perhaps it would have been better if this journey had been planned in some different direction, if we had avoided the provinces ravaged by the insurrection. The recollection of these awful events is not yet softened by time." "Why not even now change the route?" exclaimed I. "If you like, McNeill, I will speak about it to Mr. Banks and Captain Hood." "It's too late now," replied the sergeant. "Besides, I have reason to think that my colonel wishes to revisit, perhaps for the last time, the theatre of that horrible war, that he will once more go to the scene of Lady Monroe's death." "If you really think so, McNeill," said I, "it will be better to let things take their course, and not attempt to alter our plans. It is often felt to be a consolation to weep at the grave of those who are dear to us." "Yes, at their grave," cried McNeill. "But who can call the well of Cawnpore a grave? Could that fearful spot seem to anybody like a quiet grave in a Scotch churchyard, where, among flowers and under shady trees, they would stand on a spot, marked by a stone with one name, just one upon it? Ah, sir, I fear the colonel's grief will be something terrible. But I tell you again, it is too late to change the route. If we did, who knows but he might refuse to follow it? No, no, let things be, and may God direct us." It was evident, from the way in which McNeill spoke, that he well knew what was certain to influence his master's plans, and I was by no means convinced that the opportunity of revisiting Cawnpore had not led the colonel to quit Calcutta. At all events, he now seemed attracted as by a magnet to the scene where that fatal tragedy had been enacted. To that force it would be necessary to yield. I proceeded to ask the sergeant whether he himself had relinquished the idea of revenge, in other words, whether he believed Nana Sahib to be dead. "No," replied McNeill frankly. "Although I have no ground whatever for my belief, I feel persuaded that Nana Sahib will not die unpunished for his many crimes. No, I have heard nothing, I know nothing about him, but I am inwardly convinced it is so. Ah, sir, righteous vengeance is something to live for. Heaven grant that my presentiment is true, and then, some day—" The sergeant left his sentence unfinished, but his looks were sufficient. The servant and the master were of one mind. When I reported this conversation to Banks and the captain, they were both of opinion that no change of route ought to be made. It had never been proposed to go to Cawnpore. And, once across the Ganges at Benares, we intended to push directly northwards, traversing the eastern portion of the kingdoms of Oude and Rohilkhund. McNeil might after all be wrong in supposing that Sir Edward Munro would wish to revisit Cawnpore, but if he proposed to do so, we determined to offer no opposition. As to Nana Sahib, if there had been any truth in the report of his reappearance in the Bombay Presidency, we ought by this time to have heard something more of him. But on the contrary, all the intelligence we could gain on our route led to the conclusion that the authorities had been in error. If Colonel Munro really had any ulterior design in making this journey, it might have seemed more natural that he should have confided his intentions to Banks, who was his most intimate friend, rather than to Sergeant McNeil. But the latter was no doubt preferred, because he would urge his master to undertake what Banks would probably consider perilous and imprudent enterprises. At noon on the 19th of May, we left the small town of Chitra, 280 miles from Calcutta. Next day, at nightfall, we arrived, after a day of fearful heat, in the neighborhood of Gaya. The halt was made on the banks of a sacred river, the Phalgou, well known to pilgrims. Our 2 houses were drawn up on a pretty bank, shaded by fine trees, within a couple of miles of the town. This place being, as I mentioned before, extremely curious and interesting, we intended to remain in it for 36 hours, that is to say, for 2 nights and a day. Starting about 4 o'clock next morning, in order to avoid the midday heat, Banks, Captain Hood, and I left Colonel Munro and took our way to the town of Gaya. It is stated that 150,000 devotees annually visit this center of Brahminical institutions, and we found every road to the place was swarming with men, women, old people, and children, who were advancing from all directions across the country, having braved the 1,000 fatigues of a long pilgrimage in order to fulfill their religious duties. We could not have had a better guide than Banks, who knew the neighborhood well, having previously been on a survey in Bihar, where a railroad was proposed, but not yet constructed. Captain Hood, who never liked to miss the chance of a shot, would have carried his gun, but Banks, lest our Nimrod should be tempted to wander away from us, induced him to leave it in camp. Just before entering the place, which is appropriately called the Holy City, Banks stopped us near a sacred tree, round which pilgrims of every age and sex were bowed in the attitude of adoration. This tree was a peepul. The girth of the trunk was enormous, but although many of its branches were decayed and fallen, it was not more than 200 or 300 years old. This fact was ascertained by Monsieur Louis Rousselet 2 years later, during his interesting journey across the India of the Rajas. The Tree of Buddha, as it was called, is the last of a generation of sacred peepuls, which have for ages overshadowed the spot, the first having been planted there 5 centuries before the Christian era. And probably the fanatics kneeling before it believe this to be the original tree consecrated there by Buddha. It stands upon a ruined terrace close to a temple built of brick, and evidently of great antiquity. The appearance of 3 Europeans in the midst of those swarming thousands of natives was not regarded favorably. Nothing was said, but we could not reach the terrace, nor penetrate within the old temple. Certainly it would have been difficult to do so under any circumstances, on account of the dense masses of pilgrims by whom the way was blocked up. "I wish we could have fallen in with a Brahmin," said Banks. "We might then inspect the temple, and feel we were doing the thing thoroughly." "What?" cried I. "Would a priest be less strict than his followers?" "My dear Mauclair," answered Banks, "the strictest rules will give way before the offer of a few rupees. The Brahmins must live." "I don't see why they should," bluntly said Captain Hood, who never professed toleration towards the Hindus, nor held in respect, as his countrymen generally do, their manners, customs, prejudices, and objects of veneration. In his eyes, India was nothing but a vast hunting ground, and he felt a far deeper interest in the wild inhabitants of the jungles than in the native population either of town or country. After remaining for some time at the foot of the sacred tree, Banks led us on towards the town of Gaia, the crowd of pilgrims increasing as we advanced. Very soon, through a vista of verdure, the picturesque edifices of Gaia appeared on the summit of a rock. It is the Temple of Vishnu which attracts travelers to this place. The construction is modern, as it was rebuilt by the Queen of Holkar only a few years ago. The great curiosity of this temple are the marks left by Vishnu when he condescended to visit Earth on purpose to contend with the demon Maya. The struggle between a god and a fiend could not long remain doubtful. Maya succumbed, and a block of stone, visible within the enclosure of Vishnu Pad, bears witness by the deep impress of his adversary's footprints that the demon had to deal with a formidable foe. I said the block of stone was visible. I ought to have said visible to Hindu natives only. No European is permitted to gaze upon these divine relics. Perhaps a more robust faith than is to be found in Western minds may be necessary in order to distinguish these traces on the miraculous stone. Be that as it may, Banks' offer of money failed this time. No priest would accept what would have been the price of a sacrilege. I dare not venture to suppose that the sum offered was unequal to the extent of the Brahminical conscience. Anyhow, we could not get into the temple dedicated to that gentle, good-looking young man of azure-blue color, attired and crowned like a king of ancient times, and celebrated for his 10 incarnations, who represents the Preserver as opposed to Siva, the ferocious destroyer, and is acknowledged by the Vaishnavas, or worshippers of Vishnu, to be chief among the 330 million deities of this preeminently polytheistic mythology. But we had no reason to regret our excursion to the sacred city, nor to the Vishnu Pad. It would be utterly impossible to describe the confused mass of temples and the endless succession of courts which we traversed. Theseus himself, with Ariadne's thread in his hand, would have been lost in such a labyrinth, and after all we were refused admittance to the sanctuary. We finally descended the rocky eminence of Gaia. Captain Hood was furious. He seemed disposed to deal summarily with the Brahmin who had turned us away. Banks had to restrain him forcibly. "Are you mad, Hood?" said he. "Don't you know that the Hindus regard their priests, the Brahmins, not merely as a race of illustrious descent, but also as beings of altogether superior and supernatural origin?" When we reached that part of the river Phalgou which bathes the rock of Gaia, the prodigious assemblage of pilgrims lay before us in its full extent. There, in indescribable confusion, was a heaving, huddling, jostling crowd of men and women, old men and children, citizens and peasants, rich baboos and poor ryots of every imaginable degree. Vaisyas, merchants and husbandmen. Kshatriyas, haughty native warriors. Sudras, wretched artisans of different sorts. Pariahs, beneath and outside all caste, whose very eyes defile the objects they look upon. In a word, all classes and every caste in India. The vigorous, high-spirited Rajput elbowing the weak Bengali. The natives of the Punjab face to face with those of Sind. Some came in palanquins, others in carriages drawn by large, humped oxen. Some lie beside their camels, whose snake-like heads are stretched out on the ground, while many travel on foot from all parts of India. Here tents are set up. There carts and wagons are unyoked, and numerous huts made of branches are prepared as temporary shelter for the crowd. "What a mob!" exclaimed Captain Hood. "The water of the Phalgou will not be fit to drink this evening," observed Banks. "Why not?" inquired I. "Because its waters are sacred, and this unsavory crowd will go and bathe in them, as they do in the Ganges." "Are we downstream?" cried Hood, pointing towards our encampment. "No, don't be uneasy, Captain," answered Banks, laughing. "We are up the river." "That's all right. It would never do to water a behemoth in an impure fountain." We passed on through thousands of natives massed together in a comparatively small space. The ear was struck by a discordant noise of chains and small bells. It was thus that mendicants appealed to public charity. Infinitely varied specimens of this vagrant brotherhood swarmed in all directions. Most of them displayed false wounds and deformities, but although the professed beggars only pretend to be sufferers, it is very different with the religious fanatics. In fact, it would be difficult to carry enthusiasm further than they do. Some of the fakirs, nearly naked, were covered with ashes. One had his arm fixed in a painful position by prolonged tension. Another had kept his hand closed until it was pierced by the nails of his own fingers. Some had measured the whole distance of their journey by the length of their bodies. For hundreds of miles they had continually, incessantly to lie down, rise up, and lie down again, as though acting the part of a surveyor's chain. Here some of the faithful, stupefied with bang, which is liquid opium mixed with a decoction of hemp, were suspended on branches of trees by iron hooks plunged into their shoulders. Hanging thus, they whirled round and round until the flesh gave way, and they fell into the waters of the Phalgou. Others, in honor of Siva, had pierced their arms, legs, or tongues through and through with little darts, and made serpents lick the blood which flowed from the wounds. Such a spectacle could not be otherwise than repugnant to a European eye. I was passing on in haste when Banks suddenly stopped me, saying, "The hour of prayer." At the same instant a Brahmin appeared in the midst of the crowd. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the rising sun, hitherto concealed behind the rocks of Gaia. The first ray darted by the glorious luminary was the signal. The all but naked crowd entered the sacred waters. There were simple immersions, as in the early form of baptism, but these soon changed into water parties of which it was not easy to perceive the religious character. Perhaps the initiated, who recited slokas or texts, which for a given sum the priests dictated to them, thought no more of the cleansing of their bodies than their souls. The truth being that, after having taken a little water in the hollow of the hand and sprinkled it towards the 4 cardinal points, they merely threw up a few drops into their faces, like bathers who amuse themselves on the beach as they enter the shallow waves. I ought to add besides that they never forgot to pull out at least one hair for every sin they had committed. A good many deserved to come forth bald from the waters of the Phalgou. So vehement were the watery gambols of the faithful as they plunged hither and thither that the alligators in terror fled to the opposite bank. There they remained in a row, staring with their dull sea-green eyes at the noisy crowd which had invaded their domain, and making the air resound with the snapping of their formidable jaws. The pilgrims paid no more attention to them than if they had been harmless lizards. It was time to leave these singular devotees, who were getting ready to enter Kailas, which is the paradise of Brahm, so we went up the river and returned to our encampment. Breakfast awaited us, and the rest of the day, which was excessively hot, passed without incident. Towards the evening, Captain Hood went out shooting and brought in some game. Meantime, as we were to start at daybreak, Storr, Koluth, and Gumi took in supplies of wood and water, and made all necessary preparations. By 9 in the evening we had retired to our bedrooms. The night was likely to be very calm but dark, for thick clouds obscured the stars and made the atmosphere so heavy that the heat continued as great as before sunset. I found it difficult to fall asleep in temperature so stifling. My window was open, but the hot air which entered seemed to me very unfit for the use of human lungs. Midnight came, and I had not enjoyed an instant's repose. I was firmly resolved to sleep for 2 or 3 hours before our departure, but I made a mistake in supposing I could command the visit of slumber. The more I exerted my will in the effort, the further slumber fled from me, utterly refusing to obey the summons. It might have been 1 o'clock in the morning when I thought I heard a dull murmuring sound approach along the banks of the Phalgou. My first idea was that, the atmosphere being charged with electricity, a storm of wind was rising in the west which would dispose the strata of air, and perhaps make it more suitable for respiration. I was mistaken. The branches of the trees above us remained motionless. Not a leaf stirred. I put my head out at my window and listened. I plainly heard the distant murmur, but nothing was to be seen. The surface of the river was calm and placid, and the sound proceeded neither from the air nor from the water. Although puzzled, I could perceive no cause for alarm, and returning to bed, fatigue overcame my wakefulness, and I became drowsy. At intervals, I was conscious of the inexplicable murmuring noise, but finally fell fast asleep. In about 2 hours, just as the first rays of dawn broke through the darkness, I awoke with a start. Someone in the passage was calling the engineer. "Mr. Banks!" "What is wanted?" "Will you come here, sir?" It was Storr, the fireman, who spoke to Banks. I rose immediately and joined them in the front veranda. Colonel Munro was already there, and Captain Hood came soon after. "What's the matter?" I heard Banks say. "Just you look, sir," replied Storr. It was light enough for us to see the river banks and part of the road which stretched away before us, and to our great surprise these were encumbered by several hundred Hindus, who were lying about in groups. "Ah, those are some of the pilgrims we saw yesterday," said Captain Hood. "But what are they doing here?" said I. "No doubt," replied the captain, "they are waiting for sunrise, that they may perform their ablutions." "No such thing," said Banks. "Why should they leave Gaia to do that? I suspect they have come here because—" "Because Behemoth has produced his usual effect," interrupted Captain Hood. "They heard that a huge great elephant, a colossus, bigger than the biggest they ever saw, was in the neighborhood, and of course they came to admire him." "If they keep to admiration, it will be all very well," returned the engineer, shaking his head. "What do you fear, Banks?" asked Colonel Munro. "Well, I am afraid these fanatics may get in the way and impede our progress." "Be prudent, whatever you do. One cannot act too cautiously in dealing with such devotees." "Caluth," cried Banks, calling the stoker, "are the fires ready?" "Yes, sir." "Well, light up." "Yes, light up by all means, Caluth," cried Captain Hood. "Blaze away, Caluth, and let Behemoth puff smoke and steam into the ugly faces of all this rabble." It was then 3:30 in the morning. It would take half an hour to get up steam. The fires were instantly lighted. The wood crackled in the furnaces, and dense smoke issued from the gigantic trunk of the elephant, which was uplifted high among the boughs of the great trees. Several parties of natives approached. Then a general movement took place in the crowd. The people pressed closer around us. Those in the foremost rank threw up their arms in the air, stretched them towards the elephant, bowed down, knelt, cast themselves prostrate on the ground, and distinctly manifested the most profound adoration. There we stood beneath the veranda, very anxious to know what this display of fanaticism would lead to. McNeil joined us and looked on in silence. Banks took his place with Storr in the howdah, from which he could direct every movement of the Behemoth. By 4 o'clock steam was up. The noise made by the engine was, of course, taken by the Hindus for the angry trumpeting of an elephant belonging to a supernatural race. Storr allowed the steam to escape by the valves, and it appeared to issue from the sides, through the skin of the gigantic quadruped. "We are at high pressure." "Go ahead, Banks," returned the colonel, "but be careful. Don't let us crush anybody." It was almost day. The road along the river bank was occupied by this great crowd of devotees, who seemed to have no idea of making way for us, so that to go forward and crush no one was anything but easy. The steam whistle gave forth 2 or 3 short, piercing shrieks, to which the pilgrims replied by frantic howls. "Clear the way there!" shouted the engineer, telling the stoker at the same time to open the regulator. The steam bellowed as it rushed into the cylinders. The wheels made half a revolution, and a huge jet of white smoke issued from the trunk. For an instant the crowd swerved aside. The regulator was then half open. The trumpeting and snorting of Behemoth increased in vehemence, and our train began to advance between the serried ranks of the natives, who seemed loath to give place to it. Look out, Banks!" I suddenly exclaimed. I was leaning over the veranda rails, and I beheld a dozen of these fanatics cast themselves on the road, with the evident wish to be crushed beneath the wheels of the monstrous machine. "Stand back there! Attention!" shouted Colonel Munro, signing to them to rise. "Oh, the idiots!" cried Captain Hood. "They take us for the car of Juggernaut. They want to get pounded beneath the feet of the sacred elephant." At a sign from Banks, the firemen shut off the steam. The pilgrims, lying across the road, seemed desirous not to move. The fanatic crowd around them uttered loud cries, and appeared by their gestures to encourage them to persevere. The engine was at a standstill. Banks was excessively embarrassed. All at once an idea struck him. "Now we shall see," he cried, and turning the tap of the clearance pipes under the boiler, strong jets of steam issued forth and spread along the surface of the ground, while the air was filled by the shrill, harsh screams of the whistle. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted Captain Hood. "Give it to them, Banks! Give it them well!" The method proved successful. As the streams of vapor reached the fanatics, they sprang up with loud cries of pain. They were prepared and anxious to be run over, but not to be scalded. The crowd drew back. The way was clear. Steam was put on in good earnest, and the wheels revolved steadily. "Forward!" exclaimed Captain Hood, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. And at a rapid rate, Behemoth took his way along the road, vanishing in a cloud of vapor, like some mysterious visitant, from before the eyes of the wondering crowd. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 8. A Few Hours at Benares. The high road now lay open before our steam house, a road which, via Sanatarium, would lead us along the right bank of the Ganges up to Benares. A mile beyond the encampment our engine slackened its speed, and we proceeded at the more moderate pace of about 7 miles and a half an hour. It was Banks' intention to camp that evening 75 miles from Gaya, and to pass the night quietly in the neighborhood of the little town of Sanatarium. In general, Indian roads avoid watercourses as much as possible, for they necessitate bridges, which are very expensive affairs to erect on that alluvial soil. In many places where it was found impossible to prevent a river or stream from barring the path, there is no means of transit except an ancient and clumsy ferry-boat, of no use for the conveyance of our train. Fortunately, however, we were independent. We had that very day to cross an important river, the Saône. This stream is fed above Rohtas by its affluents, the Koput and the Koil, and flows into the Ganges just between Ara and Dinapore. Nothing could be easier than our passage. The elephant took to the water quite naturally. It descended the gentle slope of the bank straight into the river, rested on the surface, and with its huge feet beating the water like a paddle-wheel, it quietly drew our floating train to the opposite bank. Captain Hood could not contain his delight. "A traveling house!" he would exclaim. "A house which is both a carriage and a steamboat. Now we only need wings to enable us to fly through the air, and thus to cleave space." "That will be done some day or other, Hood," rejoined the engineer quite seriously. "I believe it, Banks," answered the captain, no less seriously. "It will be done. But what can't be done is that our life should be given back to us a couple of 100 years hence to enable us to see all these marvels. Life is not all sunshine, but yet I would willingly consent to live centuries out of pure curiosity." That evening, 12 hours after leaving Gaya, we passed under the magnificent tubular railway bridge, 80 feet above the bed of the Saône, and encamped in the environs of Sanatarium. We merely wish to spend a night in this spot, to replenish our stock of wood and water, and start again at dawn of day." This program we carried out, and next morning, before the burning midday heat began, we were far on our way. The landscape was still much the same, that is, very rich and very cultivated. Such it appeared on approaching the marvelous valley of the Ganges. I will not stop to describe the numberless villages we passed lying in the midst of extensive rice fields, nestling amid groves of palms, interspersed with mangoes and other trees of magnificent growth and foliage. We never paused on our way, for even if the road was blocked by a cart drawn by slow-paced zebus, 2 or 3 shrieks from our whistle caused them to draw on one side, and we dashed past to the great amazement of the ryots. I was delighted and charmed at the sight of a great number of fields of roses. We were indeed not far distant from Gazipur, the great centre of production of the water, or rather essence, made from these flowers. I asked Banks if he could give me any information about this most valued product, which, in the matter of perfumery, seems to be the height of perfection. "Here is a calculation," was Banks' reply, "which will show you at once what a costly manufacture it is. 40 pounds of roses are first of all subjected to a sort of slow distillation over a gentle fire, and the whole yields about 30 pounds of rose water. This is thrown onto another heap of 40 pounds of flowers, which, in its turn, is distilled until the mixture is reduced to 20 pounds. This is then exposed to the cool night air for 12 hours, and the next day is found congealed on the surface. How much do you think? 1 ounce of sweet-scented oil. So then, out of 80 pounds of roses, a quantity which they say contains not less than 200,000 flowers, is finally obtained but 1 ounce of liquid. Is it not a regular massacre? Therefore, it is not astonishing that, even in the country where it is made, the attar of roses should cost 40 rupees, or 4 pounds the ounce." "Well," ejaculated Captain Hood, "if it required 80 pounds of grapes to make 1 ounce of brandy, grog would soon become a costly beverage." We now crossed the Karamanka, one of the affluents of the Ganges. The Hindus have made of this poor innocent river a sort of Styx, and believe it very unlucky and unsafe for navigation. Its banks are no less accursed than those of the Dead Sea. Bodies which are entrusted to it are carried straight to the Brahminical hell. I will not discuss these beliefs, but as to admitting that the water of this diabolical river is disagreeable to the taste or unwholesome, I protest against it, and assert that it is excellent. That evening, having traversed a tolerably level country between immense fields of poppies and tracts of rice, marked out like a chessboard, we camped on the right bank of the Ganges, before the ancient Jerusalem of the Hindus, the sacred city of Benares. 24 hours' halt here," said Banks. "At what distance from Calcutta are we now?" I asked the engineer. "About 350 miles," he replied. "And you acknowledge, my friend, do you not, that we have felt nothing of the length of the way or the fatigue of the journey?" The Ganges. Is not that a name which calls up the most poetic legends, and does it not seem as if all India was summed up in that word? Is there in the world a valley to be compared to this, extending over a space of 1,500 miles, and containing not less than 100 million inhabitants? Is there a spot on the globe where more wonders have been heaped up since the appearance of the Asiatic races? What would not Victor Hugo have said of the Ganges, when he has so proudly sung the Danube? Yes, a river is worth something which can say of itself that it has Comme en mer ça roule, quand sur le globe en déroule, comme un serpent en quand en roule, de l'Occident à l'Orient. But the Ganges has billows and cyclones more terrible than the storms of the European river. The Ganges winds like a serpent through the most poetic countries in the world, and the Ganges flows from west to east, but it is in no ordinary range of hills that it takes its source. It flows from the highest chains in the globe, from the mountains of Tibet, and dashes down, absorbing all its tributaries on the way. It is among the Himalayas themselves that it springs into being. When we looked out the next morning, the 23rd of May, the rising sun was shining on the sheet of water spread out before our eyes. Several alligators of great size lay on the white sand, as if drinking in the early sunlight. Motionless, they were turned towards the radiant orb, as if they had been the most faithful votaries of Brahma. But the sight of several corpses floating by aroused them from their adoration. It is said that these bodies float on the back when they are men, and on the chest when they are women, but from personal observations I can state that there is no truth in this statement. In a moment the monsters had darted on the prey, daily furnished them on the waters of these rivers, and with it plunged into the depths. The Calcutta Railway, before branching off at Allahabad to run towards Delhi, keeps close to the right bank of the Ganges, although it does not follow the river in all its numerous windings. At the Mughal Serai station, from which we were but a few miles distant, a small branch line turns off, which passes Benares by crossing the river, and passing through the valley of the Gumti, reaches Jaunpur at a distance of about 35 miles. Benares lies on the left bank, but it was at Allahabad, and not here, that we were to cross the Ganges. Our behemoth stood therefore in the encampment we had chosen on the evening of the 22nd of May. Several boats were moored to the bank, ready to take us across to the sacred town, which I was very desirous of exploring carefully. These cities had been so often visited by Colonel Munro that there was really nothing new to him to learn or see in this one. He had, however, at first thought of accompanying us that day, but on reflection decided to make an excursion along the banks of the river instead, with Sergeant McNeill as his companion. So the two quitted Steamhouse before we ourselves had started. Captain Hood had at one time been quartered at Benares, and he was anxious to go and see a few of his old friends there. Banks and I, therefore, the engineer having expressed a wish to be my guide, were the only members of our party whom a feeling of curiosity attracted to the city. When I say that Captain Hood had once been quartered at Benares, it must be understood that the English troops are not usually quartered in Hindu towns. Their barracks are situated in cantonments, which in reality became regular English towns. Such is the case at Allahabad, Benares, and several other places in the country, where not only soldiers, but officials, merchants, and gentlemen live by preference. Each of these great cities has, therefore, a double, one possessing all the comforts of modern Europe, the other having preserved the customs of the country, and the Hindu usages in all their local color. The English town annexed to Benares is called Sekrol, and its bungalows, avenues, and Christian churches are not particularly interesting to visit. Here, too, are found the principal hotels frequented by tourists. Sekrol is one of those ready-made cities which the manufacturers of the United Kingdom can send out in boxes, ready to be set up on the premises. It therefore presents nothing curious. Banks and I embarked in a boat and crossed the Ganges obliquely, so as to get a beautiful view of the magnificent amphitheatre in which Benares lies. "Benares," said Banks, "is the most holy city of India. It is the Hindu Mecca, and whoever has lived in it, if only for 24 hours, is assured of eternal happiness. One can imagine, then, what an enormous crowd of pilgrims such a belief could attract thither, and what a great population must reside in a city for which Brahma has reserved blessings of such importance." Benares is supposed to have existed for more than 30 centuries, and must therefore have been founded about the time when Troy disappeared. It always exercised a great influence, not political but spiritual, over Hindustan, and was the authorized center of Buddhist religion until the 9th century. A religious revolution then occurred. Brahmanism destroyed the ancient worship. Benares became the Brahmin capital, the center of attraction to the faithful, and it is said that 300,000 pilgrims visit it annually. The holy city still has its Raja. Though he is a stipendiary of the British, and his salary somewhat poor, he is still a prince, and inhabits a magnificent residence at Ramnagur on the Ganges. He is a veritable descendant of the kings of Kasi, the ancient name of Benares, but has no real influence, though he would console himself for that if his pension had not been reduced to a lakh of rupees, which is 100,000 rupees, or 10,000 lakh, only enough for the pocket money of a nabob in the old times. Benares, like all towns in the valley of the Ganges, took part in the great insurrection of 1857. Its garrison at this time composed of the 37th Regiment of Native Infantry, a corps of irregular cavalry, and half a Sikh regiment. The English troops consisted merely of half a battery of artillery. This handful of men could not attempt to disarm the native soldiers. The authorities therefore waited with impatience for the arrival of Colonel Neil, who set out for Allahabad with the 10th Regiment. Colonel Neil entered Benares with only 250 men, and gave orders for a parade on the drill ground. When all were assembled, the sepoys were told to give up their arms. They refused. A fight then ensued between them and Colonel Neil's infantry. The irregular cavalry almost immediately joined the mutineers, as did the Sikhs, who believed themselves betrayed. The half-battery, however, opened fire on them, and notwithstanding that they fought with valor and desperation, all were put to the rout. This fight took place outside the town. Inside there was an attempt at insurrection on the part of the Mussulmans, who hoisted the green flag, but this was soon quelled. From that time, and throughout the rest of the revolt, Benares was troubled no more, even at the time when the insurrection appeared triumphant in the provinces of the west. These details Banks gave me as our boat glided slowly over the water of the Ganges. "My dear fellow," he remarked, "you are now going to pay your first visit to Benares. But although this city is so ancient, you must not expect to find in it any monument more than 300 years old. Don't be astonished at this. It is the consequence of those religious contests in which fire and sword has played such a lamentable part. But all the same, Benares is a very remarkable and curious town, and you will not regret an excursion to it." We now stopped our boat at a suitable distance to allow us to gaze across a bay as blue as that of Naples, at the picturesque amphitheatre of terraced houses and palaces descending to the water's edge, some of them projecting over the river, so that the waves constantly washed their base and appeared likely some day to undermine them. A pagoda of Chinese architecture consecrated to Buddha, a perfect forest of towers, spires, and minarets, beautified the city, studded as it was with mosques and temples, the latter surmounted by the lingam, one of the symbols of Siva, whilst the lofty Mohammedan mosque built by Aurangzeb crowned the marvelous panorama. Instead of disembarking at one of the ghats, or flights of stone steps leading from the banks of the river up to the terraces, Banks directed the boatman to take us first past the quay. Here I found the scene at Gaya reproduced, though a different landscape. Instead of the green forests of the Phalgou, we had this holy city for a background, but the life part of the picture was much the same. Thousands of pilgrims covered the banks, the terraces, the stairs, and devoutly plunged into the stream, in rows of 3 or 4 deep. It must not be imagined that this bath was free. Sentries in red turbans, with sabres at their sides, stood on the lower steps of the ghats, and exacted tribute, in company with industrious Brahmins who sold chaplets, amulets, charms, and other religious articles. But besides the pilgrims who bathed on their own account, there were also traders whose only business was to draw this most sacred water and transport it to the distant parts of the peninsula. As a security, each phial is marked with the seal of the Brahmins. But in spite of this, fraud is carried on to a great extent, as the exportation of this miraculous liquid is so considerable. Perhaps, as Banks said to me, all the water of the Ganges would not be sufficient to supply the wants of the faithful. I asked if these bathers did not often meet with accidents, for no one seemed to try to prevent such a thing. There were no swimmers to prevent imprudent people from venturing too far into the rapid current. "Accidents are indeed frequent," answered Banks, But if the body of the devotee is lost, his soul is saved. Therefore, they do not concern themselves much about it." "And crocodiles?" I added. "Crocodiles," replied Banks, "usually keep their distance. All this noise terrifies them. These monsters are not to be feared so much as villains who dive under the water, seize women and children, and tear off their jewels. There is even a story about one of these wretches, who, by means of an artificial head, played the part of a crocodile for a long time, and made quite a little fortune by this profitable, though dangerous trade. Finally, this impertinent intruder was devoured one day by a real alligator, and nothing was found of him but his head of tanned skin floating on the surface of the water. There are also desperate fanatics who voluntarily seek death in the depths of the Ganges, and this they do with a curious species of refinement. Round their body they tie a chaplet of open but empty urns. Gradually the water fills these vessels, and the devotee gently sinks down, amid the applause of the crowd. Our boat at last landed us at the Manmenka Ghat. Here were arranged in layers the funeral piles on which the corpses of all those who in their lifetime had had any care for their future existence were burnt. In this sacred spot, cremation is eagerly sought for by the faithful, and these funeral pyres burn night and day. Rich Babus of distant territories cause themselves to be carried to Benares as soon as they are attacked by an illness which they feel will prove fatal. Benares is unquestionably the best starting point for a journey to the other world. If the deceased has only to reproach himself with venial faults, his soul is wafted on the smoke of the Manmenka straight to the regions of eternal bliss. If, on the contrary, he has been a great sinner, his soul must go and inhabit the body of a Brahmin yet to be born, for the purpose of being regenerated. It is to be hoped that his second life will be exemplary, or he will be exposed to a third trial before he is finally admitted to share the delights of Brahma's heaven. The rest of the day we devoted to exploring the town, its principal monuments and its bazaars, lined with dark shops after the Arab fashion. Here they sold principally fine muslin of beautiful texture, and kincob, a rich silk material brocaded with gold, which is one of the principal products of the Benares industry. The streets were clean, but so narrow as almost to prevent the sun's rays from penetrating to the pavement. But although it was shady, the heat was stifling. I pitied the bearers of our palanquin, who yet seemed to make no complaint themselves. However, it being an opportunity for the poor wretches to earn a few rupees was sufficient to give them strength and spirit. But a certain Hindu, or rather Bengali, with a keen eye and cunning expression, had no such reason for following us as he did the whole day without much attempt at concealment. As we landed at the Manmenka Ghat, I had been speaking to Banks and uttered aloud the name of Colonel Munro. The Bengali, who was watching our boat put in, gave an evident start. I did not at the time pay much attention to this, but recalled the circumstance when I perceived the spy incessantly dogging our steps. He only left us to appear again, either before or behind, a few minutes later. Whether friend or foe I could not tell, but that he was a man to whom the name of Colonel Munro was not indifferent was perfectly evident. Our palanquin soon stopped at the foot of a staircase of 100 steps, leading from the quay to the Mosque of Aurangzeb. Formerly the devotees only ascended the Santa Scala on their knees, after the manner of the faithful at Rome. But that was when a magnificent Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu was on the site now occupied by the Mosque of the Conqueror. I should much have liked to survey Benares from the top of one of these minarets of this mosque, the construction of which is regarded as a perfect triumph of architecture. Although 132 feet in height, they have scarcely the diameter of a manufactory chimney. And yet the cylindrical shaft contains a winding stair. No one is allowed to ascend, and there is a reason for this prohibition. The 2 minarets are already sensibly out of perpendicular, and unless endowed with the vitality of the Tower of Pisa, they will end by coming down some day. On leaving the Mosque of Aurangzeb, I found the Bengalee waiting for us at the door. This time I looked fixedly at him, and he lowered his eyes. Before drawing Banks' attention to this incident, I wished to ascertain if this individual would persist in his suspicious behavior, and for the present I said nothing. You may count pagodas and mosques by hundreds in this marvelous town of Benares. Also splendid palaces, the most beautiful of which is unquestionably that of the King of Nangpor. Few Rajas indeed neglect to secure a house in the holy city, and always come to it at the time of the great religious festivals of Mila. I could not attempt to visit all these buildings during the little time we had at our disposal. I contented myself, therefore, with making a visit to the temple of Bicheshwar, in which is set up the lingam of Siva. This, a shapeless stone, looked upon as a part of the body of this the most savage god of the Hindu mythology, covers a well the stagnant waters of which possess, they say, miraculous virtues. I saw also the Mankarnika, or sacred fountain, where devotees bathe, to the great prophet of the Brahmins. Then the Man Mandir, an observatory built 200 years ago by the Emperor Akbar. I had heard of a palace of monkeys, which all tourists never fail to visit. A Parisian naturally imagined himself about to behold something like the celebrated monkey house in the Jardin des Plantes. But there was nothing of the sort. I found that this palace was a temple called the Durga Kund, situated a little beyond the outskirts. The monkeys were by no means shut up in cages. They roamed freely through the courts, leaping from wall to wall, climbing to the tops of enormous mango trees, noisily disputing over the parched corn brought by their visitors, and to which they are very partial. There, as everywhere else, the Brahmins, who keep the Durga Kund, levy a small contribution, which evidently makes this profession one of the most lucrative in India. It is needless to say that we were rather done up by the heat, as towards evening we began to think of returning to Steam House. We had breakfasted and dined at Sikroll, in one of the best hotels of that English town, and yet I must say that the cuisine made us regret that of Monsieur Parizard. As we were stepping into our boat to return to the right bank of the Ganges, I again caught sight of the Bengalee a short distance from us. A skiff containing a Hindu was waiting for him, in which he got. Did he mean to cross the river, and so follow us to our encampment? This looked suspicious. "Banks," said I in a low tone, pointing to the Bengalee, "that fellow is a spy, who has followed us every step of the way." "I have seen him," returned Banks, "and I also noticed that it was the Colonel's name uttered by you which first put him on the alert." "Isn't there any—" I said. "No, leave him alone," said Banks. "Better not to let him know that he is suspected. Besides, he is gone now." In fact, the Bengalee's canoe had already disappeared amongst the numerous vessels of all shapes and sizes, covering the dark waters of the Ganges. Banks turned to our boatman. "Do you know that man?" he asked, in a tone of affected indifference. "No, this is the first time I have seen him," replied the native. Night fell. Hundreds of boats, dressed with flags illuminated with many-colored lanterns and filled with singers and instrumentalists, glided here and there over the surface of the water. From the left bank rose beautiful and varied fireworks, reminding me that we were not far from the Celestial Empire, where they are held in such favor. It would be difficult to give a description of this really matchless spectacle. Of course, we could not tell for what reason or in whose honor this night festival was held, but all the classes of the Hindus took part in it. Just as it ended, our boat touched the opposite bank. It was like a dream. These beautiful and ephemeral fires illuminated space for a moment, and then died away in the blackness of night. But, as I said before, India worships 300 millions of gods, demigods, saints, and demi-saints, of every kind and description, so that the year has not enough hours, minutes, or seconds to devote even one to each of their divinities. On reaching our encampment, we found Colonel Munro and Sergeant McNeil already there. Banks asked the sergeant if anything had happened during our absence. "Nothing," was the reply. "You haven't seen any suspicious-looking person prowling about?" "No, Mr. Banks. Have you any reason for suspecting?" "We have been dogged during our excursion in Benares," answered the engineer, "and I did not like the look of the fellow who followed us." "The spy was—" "A Bengalee, who was put on the alert by the mention of Colonel Munro's name." "What could the man want with us?" "I don't know, McNeil. We must keep a lookout." "We will," returned the sergeant emphatically. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9, of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 1, Chapter 9, Allahabad. The distance between Benares and Allahabad is about 80 miles, and the road lies on the right bank of the Ganges between the railway and the river. Storr had loaded the tender with a good supply of coal, so that the elephant would have no lack of nourishment for several days. Well cleaned, I had almost said well curry-combed, as bright as if he had just come out of the workshop, he impatiently waited the moment for starting. He didn't exactly paw the ground, but the quivering of the wheels betrayed the tension of the steam which filled his lungs of steel. Our train started early in the morning of the 24th, at a rate of 3 to 4 miles an hour. The night passed quietly, and we saw nothing of the Bengalee. I may as well mention here, once for all, that each day's program of getting up, going to bed, breakfasts, luncheons, dinners, and siestas was carried out with military exactitude. Our life in the steam house went on as regularly as in the bungalow at Calcutta. The landscape was constantly changing under our eyes, without any perceptible movement of our house. We soon grew accustomed to our life, as do passengers on board an ocean steamer, though we had nothing monotonous, for, unlike the sea, our horizon was ever changing. Towards 11 o'clock, we caught sight on the plain of a curious mausoleum, erected in honor of two holy personages of Islam, Qasim Soliman, father and son. Half an hour after this, we passed the important fortress of Chunar, an impregnable rock crowned by picturesque ramparts, and rising perpendicularly 150 feet above the river. Of course, we halted to pay this place a visit, as it is one of the most important fortresses in the valley of the Ganges. It is a very economical place with regard to expenditure of powder and bullets, for when an assaulting column endeavors to scale the walls, it is immediately crushed by an avalanche of rocks and stones kept for the purpose. At its foot lies the town which bears its name, the houses coquettishly peeping out from among the verdure. In Benares, as we have seen, there exist many privileged places, which are considered by the Hindus as the most sacred in the world. If one began to count, the numbers scattered over the peninsula would amount to hundreds. Chunar possesses one of these miraculous spots. Here you are shown a marble slab, to which some god or other comes regularly to take his daily siesta. It is true that he is invisible, so we did not stop to see him. That evening Behemoth halted near Mirzapur to pass the night. This town has no lack of temples, and has also manufactories and a wharf, from which our vessels are laden with the cotton grown in that territory. It will some day become a rich commercial city. About 2 o'clock next day we forded the little river Tansa, at that time only containing a foot of water. Then, 5 hours after, we passed the point where the great branch line from Bombay to Calcutta joins the main railway, near the place where the Jumna falls into the Ganges. We admired the magnificent iron viaduct, its 16 piers, 60 feet in height, washed by the waters of this superb confluent. We had to cross this river by means of a bridge of boats, over half a mile in length, which we accomplished without much difficulty, and by the evening were encamped at the end of one of the suburbs of Allahabad. The 26th we devoted to visiting this important town, which is a junction of all the principal railways in Hindustan. Its situation is admirable, in the midst of a rich territory between the two arms of the Jumna and Ganges. Nature certainly has done everything in her power to fit Allahabad to be the capital of British India, the centre of government and residence of the Viceroy, and it is not impossible that it will one day become so if the cyclones play enough mischief with Calcutta, the actual metropolis. Some clever heads must already have foreseen this contingency, for in this great body called India, Allahabad is placed where the heart should be, just as Paris is the heart of France. London is not in the centre of the United Kingdom, it is true, but then London has not the same preeminence over other great English cities such as Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, that Paris has over all the other towns in France. "And starting from here," said I to Banks, "shall we proceed in a straight and northerly direction?" "Yes," replied Banks, "or rather almost straight, Allahabad being the western limit of this, the first part of our expedition." "After all," cried Captain Hood, "these great towns are very well in their way, but give me an open plain or a tangled jungle. If we always keep near railways like this, we shall end by running on them ourselves, and our behemoth will be turned into a common engine. What a come-down!" "Cheer up! Don't be uneasy, Hood," returned the engineer. "That won't happen. We shall soon venture into your favourite parts." "Then, Banks, do we make straight for the Indo-Chinese frontier without going through Lucknow?" "My advice is that we should avoid that town, and more especially Cawnpore, a place so full of terrible recollections for Colonel Munro." "You are right," I replied. "We can't keep too far away from it." "I say, Banks," asked Captain Hood, "didn't you hear anything about Nana Sahib during your visit to Benares?" "Nothing," answered the engineer. "It's very probable that the governor of Bombay may have been misled, and that the Nana never reappeared in the presidency of Bombay." "That is very likely," answered the captain. "Otherwise, the old rebel would already have made himself talked of." "However that may be," said Banks, "I am anxious to leave the Ganges Valley. It has been the scene of so many disasters during the Sepoy Mutiny, from Allahabad to Cawnpore. But we must be especially careful that neither the latter town nor the name of Nana Sahib should be mentioned before the colonel. Do not let us awake painful recollections." On the next day, Banks again wished to accompany me during the few hours I was able to spend in Allahabad. One might easily have spent 3 days in exploring the 3 towns of which it is composed, but it is less curious than Benares, although numbered among the holy cities. There is really nothing to say about the Hindu part of the town. It is simply a mass of low houses, separated by narrow streets, shaded by magnificent tamarind trees. Of the English town and cantonments, there is not much to be said either. The fine, well-planted avenues, wealthy habitations, and wide squares all look as if the town was destined to become a great capital. Allahabad is situated on a vast plain, bounded on the north and south by the double course of the Jumna and Ganges. It is called the Plain of Almsgiving, because the Hindu princes have at all times come here to perform works of charity. Monsieur Rousselet, quoting a passage from the Life of Hionan's Thang, says, "It is more meritorious to give away 1 piece of money in this place than 100,000 elsewhere." Now for a few words about the fort of Allahabad, which is well worth a visit. It is constructed to the west of the great almsgiving plain, from which its high granite walls stand boldly out. In the middle of the fort is a palace, now used as an arsenal, though formerly the favourite residence of the Sultan Akbar. In one of the corners is the Lat of Pharaoh's Shaks, a superb monolith 36 feet in height supporting a lion. Not far off is a little temple which no Hindu can visit, as they are refused admission into the fort, although it is one of the most sacred places in the world. Such are the principal objects of interest. Banks told me that the fort of Allahabad also has its legend, which reminds one of the story relative to the reconstruction of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem. When the Sultan wished to build this fort, it seems that the stones turned very refractory. Directly a wall was built, it tumbled itself down again. The oracle was consulted. The oracle replied, as usual, that a voluntary victim must be offered to remove this spell. A Hindu offered himself as a holocaust. He was sacrificed, and the fort was soon finished. This man was called Brog, and that is the reason why the town is still designated by the double name of Brog Allahabad. Banks took us to the deservedly celebrated gardens of Khusru. Here numerous Mohammedan mausoleums stand under the shade of beautiful tamarinds. One of them is the last resting place of the Sultan from whom these gardens take their name. On one of the white marble walls is printed the palm of an enormous hand. This was pointed out to us with a complacency which was lacking in the exhibition of the sacred impressions at Gaya. It is true this was not the print of a god's foot, but that of the hand of a simple mortal, the great-nephew of Mohammed. During the insurrection of 1857, blood flowed as freely in Allahabad as in the other towns of the Ganges Valley. The fight between the English and the mutineers on the drill ground at Benares caused the rising of the native troops, and in particular the revolt of the 6th Regiment of the Bengal Army. 8 ensigns were massacred to begin with, but thanks to the energetic conduct of some European artillerymen who were at Chunar, the sepoys ended by laying down their arms. It was a more serious affair in the cantonments. The natives rose, threw open the prisons, pillaged the docks, and set fire to the European houses. In the midst of all this, Colonel Neil, who had re-established order at Benares, arrived with his own regiment and 100 fusiliers belonging to a Madras regiment. He retook the bridge of boats, seized the suburbs of the town, dispersed the members of a provisional government installed by a Mussulman, and very soon again became master of the province. During our short excursions in Allahabad, Banks and I carefully watched to see if we were followed there as we had been in Benares, but saw nothing to arouse our suspicions. "Never mind," said the engineer. "We must all the same be on our guard. I should have liked to have travelled incognito, for Colonel Munro's name is too well known among the natives of this province." At 6 o'clock we returned to dinner. Sir Edward, who had left the encampment for an hour or two, had also come back, and was waiting for us, as was Captain Hood, who had been visiting some of his old comrades in the cantonment. I observed to Banks that Colonel Munro seemed not more sad, but more anxious than was his wont. There appeared in his eyes a latent fire that tears should surely long ago have extinguished. "You are right," answered Banks. "There is something the matter. What can have happened?" "Suppose you ask McNeil," said I. "Ah, yes, perhaps he will know." And leaving the drawing-room, the engineer opened the door of the sergeant's cabin. He was not there. "Where is McNeil?" asked Banks of Gumi, who was getting ready to wait at table. "He has left the camp," replied Gumi. "How long?" "He went nearly an hour ago, by Colonel Munro's orders." "You do not know where he has gone?" "No, Sahib, and I cannot tell why he went." "Nothing fresh has happened here since we left?" "Nothing, Sahib." Banks returned, and telling me of the sergeant's absence for a reason that no one knew, he repeated, "I do not know what it is, but very certainly there is something up. We must wait and see." Everyone now sat down to table. Ordinarily, Colonel Munro took part in the conversation during meals. He liked to hear us relate our adventures and excursions, and was interested in all we had been doing during the day. I always took care to avoid speaking of anything that could in the slightest degree remind him of the mutiny. I think that he perceived this, but whether he appreciated it or not, it was sometimes difficult enough to maintain this reserve, especially when we talked of towns such as Benares and Allahabad. During dinner, on the evening of which I speak, I feared being obliged to speak of Allahabad. I need not have been afraid, however. Colonel Munro questioned neither Banks nor myself about the occupation of our day. He remained mute during the whole of dinner, and as time went on his preoccupation visibly increased. He cast frequent glances along the road which led to the cantonments, and several times was evidently on the point of rising from table, the better to see in that direction. It was plain that he was impatiently awaiting the return of Sergeant McNeill. Our meal was dull enough. Hood looked interrogatively at Banks, as if to ask him what was the matter, but Banks knew no more than he did. When dinner at last came to an end, Colonel Munro, instead of as usual lying down to take a nap, stepped down from the veranda, went a few paces along the road, gave one long look down it, then, returning toward us, "Banks, Hood, and you too, Mauclair," he said. "Will you accompany me as far as the nearest houses of the cantonments?" We all immediately rose and followed the colonel, who walked slowly on without uttering a word. After proceeding thus for about 100 paces, Sir Edward stopped before a post standing on the right-hand side of the road, and having a notice stuck on it. "Read that," he said. It was the placard, already more than 2 months old, which put a price on the head of Nana Sahib, and gave notice of his presence in the presidency of Bombay. Banks and Hood could scarcely conceal their disappointment. While still in Calcutta and during the journey, they had so managed up to the present time that this notice had never come under the colonel's eyes, but now a vexatious chance had baffled all their precautions. "Banks," said Sir Edward, seizing the engineer's hand, "did you know of this notice?" Banks made no reply. "You knew 2 months ago," continued the colonel, "of this announcement that Nana Sahib was in the presidency of Bombay, and yet you said nothing to me." Banks remained silent, not knowing what to say. "Well, yes, Colonel," exclaimed Captain Hood. "We did know of it, but what was the use of telling you? Who was to prove that the fact announced by this notice was true? And what was the good of bringing to your mind those painful recollections which do you so much harm?" "Banks," cried Colonel Munro, his face, as it were, transformed, "have you forgotten that it is my right, that I of all men must do justice on that wretch? Know this, when I consented to leave Calcutta, I did so because this journey would take me to the north of India, because I never even for a single day believed in the death of Nana Sahib, and because I will never relinquish my purpose of vengeance. In setting out with you, I had but one idea, one hope. For the attainment of my purpose, on the chances of the journey and the aid of heaven I had relied. I was right in doing so. Heaven directed me to this notice. It is in the south, and not in the north, that Nana Sahib must be sought for. Be it so, I shall go south." We had not been mistaken in our fears. It was but too true. A fancy, nay more, a fixed idea, still governed the mind of Colonel Munro. He had just disclosed it to us. "Munro," returned Banks, "if I said nothing to you about this, it was because I did not believe in Nana Sahib's being in the Bombay presidency. It is probable that the authorities have been once more mistaken. In fact, that notice is dated the 6th of March, and since that time nothing has been heard to corroborate the statement of the appearance of the nabob." At first Colonel Munro made no answer to the engineer's observation. He took another look along the road, then said, "My friends, I am about to hear the latest news. McNeill has gone to Allahabad with a letter for the governor. In a few minutes I shall know whether Nana Sahib did indeed reappear in one of the western provinces, whether he is there still, or whether he has again been lost sight of." "And if he has been seen, if the fact is indisputable, what shall you do, Munro?" asked Banks, grasping the colonel's hand. "I shall go," replied Sir Edward, "as is my duty, where justice leads me." "That is positively decided, Munro?" "Yes, Banks, positively. You must continue your travels without me, my friends. I shall take the train to Bombay this evening." "But not alone," responded the engineer, turning towards us. "We will accompany you, Munro." "Yes, yes, Colonel," exclaimed Captain Hood. "We shall certainly not let you go without us. Instead of hunting wild beasts, we will hunt villains." "Colonel Munro," I added, "will you allow me to join the captain as one of your friends?" "Yes, Mauclair," replied Banks. This very evening we will leave Allahabad." "It is needless," said a grave voice behind us. We all turned and beheld Sergeant McNeil standing with a newspaper in his hand. "Read, Colonel," said he. "This is what the governor desired me to show you." Sir Edward took the paper and read as follows. "The governor of the Bombay Presidency requests the public to take notice that the proclamation of the 6th of March respecting the Nabob Dando Pant must now be considered as cancelled. Nana Sahib was yesterday attacked in the defiles of the Satpura Mountains, where he had taken refuge with his band, and was killed in the skirmish. The body has been identified by the inhabitants of Kanpur and Lucknow. A finger is wanting on the left hand, and it is known that Nana Sahib had one amputated at the time when his mock obsequies were celebrated to make people believe in his death. The Kingdom of India has now nothing further to dread from the machinations of the cruel Nabob who has cost her so much blood." Colonel Munro read these lines in a hollow voice. Then the paper fell from his hands. We remained silent. Nana Sahib's death, now indisputable, delivered us from all fear as to the future. Colonel Munro said nothing for some minutes, but stood with his hand pressed over his eyes, as if to efface all frightful recollections. Then, "When should we leave Allahabad?" he asked. "Tomorrow at daybreak," replied the engineer. "Banks," resumed Sir Edward, "could we not stop for a few hours at Kanpur?" "You wish it?" "Yes, Banks, I should like it. I must see Kanpur once again, for the last time." "We shall be there in a couple of days," replied the engineer quietly. "And after that?" said the colonel. "After that," answered Banks, "we shall continue our expedition to the north of India." "Yes, to the north," said the colonel in a tone which stirred me to the depths of my heart. In truth, it was likely that Sir Edward Munro still entertained some doubt as to the real result of that last skirmish between Nana Sahib and the English. Yet what reason could he have for disbelieving such evidence as this? The future alone could explain. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 1, Chapter 10. Via Dolorosa. The Kingdom of Oudh was formerly one of the most important, as it still is one of the richest, provinces in India. It had many sovereigns, some strong, some feeble. The weakness of one of them, named Wajid Ali Shah, brought about the annexation of his kingdom to the dominions of the Company on the 6th of February, 1857. This took place only a few months before the outbreak of the insurrection, and it was in Oudh that the most frightful massacres were committed, and followed by the most terrible reprisals. The names of two cities remain in mournful celebrity ever since that time, Lucknow and Cawnpore. Lucknow is the capital, Cawnpore one of the principal towns of the ancient kingdom. We reached the latter place on the morning of the 29th of May, having followed the right bank of the Ganges through a level plain covered with immense fields of indigo. For 2 days we had travelled at a speed of 3 leagues an hour, and were now nearly 1,000 kilometers from Calcutta. Cawnpore is a town of about 60,000 inhabitants. It occupies a strip of land about 5 miles in length, on the right bank of the Ganges. There is a military cantonment in which are quartered 7,000 men. The traveller would vainly seek for anything worthy of his attention in this city, although it is of very ancient origin, anterior, they say, to the Christian era. No sentiment of curiosity, then, brought us to Cawnpore. The wishes of Sir Edward alone led us thither. Early on the morning of the 30th May, we quitted our encampment, and Banks, Captain Hood, and I followed the Colonel and Sergeant McNeil along the melancholy route on which the points of mournful interest were for the last time to be revisited. I will here repeat the facts as related to me by Banks, which it is necessary should be known. Cawnpore, which is garrisoned by reliable troops at the time of the annexation of the Kingdom of Oude, contained at the outbreak of the mutiny no more than 250 British soldiers to 3 regiments of native infantry, the 1st, 53rd, and 56th, 2 regiments of cavalry, and a battery of Bengal artillery. There were in the place besides a considerable number of Europeans, workmen, clerks, merchants, etc., with 850 women and children of the 32nd Regiment, which garrisoned Lucknow. Colonel Munro had been living at Cawnpore for several years, and it was there he met the lady who became his wife. Miss Henley was a charming young Englishwoman, high-spirited, intelligent, and noble-minded, worthy of the love of such a man as the Colonel, who adored her. She and her mother resided in a bungalow near Cawnpore, and there, in 1855, she was married to Edward Munro. 2 years afterwards, in 1857, when the first acts of rebellion occurred at Meerut, Colonel Munro had to rejoin his regiment at a day's notice. He was therefore obliged to leave his wife with his mother-in-law at Cawnpore, but, thinking that place unsafe, he charged them to make immediate preparations for departure to Calcutta. Alas, his fears were but too surely justified by what followed. The departure of Mrs. Hanley and Lady Munro was delayed, and the consequences were fatal. The unfortunate ladies were unable to leave Cawnpore. Sir Hugh Wheeler was then in command of the division, an upright, honourable soldier, who was but too soon to fall a victim to the crafty designs of Nana Sahib. The Nabob at that time occupied his castle of Bithor, 10 miles from Cawnpore, and affected to be on the best possible terms with the Europeans. "You are aware, my dear Mauclair," continued Banks, "that the first outbreak of the insurrection took place at Meerut and Delhi. The news reached Cawnpore on the 4th of May, and on the same day the 1st Regiment of Sepoys exhibited symptoms of hostility. At this moment Nana Sahib came forward with an offer of his services to the government. General Wheeler was so ill-advised as to place confidence in the good faith of this villain and knave, who immediately sent his own soldiers to occupy the Treasury buildings. That same day an irregular regiment of sepoys, on its way to Cawnpore, mutinied and massacred its British officers at the very gates of the town. The danger then became evident in all its magnitude. General Wheeler gave orders that all Europeans should take refuge in the barracks, where were quartered the women and children of the 32nd Regiment, then at Lucknow. These barracks were situated at the point nearest the road from Allahabad, by which alone succour could arrive. It was there that Lady Munro and her mother were shut up, and throughout this imprisonment she manifested the utmost sympathy for her companions in misfortune, tending them with her own hands, assisting them with money, encouraging them by words and example. In short, showing herself to be, as I have told you she was, a noble, heroic woman. The arsenal was soon after confided to a guard of the soldiers of Nana Sahib. Then the traitor displayed the standard of rebellion, and on the 7th June the sepoys, at their own desire, attacked the barracks, which was not defended by more than 300 men who could be relied upon. They held out bravely, however, against the besiegers' fire, beneath showers of projectiles, suffering sickness of all sorts, dying of hunger and thirst, for the supply of provisions was insufficient, and they had no water because the wells dried up. This resistance lasted until the 27th June. Nana Sahib then proposed a capitulation, and General Wheeler committed the unpardonable mistake of signing it, notwithstanding the earnest entreaties of Lady Munro, who besought him to continue the contest. In consequence of this capitulation, about 500 persons, men, women, and children, Lady Munro and her mother being of the number, were embarked in boats, which were to descend the Ganges and convey them to Allahabad. Scarcely were these unmoored than the sepoys opened fire. Bullets and grape-shot fell upon them like hail. Some of the boats sank, others were burnt. one alone succeeded in passing several miles down the river. In this boat were Lady Munro and her mother, and for an instant they could believe themselves saved. But the soldiers of the Nana pursued, overtook, captured, and brought them back to the cantonments. There the prisoners were divided. All the men were put to death at once. The women and children were added to the number of those who had not been massacred on the 27th June. These 200 victims, for whom protracted agony was reserved, were shut up in a bungalow, the name of which, Bibi Gar, will ever be held in sorrowful remembrance. "How did these horrible details become known to you?" I inquired. "They were related to me," replied Banks, "by an old sergeant of the 32nd. This man escaped by a miracle, and was sheltered by the Rajah of Rashwara, a province of the Kingdom of Oudh, who received him as well as some other fugitives with the greatest humanity." "And Lady Munro and her mother, what became of them?" "My dear friend," replied Banks, "we have no direct information of what happened, but it is only too easy to conjecture. In fact, the Sepoys were masters of Cawnpore, and they were so until the 15th of July, during which period, 19 days, which were like so many years, the unhappy victims were in hourly expectation of succor, which only came too late. General Havelock was marching from Calcutta to the relief of Cawnpore, and, after repeatedly defeating the mutineers, he entered it on the 17th of July. But 2 days previously, upon hearing that the British troops had crossed the river Pandu Nadi, Nana Sahib resolved to signalize the last hours of his occupation of Cawnpore by frightful massacres. No fate seemed to him too severe for the invaders of India. Some prisoners, who had shared the captivity of the prisoners at Bibi Gar, were brought and murdered before his eyes. The crowd of women and children remained, and among them Lady Munro and her mother. A platoon of the 6th Regiment of Sepoys received orders to fire upon them through the windows of Bibi Gar. The execution began, but not being carried out quickly enough to please the Nana, who was about to be compelled to beat a retreat, this sanguinary prince sent for Mussulman butchers to assist the soldiery. It was the butchery of a slaughterhouse. Next day, the children and women, dead or alive, were flung into a well, and when Havelock's soldiers came up, this well, charged to the brim with corpses, was still reeking. Then began the reprisals. A certain number of mutineers, accomplices of Nana Sahib, had fallen into the hands of General Havelock, and the following day he issued that terrible order of the day, the terms of which I shall never forget. "The well in which lie the mortal remains of the poor women and children massacred by order of the miscreant Nana Sahib is to be filled up and carefully covered over in the form of a tomb. A detachment of European British soldiers, under an officer's command, will fulfill the pious duty this evening. But the house and rooms in which the massacre took place are not to be cleansed by the fellow countrymen of the victims. The officer is to understand that every drop of innocent blood is to be removed by the tongues of the mutineers condemned to die. After having heard the sentence of death, each man is to be conducted to the place of the massacre and forced to cleanse a portion of the floors. Care must be taken to render the task as repulsive as possible to the religious sentiments of the condemned men, and the lash, if necessary, must not be spared. Thus being accomplished, the sentence will be carried out on the gallows erected near the house. This," continued Banks with deep emotion, "was the order for the day. It was executed on all particulars. But it could not restore the lost. And when, 2 days afterwards, Colonel Munro arrived and sought for tidings or traces of Lady Munro and her mother, he found nothing. All this was related to me by Banks before reaching Cawnpore, and now it was towards the scene of these horrors that the colonel directed his steps. But first he revisited the bungalow where Lady Munro had lived in her youth, and where he had seen her for the last time. It was situated a little outside the suburbs, not far from the line of military cantonments. Nothing of the house remained but ruins, blackened gables, fallen trees decaying on the ground. All was desolation, for the colonel had permitted nothing to be repaired. After the lapse of 6 years, the bungalow remained just as it had been left by the incendiaries. We spent an hour in this desolate place. Sir Edward moved silently among the ruins which awoke so many recollections, sometimes closing his eyes, as if in thought he recalled the happy existence which nothing could ever restore to him. At length, hastily, and as if doing violence to his feelings, he returned to us and left the house. We almost began to hope this visit would satisfy him. But no. Sir Edward Munro had resolved to drain to the dregs the bitterness of the sorrow which overwhelmed him in this fatal town. He wished to go to the barracks where his heroic wife had devoted herself so nobly to the care of those who endured there the horrors of a siege. These barracks stood in the plain outside the town, and a church was being built on the spot. In order to reach it, we followed a macadamized road shaded by fine trees, and among the unfinished new buildings we could distinguish remains of the brick walls which had formed part of the works of defense raised by General Wheeler. Footnote: This commemorative church has since been completed. It contains marble tablets on which are inscriptions to the memory of the engineers of the East Indian Railroad, who died of sickness or of their wounds during the great insurrection of 1857, to the memory of officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers of the 34th Regiment, killed in battle before Cawnpore on the 17th of November, also of Captain Stuart Beatson, and the officers, soldiers, and women of the 32nd Regiment, who died during the sieges of Lucknow and of Cawnpore, or during the insurrection, and lastly to the memory of the martyrs of B.B. Garr, murdered in July 1857. After Colonel Munro had long gazed motionless and in silence upon the ruins of the barracks, he turned to go towards B.B. Garr, but Banks, unable to restrain himself, seized his arm as though to arrest his steps. Sir Edward looked steadfastly in his face and said in a terrible calm voice, "Let us proceed." "Munro, I beseech of you." "Then I will go alone." There was no resisting him. We went towards B.B. Garr, which is approached through gardens very well laid out and planted with fine trees. The building is of octagonal form, and has a colonnade in Gothic style, which surrounds the place where was the well, now filled up and closed in by a casing of stone. This forms a kind of pedestal on which stands a white marble statue representing the Angel of Pity, one of the last works due to the chisel of the sculptor Merocchetti. It was Lord Canning, Governor-General of India during the fearful insurrection of 1857, who caused this monument to be erected. It was constructed from the design of Colonel Ewell of the Engineers, who himself wished to have defrayed all the expenses. Here Sir Edward Munro could no longer restrain his tears. He fell on his knees beside the statue, while Sergeant McNeill, who was close beside him, wept in silence, and we, in the deepest pain, stood looking on, powerless to console this unfathomable grief. At length Banks, aided by McNeill, succeeded in drawing our friend away from the spot, and I thought of the words traced with his bayonet by one of Havelock's soldiers on the stone brink of the well. "Remember Cawnpore." End of Book 1, Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 11. The Monsoon. At 11 o'clock we returned to the encampment, anxious to leave Cawnpore as quickly as possible, but our engine required some trifling repairs, and it was impossible to do so before the following morning. Part of a day, then, was at my disposal. I considered that I could not employ it better than by visiting Lucknow, as Banks did not intend to pass through that place, where Colonel Munro would again have been brought in contact with reminiscences of the war. He was right. These vivid recollections were already far too poignant. At midday, then, quitting Steam House, I took the little branch railway which unites Cawnpore to Lucknow. The distance is not more than 20 leagues, and in a couple of hours I found myself in this important capital of the kingdom of Odi, of which I wished merely to obtain a glance, or, as I might say, an impression. I soon perceived the truth of what I had heard respecting the great buildings of Lucknow, built during the reigns of the Mohammedan emperors of the 17th century. A Frenchman named Martin, a native of Lyon, and a common soldier in the army of Lally Toledol, became in 1730 a favourite of the king. He it was who designed, and in fact may be called the architect of the so-called marvels of the capital of Odi. The Kaiser Bagh, or official residence of the sovereigns, is a whimsical and fantastic medley of every style of architecture which could possibly emanate from the imagination of a corporal, and is a most superficial structure. The interior is nothing. All the labour has been lavished on the outside, which is at once Hindu, Chinese, Moorish, and European. It is the same with regard to another smaller palace, called the Farid Bakh, which is likewise the work of Martin. As to the Imambara, built in the midst of the fortress by Kaifaitullah, the greatest architect of India in the 17th century, it is really superb, and bristling with its hundreds of bell towers, has a grand and imposing effect. I could not leave Lucknow without seeing the Constantine Palace, which is another of the original performances of the French corporal, and bears his name. I also wished to visit the adjacent garden, called Secunderbagh, where hundreds of sepoys were executed for having violated the tomb of the humble soldier of fortune before they abandoned town. Another French name besides that of Martin is honoured at Lucknow. A non-commissioned officer, formerly a chasseur d'Afrique, named Duprat, so distinguished himself by his bravery during the mutiny that the rebels offered to make him their leader. Duprat nobly refused, notwithstanding the promises of wealth held out to tempt him, and the threats with which he was menaced when he stood firm. He remained faithful to the English. But the sepoys, who had failed to make him a traitor, directed against him their special vengeance, and he was slain in an encounter. "Infidel dog," they had said on his refusal to join them, "we will have thee in spite of thyself." And they had him, but only when he was dead. The names of these two French soldiers were united in the reprisals, for the sepoys who had insulted the tomb of the one and prepared the grave of the other were ruthlessly put to death. At length, having admired the magnificent parks which encircle this great city of 500,000 inhabitants, as with a belt of verdure and flowers, and having ridden on elephant back through the principal streets and the fine boulevard of Hazrat Gauj, I took the train and returned to Cawnpore. Next morning, the 31st of May, we resumed our route. "Now then," cried Captain Hood, "we are done at last with your Allahabads, your Cawnpores, Lucknows, and the rest, for which I care about as much as I do for a blank cartridge." "Yes, Hood, we have got through all that," replied Banks, "and now for the north, towards which we are to travel almost in a direct line to the base of the Himalayas." "Bravo!" resumed the captain. "What I call real India is not the provinces, crammed with native towns and swarming with people, but the region where live in freedom my friends the elephants, lions, tigers, panthers, leopards, bears, bisons, and serpents. That is, in reality, the only habitable part of the whole peninsula. You will see that it is so, Mockler, and you will have no reason to regret the valley of the Ganges." "In your society I can regret nothing, my friend," replied I. "There are, however," said Banks, "some very interesting towns in the northwest, such as Delhi, Agra, and Lahore." "Oh, my dear fellow, who ever heard of those miserable little places?" cried Hood. "Miserable indeed," replied Banks. "Let me tell you, Hood, they are magnificent cities." And he continued, turning to me, "We must manage to let you see them, Mockler, without throwing out the captain's plans for a sporting campaign." "All right, Banks," said Hood. "But it is only from today that I consider our journey to have fairly commenced." Presently, in a loud voice, he shouted, "Fox!" "Here, Captain," answered his servant. "Fox, get all the guns, rifles, and revolvers in good order." "They are so, sir." Prepare the cartridges. They are prepared. Is everything ready? Quite ready, sir. Make everything still more ready. I will, sir. It won't be long before the 38th takes his place on your glorious list, Fox. The 38th! Cried the man with a sudden light in his eye. He won't have to complain of the nice little ball I'm keeping ready for him. Get along with you, Fox. With a military salute, Fox faced about and re-entered the gun-room. I will now give an outline of the plan for the second part of our journey, a plan which only unforeseen events were to induce us to alter. By this route we were to ascend the course of the Ganges towards the northwest for a long way, and then, turning sharp to the north, continue our way between two rivers, one a tributary of the great river, the other of the Guomi. By this means a considerable number of streams would be avoided, and passing by Bishwa, we should rise in an oblique direction to the lower ranges of the mountains of Nepal, across the western part of Odi and Rohilkund. This route had been ingeniously planned by Banks, so as to surmount all difficulties. If coal were to fail in the north of Hindustan, we were sure of having abundance of wood, and Behemoth would easily keep up any rate of speed we wished on good roads through the grandest forest of the Indian peninsula. It was agreed that we might easily reach Biswa in 6 days, allowing for stoppages at convenient places, and time for the sportsmen of the party to exhibit their prowess. Besides, Captain Hood, with Fox and Guomi, could easily explore the vicinity of the roads, while Behemoth moved slowly along. I was permitted to join them, although I was far from being an experienced hunter, and I occasionally did so. I ought to mention that from the moment our journey took this new aspect, Colonel Munro became more sociable. Once fairly among the plains and forests beyond the valley of the Ganges, he appeared to resume the calm and even tenor of the life he used to lead at Calcutta, although it was impossible to suppose he could forget that we were gradually approaching the north of India, the region whither he was attracted as by an irresistible fatality. His conversation became more animated, both at meals and during the pleasant evening hours when we halted. As for MacNeil, he seemed more gloomy than usual. Had the sight of Babi Gar revived his hatred and thirst for vengeance? "Nana Sahib killed," said he to me one day. "No, no, sir, they have not done that for us yet." The first day of our journey passed without any incident worth recording. Neither Captain Hood nor Fox had a chance of aiming at any sort of animal. It was quite distressing and so extraordinary that we began to wonder whether the apparition of a steam elephant could be keeping the savage dwellers of the plains at a distance. We passed several jungles known to be the resort of tigers and other carnivorous feline creatures. Not one showed himself, although the hunters kept away full 2 miles from us. They were forced to devote their energies with Niger and Fan to shooting for Monsieur Parasard's larder. He expected to be supplied regularly, and considered game for the table of paramount importance, most unreasonably despising the tigers and other beasts Fox talked to him about. Disdainfully shrugging his shoulders, he would ask, "Are they good to eat?" In the evening we fixed our camp beneath the shelter of a group of enormous banyans. The night was as tranquil as the day had been calm. No roars or howlings of wild animals broke the silence. The snorting of Behemoth himself was stilled. When the campfires were extinguished, Banks, to please the captain, refrained from connecting the electric current by which the elephant's eyes would have become 2 powerful lamps. But nothing came of it. It was the same the 2 following nights. Hood was getting desperate. "What can have happened to my kingdom of Odi?" repeated the captain. "It has been translated. There are no more tigers here than in the lowlands of Scotland." "Perhaps there have been many bateaux here lately," suggested Colonel Munro. "The animals may have emigrated en masse. But cheer up, my friend, and wait till we reach the foot of the mountains of Nepal. You will find scope for your hunting instincts there." "It is devoutly to be hoped it may be so, Colonel," replied Hood, sadly shaking his head. "Otherwise we may as well recast our balls, and make small shot of them." The 3rd of June was one of the hottest days which we had endured. There was not a breath of wind, and had not the road been shaded by huge trees, I think we must have been literally baked in our rooms. It seemed possible that, in heat like this, wild animals did not care to quit their dens even during the night. The next morning at sunrise, the horizon to the westward for the first time appeared somewhat misty. We then had presented to our eyes a magnificent spectacle, the phenomenon of the mirage, which is called in some parts of India sekoti, or castles in the air, and in others desur, or illusion. What we saw was not a visionary sheet of water with curious effects of refraction, but a complete chain of low hills, crowned by castles of the most fantastic form, resembling the rocky heights of some Rhenish valley with their ancient fastnesses of the Margraves. In a moment we seemed transported not only to that romantic part of Europe, but into the Middle Ages 5 or 6 centuries back. This phenomenon was surprisingly clear, and gave us a strange sensation of absolute reality, so much so that the gigantic elephant engine, with all its apparatus of modern machinery, advancing towards the habitations of men of Europe in the 11th century, struck us as far more out of place and unnatural than when traversing, beneath clouds of vapour, the country of Vishnu and Brahma. "We thank you, fair Lady Nature," cried Captain Hood. "Instead of the minarets and cupolas, mosques and pagodas we have been accustomed to, you are spreading before us charming old towns and castles of feudal times." "How poetical you are this morning, Hood," returned Banks. "Pray, have you been reading romantic ballads lately? Laugh away, Banks. Quiz me as much as you like, but just look there. See how objects in the foreground are growing in size. The bushes are turning into trees, the hills into mountains, Why, the very cats will be tigers soon, won't they, Hood?" "Ah, Banks, how jolly that would be! There," continued the captain, "my Rhenish castles are melting away, the town is crumbling to ruins, and we return to realities, seeing only a landscape in the kingdom of Odi, which the very wild animals have deserted." The sun, rising above the eastern horizon, quickly dissipated the magical effects of the refraction. The fortresses, like castles built of cards, sank down with the hills, which were suddenly transformed into plains. "Well, now that the mirage has vanished, and with it Hood's poetic vein, shall I tell you, my friends," said Banks, "what the phenomenon presages?" "Say on, great engineer," quoth the captain. "Nothing less than a great change of weather," replied Banks. "The early days of June are usually marked by climatic changes. The turn of the monsoon will bring the periodical rainy season." "My dear Banks," said I, "let it rain as it will, we are snug enough here. Under cover like this I should prefer a deluge to heat such as—" "All right, my dear friend, you shall be satisfied," returned he. "I believe the rain is not far off, and we shall soon see the first clouds in the southwest." Banks was right. Towards evening the western horizon became obscured by vapours, showing that the monsoon, as frequently happens, would commence during the night. These mists, charged with electricity, came across the peninsula from the Indian Ocean, like so many vast leathern bottles out of the cellars of Aeolus, filled full of storm, tempest, and hurricane. Other signs, well known to the Anglo-Indians, were observed during the day. Spiral columns of very fine dust whirled along the roads, in a manner quite unlike that which was raised by our heavy wheels. They resembled a number of those tufts of downy wool which can be set in motion by an electrical machine. The ground might therefore be compared to an immense receiver in which for several days electricity had been stored up. This dust was strangely tinted with yellow, and had a most curious effect, each atom seeming to shine from a little luminous centre. At times we appeared to be travelling through flames, harmless flames, it is true, though neither in colour nor vivacity resembling the ignis fatuus. Storer told us that he had sometimes seen trains pass along the rails between a double hedge of this luminous dust, and his statement was confirmed by Banks. During a quarter of an hour I watched very carefully this singular phenomenon from the windows of the turret on the engine, whence I could look along the route we were following for a considerable distance. There were no trees by the road, which was thickly covered with dust, intensely heated by the vertical rays of the sun. The burning heat of the atmosphere appeared to me just then to surpass that of our furnaces. It was insupportable, and, almost suffocated, I withdrew to breathe fresher air beneath the fanning wings of the punkah. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, our train came to a halt. The place chosen by Banks was on the borders of a forest of magnificent banyans whose shade appeared to stretch northward to an infinite distance. A good road passed through this forest, and we promised ourselves a pleasanter journey next day, beneath these wide and lofty domes of verdure. The banyans, those giants of the Indian forest, stand surrounded by their children and grandchildren, like patriarchs of the vegetable world. The young trees, springing from one common root, rise up around the main trunk, but completely detached from it, and mingle their branches with the towering verdure of the paternal stem. They give one the idea of having been hatched under this dense foliage, like chickens beneath their mother's wings. Hence the singular aspect of these venerable forests, which have for age after age continued in this way to extend their limits. The old banyans resemble isolated pillars supporting an enormous vault, the finer arches and mouldings of which rest on the younger trees, they in their turn becoming the main pillars. On this evening the encampment was arranged with greater care than usual, because if the heat of the following day should prove equally overpowering, Banks proposed to prolong the halt, so as to pursue the journey during the night. Colonel Munro was well pleased to think of spending some hours in this noble forest, so shady, so deeply calm. Everybody was satisfied with the arrangement, some because they really required rest, others because they longed once more to endeavour to fall in with some animal worth firing at. It was easy to guess who those persons were. "Fox, Gormy!" "It is only 7 o'clock," cried Captain Hood as soon as we came to a halt. "Let's take a turn in the forest before it's quite dark. Will you come with us, Mockler?" "My dear Hood," said Banks, before I had time to answer, "you had better not leave the encampment. The weather looks threatening. Should the storm burst, you would find some trouble in getting back to us. Tomorrow, if we remain here, you can go." "But tomorrow it will be daylight again," replied Hood. "The dark hours are what I want for adventure." "I know that, Hood, but the night which is coming on is very unpromising. Still, if you are resolved to go, do not wander to any distance. In an hour it will be very dark, and you might have great difficulty in making your way back to camp. Don't be uneasy, Banks, it's hardly 7 o'clock, and I will only ask the Colonel for leave of absence till 10. "Go, if you wish it, my dear Hood," said Sir Edward, "but pray attend to the advice Banks has given you." "All right, Colonel." And the captain, with his followers Fox and Gormy, all well equipped for the chase, left the encampment, and quickly disappeared behind the thick trees. Fatigued by the heat of the day, I remained in the camp. Banks gave orders that the engine fires should not, as they usually were, be completely extinguished. He wished to retain the power of quickly getting up steam in case of an emergency. Storr and Caluth betook themselves to their accustomed tasks, and attended to the supplies of food and water. In doing so they found little difficulty, for a small stream flowed near our halting place, and there was no lack of timber close at hand. Monsieur Parasard diligently laboured in his vocation, and while putting aside the remains of one dinner, was busily planning the next. As the evening continued pleasant, Sir Edward, Banks, McNeill, and I went to rest by the borders of the rivulet, as the flow of its limpid waters refreshed the atmosphere, which even at this hour was suffocating. The sinking sun shed a light which tinged with a colour like dark blue ink a mass of vapour, which through openings in the dense foliage we could see accumulating in the zenith. These thick, heavily condensed clouds were stirred by no wind, but appeared to advance with a solemn motion of their own. We remained chatting there till about 8 o'clock. From time to time, Banks rose to take a more extended view of the horizon, going towards the borders of the forest which abruptly crossed the plain within a quarter of a mile of the camp. Each time on returning he looked uneasy, and only shook his head in reply to our questions. At last we rose and accompanied him. Beneath the banyans it began to be dark already. I could see that an immense plain stretched westward up to a line of indistinct low hills, which were now almost enveloped in the clouds. The aspect of the heavens was terrible in its calm. Not a breath of air stirred the leaves of the highest trees. It was not the soft repose of slumbering nature so often sung by poets, but the dull, heavy sleep of sickness. There was a restrained tension in the atmosphere, like condensed steam ready to explode. And indeed, the explosion was imminent. The storm clouds were high, as is usually the case over plains, and presented wide curvilinear outlines very strongly marked. They seemed to swell out, and uniting together, diminished in number while they increased in size. Evidently, in a short time there would be but one dense mass spread over the sky above us. Small detached clouds at a lower elevation hurried along, attracting, repelling, and crushing one against another, then confusedly joining the general melee, were lost to view. About 8:30 a sharp flash of forked lightning rent the gloom asunder. 65 seconds afterwards a peal of thunder broke, and the hollow rumbling attendant to that species of lightning lasted about 15 seconds. 16 miles, said Banks, looking at his watch. That is almost the greatest distance at which thunder can be heard. But the storm, once unchained, will travel quickly. We must not wait for it. Let us go indoors, my friends. And what about Captain Hood? Said Sergeant McNeill. The thunder has sounded the recall, replied Banks. It is to be hoped he will obey orders. 5 minutes afterwards we were seated under the veranda of our saloon. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 12. Threefold Light. Hindustan shares with certain places of Brazil, among others with Rio Janeiro, the proud distinction of being more frequently visited by storms than any other country on the face of the globe. In France, England, Germany, and all the central parts of Europe, the average number of days on which thunder is heard is 20 per annum, while in the East Indies the average during the same time is more than 50. That is the ordinary meteorological calculation. On this particular occasion we had every reason, on account of various attendant circumstances, to expect a storm of extreme violence. I consulted the barometer as soon as we re-entered our apartments, and found that there had been a sudden fall of 2 inches in the mercurial column. This I pointed out to Colonel Munro. "I am uneasy about Hood and his companions," he said. "A storm is imminent, night is coming on, and the darkness rapidly increases. Sportsmen are certain always to go farther than they say they will, and even than they intend. How are they to find their way back to us?" "Madman that he is," cried Banks. "It was impossible to make him listen to reason. They never ought to have gone." "That is true enough, Banks, but gone they are," replied Sir Edward. "All we can do now is to try and get them back." "Can we signal to them, anyhow?" I asked. "To be sure we can. I will light the electric lamps at once. That is a happy thought of yours, Mockler." "Shall I go in search of Captain Hood, sir?" inquired McNeill. "No, my old friend," replied the colonel. "You would not find him, and would be lost yourself." Banks connected the electric current, and very soon Behemoth's eyes, like 2 blazing beacons, shot glaring light athwart the gloom of the banyan forest. It seemed certain that it would be visible to our sportsmen at a considerable distance. At this moment a hurricane of great violence burst forth, rending the tree-tops and sounding among the columns of banyan as though rushing through sonorous organ pipes. It was indeed a sudden outburst. Showers of leaves and dead branches strewed the ground, and rattled upon the roofs of our carriages. We closed every window, but the rain did not yet fall. "This is a specimen of typhoon," remarked Banks.
The Hindus give this name to the sudden and impetuous tempests which devastate more especially the mountainous districts and are much dreaded by the natives. "Store!" cried Banks to the engine driver. "Are the embrasures of the turret well closed?" "Yes, Mr. Banks, there is nothing to fear there." "Where is Kaluth?" "He is stowing away the last of the fuel in the tender." "After this storm we shall only have to collect the wood. The wind is playing woodcutter and sparing us all the hard work," said the engineer. "Keep up the pressure, Store, and get under shelter." "Aye, aye, sir." "Are your tanks filled, Kaluth?" "Yes, Sahib, the water supply is made up." "Well, come in, come in." And the engine driver and stoker hastened into the second carriage. Flashes of lightning were now frequent, and thunder from the electric clouds kept up a sullen roar. The wind blew like scorching blasts from the mouth of a furnace. Occasionally we left the saloon and went into the veranda. Gazing upward at the lofty summits of the stately banyans, the branches showed like fine black lace against the glowing background of the illumined sky. The incessant lightning was followed so rapidly by the peals of thunder that the echoes had not time to die away. They were continually aroused by new and yet louder explosions. A deep continuous roll was maintained, and only broken by those sharp detonations so well compared by Lucretius to the harsh screaming sound of paper when it is torn. "I wonder the storm has not yet driven them in," said Colonel Munro. "Perhaps Captain Wood has found some shelter in the forest," answered Sergeant McNeill. "He may be waiting in some cave or hollow tree, and will rejoin us in the morning. The camp will be here all right." Banks shook his head somewhat doubtfully. He did not seem to share McNeill's opinion. It was now about 9 o'clock, and the rain began to fall with great force. It was mingled with enormous hailstones, and they pelted on the hollow roofs of steam-house with a noise like the roll of many drums. Even without the roar of the thunder, it was impossible to hear our own voices. The air was full of the leaves of trees, whirling in all directions. Banks did not attempt to speak, but pointed to the engine, directing our attention to the hailstones as they struck the metal sides of Behemoth. It was marvellous. Each stone struck fire in the contact, like flint and steel. It seemed as though showers of fiery metallic drops fell from the clouds, sending forth sparks as they struck the steel-plated engine. This proved how completely the atmosphere was saturated with electricity. Fulminating matter traversed it incessantly, till all space seemed to blaze with fire. Banks signed to us to return to the saloon, and closed the veranda door. The darkness within the room contrasted strongly with the lightning which flashed without. We had presently a proof that we were ourselves strongly charged with the electric fluid, when, to our infinite astonishment, we perceived our saliva to be luminous. This phenomenon, rarely observed, and very alarming when it is so, has been described as spitting fire. The tumult of the heavens seemed every instant to increase, and the stoutest hearts beat thick and fast. "And the others," said Colonel Munro. "Oh, yes, indeed, the others," returned Banks. We were horribly uneasy, yet could do nothing whatever to assist Captain Hood and his companions, who were, of course, in the utmost danger. Even supposing they had found shelter, it could only be beneath trees, where accidents during storms are most imminent, and in the middle of a dense forest, how could they possibly maintain the distance of 5 or 6 yards from a vertical line drawn from the extremity of the longest branches, which persons caught by storms in the neighbourhood of trees are scientifically advised to do? As these thoughts rushed through my mind, a peal of thunder, louder than any we had heard, burst directly over us. Steam-house trembled throughout, and seemed to rise on its springs. I expected it to be overturned. At the same time a strong odour filled the room, the penetrating smell of nitrous vapours. "A thunderbolt has fallen," said McNeill. "Store, Kaluth, Parasard," shouted Banks. The 3 men came running into our apartment, while the engineer stepped out on the balcony. "There! Look there!" he cried. An enormous banyan had been struck 10 paces off, on the left of the road. We could see everything distinctly by the glare of incessant lightning. The immense trunk had fallen across the neighbouring trees. its sturdy saplings no longer able to sustain it. The whole length of its bark had been peeled off, and one long strip was waving about and lashing the air, as the force of the gale made it twist and twine like a serpent. It was seen that the bark must have been stripped off from base to summit, under the influence of electricity which had violently rushed upwards. "A narrow escape for Steamhouse," said the engineer. "We must remain here. We are safer than under those trees." As he spoke we heard cries. Could it be our friends returning? "It is Parasard's voice," said Storr. It was indeed the cook who, from the hinder balcony, was loudly calling to us. We hastened to join him. What a sight met our eyes! Within 100 yards of us, behind and to the right of the camp, the banyan forest was on fire. Already the loftier treetops were disappearing behind a curtain of flame. The conflagration advanced fiercely and with incredible velocity towards Steamhouse. The danger was imminent. The heat and long continuous drought had combined to make trees, grass, and bushes so dry and combustible that it was probable the entire forest would be devoured by the furious element. As we witnessed its rapid spread and advance, we were convinced that should it reach the place of our encampment, our entire equipage would, in a very few minutes, be destroyed. We stood silent before this fearful danger. Then, folding his arms, the colonel said quietly, "Banks, you must get us out of this scrape." "Yes, I must, Munro," replied the engineer, "and since we cannot possibly put out this fire, we must run away from it." "On foot?" exclaimed I. "No, with our train all complete." "And Captain Hood, sir?" said McNeill. "We can do nothing for them. If they are not here immediately, we shall start without them." "We must not abandon them," said the colonel. "My dear Munro, let me get the train out of reach of the fire, and then we can search for them." "Go on then, Banks," replied Colonel Munro, who saw that the engineer was in the right. "Storr," cried Banks, "to your engine at once. Carluth, to your furnace, get the steam up. What pressure have we?" 2 atmospheres, answered the engine driver. "Within 10 minutes we must have 4. Look sharp, my lads." The men did not lose a moment. Torrents of black smoke gushed from the elephant's trunk, meeting and seeming to defy the torrents of rain. Behemoth replied with whirling clouds of sparks to the vivid flashes which surrounded him, and draughts of air whistling through the funnel accelerated the combustion of the wood, which Carluth heaped and piled on his furnace. Sir Edward Munro, Banks, and I remained on the veranda in rear of the carriages, watching the progress of the forest fire. Huge trees tottered and fell across this vast hearth, and branches cracked and crackled like musketry. The burning creepers twisted in all directions and led the flames from tree to tree, thus spreading the devastation right and left. Within 5 minutes the conflagration had advanced 50 yards, and the flames, torn and dishevelled by the gale, shot upward to such a height that the lightning flashes pierced them in all directions. "We must be off in 5 minutes," said Banks. "At what a pace this fire goes," I replied. "We shall go faster." "If only Hood and his men were back," said Sir Edward. "The whistle! Sound the whistle!" cried Banks. "They may, perhaps, hear that." And darting into the turret, he made the air resound with shrill screams, which were heard above the rumbling thunder, and must have sounded to an immense distance. The situation can be better imagined than described. Necessity urged to immediate flight, while it seemed impossible to forsake our absent friends. Banks returned to the hinder balcony. The edge of the fire was less than 50 yards from Steamhouse. The heat became insufferable. We could scarcely breathe the burning air. Flakes of fire fell on the carriages, which seemed protected in a measure by the floods and torrents of rain, but these, we well knew, could not check the direct attack of the flames. The engine continued to send forth piercing shrieks. It was all in vain. There were no signs of either Hood, Fox, or Guomi. The engine driver came to Banks. "Steam is up, sir," said he. "Go on then, Storr," replied Banks, "but not too fast. Just quick enough to keep us beyond the reach of the fire." "Stop, Banks! Wait a few minutes!" cried Colonel Munro, who could not bring himself to quit the spot.
3 minutes then, Munro, returned Banks coolly. But in 3 minutes the back of the train will begin to burn. 2 minutes passed. It was impossible to stay in the veranda. The iron plating could not be touched and began to burst open at the joints. It would be madness to stop another instant. Go on, Storr. Hello! Exclaimed the sergeant. There they are! God be praised! Said the colonel. To the right of the road appeared Captain Hood and Fox, supporting Guomi in their arms as they approached the carriage door. Is he dead? No, but struck by lightning, which smashed his gun and has paralyzed his left leg. We should never have got back to camp but for your steam whistle, Banks, said Hood. Forward, forward, shouted the engineer. Hood and Fox sprang on board the train, and Guomi, who had not lost consciousness, was placed in his cabin. It was 10:30. Banks and Storr went into the turret, and the equipage moved steadily forward, amid the blaze of a threefold light, produced by the burning forest, the electric lamps, and the vivid lightning flashes from the skies. Then Captain Hood, in a few words, related what had happened during his excursion. They had seen no traces of any wild animals. As the storm approached, darkness overtook them much more rapidly than they expected. They were 3 miles from camp when they heard the first thunderclap, and endeavoured to return, but quickly found they had lost their way among the banyan trunks, all exactly alike and without a path in any direction whatever. The tempest increased in violence. They were far beyond the limits of the light diffused by our electric lamp, and had nothing to guide them as to our whereabouts, while the rain and hail fell in torrents, quickly penetrating the shelter of the leafy screen above them. Suddenly, with a glare of immense brilliant lightning, a burst of thunder broke over them, and Guomi fell prostrate at Captain Hood's feet. The butt end of his gun alone remained in his hand, for it was instantaneously stripped of every bit of metal. They believed him to be killed, but found that the electric fluid had not struck him directly, although his leg was paralyzed by the shock. Poor Guomi could not walk a step and had to be carried. His companions would not listen to his entreaties that they would leave him, escape themselves, and if possible return afterwards to fetch him. They raised him between them, and as best they could, pursued their doubtful way through the dark forest. Thus for 2 hours they wandered about, hesitating, stopping, resuming their march, without the slightest clue to the direction in which to find the camp. At last, to their infinite joy, they heard the shriek of the steam whistle. It was the welcome voice of Behemoth. A quarter of an hour later they arrived, as we were on the point of quitting the halting place, and only just in time. And now, though the rain ran rapidly along the broad, smooth forest road, the fire kept pace with it, and the danger was rendered the more threatening by a change of wind, such as frequently occurs during these violent meteoric storms. Instead of blowing in flank, it now changed to the rear, and by its vehemence materially increased the advance of the flames, which perceptibly gained on the travellers. A cloud of hot ashes whirled upwards from the ground, as from the mouth of some crater, and into this rained downwards burning branches and flakes of fire. The conflagration really resembled more than anything else the advance of a stream of lava, rushing across the country and destroying everything in its course. Banks instantly perceived this, and even if he had not, he would have felt the scorching blast as it swept by. Our speed was increased, although some danger attended in doing so over an unknown path. The machine, however, would not proceed as fast as the engineer could have wished, owing to the road being so cut up and flooded by rain. About 11:30, another awful clap of thunder burst directly over our heads. A cry escaped us. We feared that Banks and Storr had both been struck in their howdah, from which they were guiding the train. This calamity, however, had not befallen us. Our elephant only had been struck, the tip of one of his long hanging ears having attracted the electric current. No damage resulted to the machine, fortunately, and Behemoth seemed to try to reply to the peals of thunder by renewed and vigorous trumpetings. "Hurrah!" cried Captain Wood. "Hurrah! An elephant of flesh and blood would have been done for by this time, but this old fellow braves thunder and lightning and sticks at nothing. Go to, Behemoth! Hurrah!" For another half-hour the train was still ahead. Banks, fearing to run it against some obstacle, only proceeded at a rate sufficient to keep us out of reach of the fire. From the veranda in which Colonel Munro, Hood, and I had placed ourselves, we could see passing great shadows bounding through the blaze of the fire and lightning. We soon discovered them to be those of wild animals. As a precautionary measure, Captain Hood kept his gun ready, for it was possible that some terrified beast might leap on our train in search of a shelter or refuge. One huge tiger did indeed make the attempt, but in his prodigious spring he was caught by the neck between two branches of a banyan tree, which, bending under the storm, acted like great cords and strangled the animal. "Poor beast," said Fox. "These creatures," remarked Captain Hood, in an indignant manner, "are made to be killed by good honest shot. You may well say poor beast." Poor Captain Hood was indeed out of luck. When he wanted tigers he couldn't find them, and now when he was not looking for them they passed within range, without his being able to get a shot at them, or were strangled before his eyes like mice in a trap. At 1 a.m, our situation, dangerous as it had been before, became worse. The wind, which shifted about from one point of the compass to another, continually swept the fire across the road in front of us, so that now we were absolutely hemmed in. The storm, however, had much diminished in violence, as is invariably the case when these meteors pass above a forest, for there the trees gradually draw off and absorb the electric matter. But though the lightning and thunder were now less frequent, and though the rain fell with gentler force, yet the wind still roared with inconceivable fury. At any cost it was absolutely necessary to hasten on, even at the risk of running into an obstacle, or of dashing over a precipice. Banks directed our course with astonishing coolness, his eyes glued to the glass of the howdah, his hand ever on the regulator. Our way now led between two hedges of fire, and these we were forced to go through. On went Banks, resolutely and steadily at the rate of 5 or 6 miles an hour. I thought at last we should be obliged to stop when before us lay a narrow passage, only 50 yards wide, with a roaring furnace on either side. Our wheels crunched over the glowing cinders which strewed the soil, and a burning, stifling atmosphere enveloped us. We were past. At 2 a.m, a flash of lightning revealed to us the borders of the wood. Behind us lay a vast panorama of flames, which would spread on and never stop until they had devoured the very last banyan of the immense forest. At daybreak we halted at last. The storm had entirely ceased, and we arranged our camp. Our elephant, who was carefully examined, was found to have the tip of his right ear pierced by several holes running in diverse directions. If such a thing had happened to any other creature than an animal of steel, it would most certainly have at once sunk down, never again to rise, and our unfortunate train would then have been rapidly overwhelmed by the advancing flames. At 6 a.m, after a very short rest, we again resumed our journey, and by 12 o'clock we were encamped in the neighbourhood of Rewa. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 13. Captain Hood's Prowess. The remainder of the day and the next night were quietly spent in the camp. After all our fatigue and danger, this rest was well earned. We had no longer before us the rich plains of the kingdom of Odi. Steam House had now to pass through Rohilkund, a fertile territory, though much cut up by nullahs or ravines. Bareilly is the capital of this province, which is 155 miles square, well watered by the numerous affluents or tributaries to the Kogra. Here and there are many groups of magnificent mango trees, as well as thick jungles, which latter are gradually disappearing as cultivation advances. After the taking of Delhi, this was the centre of the insurrection. Sir Colin Campbell conducted one of his campaigns here. Here, too, Brigadier Walpole's column was not at the outset very fortunate, and here also fell a friend of Sir Edward Munro, the colonel of the 93rd Highlanders, who had so distinguished himself in the 2 assaults on Lucknow during the affair of the 14th of April. We could not have had a country better suited for the advance of our train than this. Beautiful level roads, easily crossed streams, running from the 2 more important arteries descending from the north, all united to render this part of our journey pleasant. In a short time we should come to the first rising ground which connected the plain with the mountains of Nepal. We had, however, to think seriously about the rainy season. The monsoon, which is prevalent from the northeast to the southwest during the first months of the year, is now reversed. The rainy season is more violent on the coast than in the interior of the peninsula, and also a little later, the reason being that the clouds are exhausted before reaching the centre of India. Besides this, their direction is somewhat altered by the barrier of high mountains, which form a sort of atmospheric eddy. On the coast of Malabar, the monsoon begins in the month of May. In the central and northern provinces, it is felt some weeks later on, in June. We were now in June, and our journey was henceforward to be performed under new, though well foreseen, circumstances. I should have said before that honest Guami, who had been disarmed by the lightning in such an untoward manner, was nearly well again by the next day. The paralysis of his left leg was merely temporary. Soon not a trace of his accident remained, but it seemed to me that he always bore rather a grudge against that storm. On both the 6th and 7th of June, Captain Hood, aided by Fan and Niger, had better sport. He killed a couple of those antelopes called nilghaus. They are the blue oxen of the Hindus, though it is certainly more correct to call them deer, since they have a greater resemblance to that animal than to the congeners of the god Apis. They may better be described as pearl-grey deer, for their colour is more like a stormy than an azure sky. It is, however, asserted that some of these magnificent creatures, with little sharp straight horns on their long slightly convex heads, have really almost blue coats, a tint which nature appears to have invariably refused to quadrupeds, even to the blue fox, whose fur is rather black than blue. These were not the wild beasts Captain Hood hoped for, but all the same, the nilghau, though not actually ferocious, is dangerous, for when slightly wounded, it turns on the hunter. A shot from the captain, and a second from Fox, stopped short both of these superb creatures, killed as it were on the wing, and indeed Fox seemed to look on them as nothing higher than feathered game. Monsieur Parasard, fortunately, was quite of another opinion, and the excellent haunch, cooked to a turn, which he served up to us that day at dinner, brought us all over to his side. At daybreak on the 8th of June, we left an encampment we had made near a little village in Rohilkhand. We had arrived at it the evening before, after traversing the 25 miles which lay between it and Rewa. Our train could only go at a very moderate pace over the heavy ground caused by the rains. Besides this, the streams began to swell, and fording several delayed us some hours. After all, we had not now so very far to go. We were sure of reaching the mountainous region before the end of June. There we intended to install steam-house for several of the summer months, as if in the midst of a sanatorium. We had nothing to make us uneasy in that respect. On the 8th of June, Captain Hood missed a fine opportunity for a shot. The road was bordered by thick bamboo jungle, as is often the case near villages, which look as if built in a basket of flowers. This was not yet the true jungle, for that, in the Hindu sense, applies to the rugged, bare and sterile plain, dotted with lines of grey bushes. We, on the contrary, were in a cultivated country, in the midst of a fertile territory covered in most places with marshy rice grounds. Behemoth went quietly along, guided by Storr's hand, and emitting graceful, feathery clouds of vapour, which curled away and dispersed among the bamboos at the roadside. All at once, out leapt an animal with the most wonderful agility, and fastened on our elephant's neck. "A cheetah! A cheetah!" shouted the engine-driver. At this cry, Captain Hood darted out to the balcony, and seized his gun, always ready and always at hand. "A cheetah!" he exclaimed in his turn. "Fire, then!" cried I. Time enough, returned the captain, who contented himself with merely taking a good aim at the animal. A cheetah is a species of leopard peculiar to India, not so large as the tiger, but almost as formidable. It is so active, supple, and strong. Colonel Munro, Banks, and I stood out on the veranda, watching with interest for the captain to fire. The leopard had evidently been deceived by the sight of our elephant. He had boldly sprung at him, expecting to bury his teeth and claws in living flesh, but instead of that met with an iron skin, on which neither teeth nor claws could make any impression. Furious at his discomfiture, he clung to the long ears of the artificial animal, and was no doubt preparing to bound off again when he caught the sight of us. Captain Hood kept his gun pointed after the manner of a hunter who is sure of his aim, but does not wish to fire until he is certain he can hit the vital part. The cheetah drew himself up, roaring savagely. It no doubt knew of its danger, but did not attempt to escape. Perhaps it watched for an opportunity to spring onto the veranda. Indeed, we soon saw it climbing up the elephant's head, to the trunk or chimney, and almost to the opening, out of which puffed jets of vapour. "Now fire, Hood," said I again. "There is time enough," answered the captain. Then, without taking his eyes off the leopard, who still gazed at us, he addressed himself to me. "Did you ever kill a cheetah, Mockler?" he asked. "Never." "Would you like to kill one?" "Captain," I replied, "I should not like to deprive you of this magnificent shot." "Pooh," returned Hood, "it's nothing of a shot. Take a gun and aim just below the beast's shoulder. If you miss, I shall catch him as he springs." "Be it so, then." Fox, who had joined us, put a double-barreled gun into my hands. I took it, cocked it, aimed just below the leopard's shoulder, and fired. The animal, wounded, though but slightly, took an enormous bound right over the driver's howdah and alighted on the first roof of steam-house. Skilled sportsman as Captain Hood was, not even he had time to fire. "Here, Fox, after me!" he shouted. And the two, darting out of the veranda, hastened up into the howdah. The leopard immediately sprang onto the second roof, clearing the footbridge at a bound. The captain was now on the point of firing, but another desperate leap carried the animal off the roof and landed him at the side of the road, when he instantly disappeared in the jungle. "Stop! Stop!" cried Banks to the engineer, who, applying the atmospheric brakes, brought the train to an instant standstill. The captain and Fox leaped out and ran into the thicket, in hopes of finding the cheetah. A few minutes passed. We listened somewhat impatiently. No shot was fired, and very soon the two hunters returned empty-handed. "Disappeared! Got clear off!" called out Captain Hood, "and not even a trace of blood on the grass." "It was my fault," said I. "It would have been better if you had fired at the cheetah yourself. You wouldn't have missed." "Nonsense," returned Hood. "You hit him, I'm certain, though not in a good place." "The beast wasn't fated to be my 39th, nor your 41st, Captain," remarked Fox, much out of countenance. "Rubbish," said Hood, in a somewhat affected tone of indifference. "A cheetah isn't a tiger. If it had been, my dear Mockler, I couldn't have made up my mind to yield that shot to you." "Come to the table, my friends," said Colonel Munro. "Breakfast is ready and will console you." "I hope it may," put in McNeil, "but it was all Fox's fault." "My fault?" said the man, quite nonplussed by this unexpected observation. "Certainly, Fox," returned the sergeant. "The gun you handed to Mr. Mockler was only loaded with number 6. And McNeil held out a second cartridge, which he had just withdrawn, to prove his words. "Fox," said Captain Hood. "Yes, sir." "A couple of days under arrest." "Yes, Captain." And Fox retired to his cabin, resolved not to appear again for 48 hours. He was quite ashamed of himself and wished to hide his disgraced head. The next day Captain Hood, Gwalmy, and I went off to beat about the plain at the side of the road, and thus to spend the half-day's halt which Banks allowed us. It rained all the morning, but about midday the sky cleared, and we hoped for a few hours of fine weather. I must mention that it was not Hood, the hunter of wild beasts, who took me out this time, but the sportsman in search of game. In the interests of the table, he intended to stroll quietly about the rice fields, accompanied by Fan and Niger. Monsieur Parasard had hinted to the captain that his larder was empty, and that he expected His Honour to take the necessary measures to fill it again. Captain Hood resigned himself, and we set out. For 2 hours our battue had no other result than to put up a few partridges, or scare away a few hares, but all at such a distance that, notwithstanding our good dogs, we had no chance of hitting them. Captain Hood became utterly disgusted. In this vast plain, without jungles or thickets, and dotted with villages and farms, he had no great hopes of meeting any sort of wild beast, which would make amends for the loss of the leopard the preceding day. He had only come out now in the character of purveyor, and thought of the reception Monsieur Parasard would give him if he returned with an empty bag. It was not our fault that even by 4 o'clock we had not had occasion to fire a single shot. A dry wind blew, and, as I said, all the game rose out of range. "My dear fellow," said Hood, "this won't do at all. When I left Calcutta I promised you such grand sport, and all this time, bad luck, fatality, I don't know what to call it, nor how to understand it, has prevented me from keeping my promise." "Come, Captain," I replied, "you mustn't despair. Though I do regret it, it is more on your account than my own. We shall have better luck, no doubt, on the hills." "Yes," said Hood, "on the Himalayan slopes we shall set to work under more favourable conditions. You see, Mockler, I'd wager anything that our train, with all its apparatus, its steam and its roaring, and especially the gigantic elephant, terrifies the confounded brutes much more than a railway train would do, and that's the reason we don't see anything of them when travelling. When we halt, we must hope to be more lucky. That leopard was a fool. He must have been starving when he sprang on Behemoth. He was worthy of being killed outright by a good shot. Hang that fellow fox. I shan't forget that little job of his in a hurry. What time is it now?" "Nearly 5 o'clock. 5 already, and we haven't bagged a thing." "They won't expect us back in camp till 7. Perhaps by that time—" "No, luck is against us," exclaimed the captain. "And look you, luck is the half of success." "Perseverance, too," I answered. "Suppose we agree that we won't go back empty-handed. Will that suit you?" "Suit me? Of course it will." "Agreed, then." "Look here, Mockler, I shall carry back a mouse or a squirrel rather than be forsworn." Hood, Gwami, and I were now in a frame of mind to attack anything. The chase was continued with a perseverance worthy of a better cause, but it seemed as if even the most inoffensive birds had become aware of our hostile intentions. We couldn't get near a single one. We roamed about thus among the rice fields, beating first one side of the road and then the other, and turning back again so as not to get too far from the camp. All was useless. 6:30, and we had not had to reload our guns. We might as well have had walking sticks in our hands. The result would have been all the same. I glanced at Captain Hood. He was marching along with his teeth set, while a deep frown on his brow betrayed his angry feelings. Between his compressed lips he muttered I don't know what vain menaces against every living creature, whether feathered or furred, of which there was not a specimen on the plain. He would probably soon fire his gun at the first object which met his eye, a tree or rock maybe, rather a cynical way of getting rid of his anger. It was easy to see his weapon burned his fingers, as it were, from the way he shifted it about, now to his shoulder, then to his arm, now again carrying it in his hand. Gwami looked at him. "The captain will be in a passion if this goes on," he said to me, shaking his head. "Yes," I replied, "I'd willingly give 30 shillings for the most modest little tame pigeon, if some charitable hand would let it go within range. It would appease him." But neither for 30 shillings, nor for double, nor triple that amount, could we procure even the cheapest or the most common of fowl. The country seemed deserted, and we saw neither farm nor village. Indeed, if it had been possible, I believe I should have sent Gwami to buy at any price some bird or other, if only a plucked chicken, anything to set our fretful captain free from his vow. Night was coming on. In an hour's time there would not be light enough for us to continue our fruitless expedition. Although we had agreed not to return to camp without something, yet we should be forced to do so unless we meant to stay out all night. Not only did it threaten rain, but Colonel Munro and Banks would be seriously alarmed if we did not reappear. Captain Hood, with straining eyeballs, glancing from right to left with bird-like quickness, walked 10 paces ahead in opposite direction to that of Steamhouse. I was thinking of hastening my steps so as to rejoin him and beg him not to continue this struggle against ill luck, when a whir of wings was heard on my right. I looked towards the spot. A dark mass was rising slowly above a thicket. Instantly, without giving Captain Hood time to turn round, I levelled my gun and fired both barrels successively. The unknown bird fell heavily. Fan sprang forward, seized and brought it to the captain. "At last!" exclaimed Hood. "If Monsieur Parsard isn't contented with this, he must be shoved into his pot himself, head first." "But is it an edible bird?" I asked. "Certainly, for want of anything better," answered the captain. "It was lucky nobody saw you, Mr. Mockler," said Guomi. "What have I done wrong?" "Why, you've killed a peacock, and that is forbidden, for they are sacred birds all over India." "The fiend fly away with sacred birds and those who made them sacred too," exclaimed Captain Hood impatiently. "This one is killed at all events, and we shall eat him, devoutly if you like, but devour him somehow." Since the expedition of Alexander into this peninsula, the peacock has been a sacred animal in the Brahmins' country. The Hindus make it the emblem of the goddess Saravasti, who presides over births and marriages. To destroy this bird is forbidden under pain of punishment, which the English law has confirmed. This one, which so rejoiced Captain Hood's heart, was a magnificent specimen, with green metallic gleaming wings edged with gold. His beautifully marked tail formed a superb fan of silky feathers. "All right, forward," said the captain. "Tomorrow, Monsieur Parsard will give us peacock for dinner, in spite of what all the Brahmins in India may think. Although, when cooked, this bird will indeed only look like a somewhat pretentious chicken, yet with its feathers artistically arranged, it will have a fine effect on our table." "Then you are satisfied, Captain?" "Satisfied? With you, yes, my dear fellow, but not pleased with myself at all. My bad luck isn't over yet, and I must do away with it. Come along." Off we started to retrace our steps to the camp, now about 3 miles distant. Captain Hood and I walked close together along a winding path, through thick bamboo jungles, Guomi carrying our game, bringing up the rear. The sun had not yet disappeared, but it was shrouded in great clouds, so that we had to find our way through semi-obscurity. All at once a terrific roar burst from a thicket on our right. The sound was to me so awful that I stopped short, almost in spite of myself. Captain Hood grasped my hand. "A tiger!" he said. Then an oath escaped him. "Thunder and lightning!" he exclaimed. "There is only small shot in our guns!" It was too true. Neither Hood, Guomi, or I had any ball cartridges. Besides, if we had, we should not have had time to reload. 10 seconds after uttering his first roar, the animal leaped from the covert with a single bound and landed on the road 20 paces from us. It was a magnificent tiger, what the Hindus would have called a man-eater. His annual victims might no doubt be counted by hundreds. The situation was terrible. I gazed at the tiger and must confess that my gun trembled in my hand. He measured from 9 to 10 feet in length and was a tawny color, striped with black and white. He stared back at us, his cat-like eyes blazing in the shadow. His tail feverishly lashed his sides. He crouched, as if about to spring. Hood had not lost his presence of mind. He took a careful aim at the animal, muttering in a tone which it is impossible to describe, "Number 6! To fire at a tiger with number 6! If I don't hit him right in the eyes, we are—" The captain had not time to finish. The tiger advanced not by leaps, but slow steps. Guomi crouched behind us and also took aim, though his gun too only contained small shot. As to mine, it wasn't even loaded. I prepared to do this now. Not a movement, not a sound, muttered the captain. The tiger will spring, and that will never do. We all three remained motionless. The tiger advanced slowly, his eyes glaring fixedly, and his great jaws held almost level with the ground. The brute was now only 10 paces from the captain. Hood stood firm, steady as a statue, concentrating his whole life in his gaze. The terrible struggle which was about to take place, and which might leave none of us alive, did not even make his heart beat more rapidly than usual. I thought the tiger was about to make his spring. He took 5 steps. I had need of all my self-control to keep from calling out, "Fire, Hood, now fire!" No, the captain had said, and it was evidently his only chance, that he meant to blind the animal, and to do that he must be very close before he fired. The tiger came 3 paces nearer, and prepared to spring. A loud report was heard, almost immediately followed by a second. The second explosion seemed to have taken place in the very body of the animal, which after 2 or 3 starts and roars of pain fell dead on the ground. "Wonderful!" exclaimed Captain Wood. "My gun was loaded with ball after all, and what's more, with an explosive ball. Oh, thanks, Fox, this time, many thanks!" "Is it possible?" I cried. "Look for yourself!" And as he spoke, the captain drew out the cartridge from the other barrel. There was the ball. All was explained. Captain Hood possessed a double-barreled rifle and a double-barreled gun, all of the same caliber. Now, when Fox made the mistake of loading the rifle with small shot, he at the same time put explosive ball cartridges into the other. The day before, this mistake saved the life of the leopard. Today it saved ours. "Yes," remarked Hood, "and never in my life have I been nearer death." Half an hour afterwards, when we were safe back in camp, Hood called up Fox and told him what had happened. "Captain," returned the man, "that proves that instead of 2 days of confinement, I deserved 4, because I made a mistake twice." "That is my opinion," replied his master, "but since through your mistake I have bagged my 41st, it is also my opinion that I should offer you this sovereign." "And mine, that I should take it," answered Fox, pocketing the piece of gold. Such were the incidents which marked Captain Hood's encounter with his 41st tiger. In the evening of the 12th of June, our train came to a halt near a small village of no importance, and the next day we set out to begin the 90 miles which still lay between us and the mountains of Nepal. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 14. 1 against 3. Some days passed away, and we had at last commenced to ascend the first slopes of those northern regions of India, which from rising ground to rising ground, from hill to hill, from mountain to mountain, at last attain to the highest altitude on the globe. Till then we had been rising, but so imperceptibly that Behemoth did not even appear to perceive it. The weather was stormy and rainy, but the temperature was supportable. The roads were not yet bad, and heavy as the train was, it passed easily over them. When too large a rut opened before us, Storr just touched the regulator, and a stronger press of the obedient fluid was enough to take us over the obstacle. The machine, as I said, had plenty of power, and a quarter of a turn given to the supply valves instantly added immensely to its strength. As yet we never had reason but to congratulate ourselves on this species of locomotion, as well as on the engine Banks had invented. Our rolling house was perfectly comfortable, and before our eyes we had always a fresh and ever-changing landscape. The vast plain which extends from the valley of the Ganges into the territories of Oudh and Rohilkund was ended. The north was framed in by the summits of the Himalayas, against which were swept the clouds driven by the southwest wind. It was impossible as yet to get a good view of the picturesque outline of this lofty chain, but on approaching the Tibetan frontier, the aspect of the country became more wild, and the jungle increased at the expense of cultivated ground. The flora, too, was no longer the same. Palms had disappeared, to give place to magnificent bananas, tufted mangoes bearing the best Indian fruit, and especially groups of bamboos, many shooting up to 100 feet in height. Here we found magnolias, scenting the air with delicious perfume from their large white blossoms, beautiful maples, various kinds of oaks, chestnuts, their fruit covered with prickles like sea urchins, India rubber trees, in which the sap flows through half-open veins, and pines with enormous leaves. Then, more modest as to size, but gayer as to color, were geraniums, rhododendrons, and laurels, thickly bordering the road. A few villages composed of straw or bamboo-built huts, 2 or 3 farms, buried among the great trees, were still to be met with, though many miles apart. As we approached higher ground, the population became less and less. At that time a gray and misty sky hung over the whole landscape, and rain frequently fell in torrents. Out of 4 days, from the 13th to the 17th of June, we had not had it fine for 6 hours. We were obliged therefore to remain in the drawing-room of Steam House, and pass the long hours as we would if our dwelling had been a fixture, smoking, chatting, and playing whist. For long our guns had been idle, to Captain Hood's great dissatisfaction, but 2 slams, which he made in a single evening, brought him back to his accustomed good humor. "One can kill a tiger any day," he remarked, "but one can't always make a slam." Such a correct and clear proposition was unanswerable. On the 17th of June our camp was made near a serai, or traveller's bungalow. The weather was rather brighter, and Behemoth, who had been worked hard for the last 4 days, required, if not rest, at any rate some attention. It was therefore agreed that the rest of the day and the following night should be passed in this spot. The serai, or caravanserai, the inn to be found on all the high roads, is a quadrangle of low buildings surrounding an inner court, and usually surmounted by a tower at each corner, giving it quite an oriental appearance. The attendants in the serai consist of the bisti, or water carrier, the cook, who does well enough for travelers who can content themselves with eggs and chickens, and the khansama, or provider of provisions, with whom you must treat, and whose prices are low enough generally. The keeper of the serai is simply an agent of the honorable company, to whom the greater number of these establishments belong, and they are inspected occasionally by the engineer-in-chief of the district. A strange but strictly kept rule is in force in these bungalows. A traveller may occupy the serai for 24 hours, unquestioned, but in the event of his wishing to stay longer, he must get a permit from the inspector. Without this authorization, the next comer, whether English or Hindu, may turn him out. It is needless to say that on our arrival at our halting place, Behemoth produced the usual sensation, that is to say, he was very much stared at, and perhaps very much coveted. I must say, though, that the actual guests in the serai looked at him with somewhat of disdain too affected to be real. These people, however, were not simple mortals, travelling on business or pleasure. It was not some English officer on his way to the cantonments on the Nepal frontier, not even a Hindu merchant leading his caravan to the steppes of Afghanistan, beyond Lahore or Peshawar. Here was nothing less than the Prince Guru Singh, in person, son of an independent Rajah of Gujarat, and a Rajah himself, travelling with great pomp in the north of the Indian peninsula. This prince not only occupied the 3 or 4 rooms in the bungalow, but also all the neighborhood, which had been arranged so as to lodge the people of his suite. I had never before seen a traveling Rajah, so as soon as our camp had been settled at about 1/4 of a mile from the Serai, in a charming spot beside a stream and under magnificent trees, I went, in company with Captain Hood and Banks, to visit the encampment of Prince Guru Singh. The son of a Rajah who wishes to travel cannot travel alone, that is evident. If there are any people in the world whom I have not the slightest inclination to envy, they are those who can't move hand or foot without putting in motion at least 100 people. Far better to be the simplest pedestrian, with knapsack on back, stick in hand, and gun on shoulder, than an Indian prince traveling with all the ceremonial which his rank requires. "You can't call it a man going from one town to another," said Banks to me. "It's a whole village altering its geographical relations." "I like Steamhouse far better," I answered, "and I would not change with this Rajah's son for anything." "Who knows," said Captain Hood, "whether this prince may not prefer our rolling house to all his large and cumbersome equipage?" "There will be only one answer to make to that," cried Banks, "though I shall have no objection to build him a steam palace, provided he gives us a good price. But whilst awaiting his summons, let us look round the camp. It is worth the trouble." The prince's suite consisted of not less than 500 persons. Under the great trees stood 200 chariots, symmetrically arranged like the tents of a vast camp. Some had zebras to draw them, others buffaloes, and besides these there were 3 magnificent elephants, bearing on their backs richly ornamented palanquins, and 20 camels, from the country to the west of the Indus. Nothing was wanting in the caravan, neither musicians to charm the ears of His Highness, nor dancing girls to delight his eyes, nor jugglers to amuse his idle hours. 300 bearers and 200 guards completed the company, the payment of whose wages would soon have exhausted any other purse than that of an independent Indian Rajah. The musicians, who played tambourines, cymbals, and tom-toms, belonged to the school which thinks more of noise than harmony, but there were besides scrapers on guitars and 4-stringed violins, though their instruments had never been in a tuner's hands. Among the jugglers were sapwalas, or serpent charmers, who by their incantations chase and catch reptiles; mutuis, very skilful in sword exercises; acrobats who dance on the slack rope with a pyramid of earthen pots on their heads and buffalo horns on their feet; and lastly, conjurers who have the power of changing old snakeskins into venomous cobras, or vice versa, as the spectators wish. The dancing, or nautch girls, are usually very pretty and play the part of both singers and dancers. Very decently dressed, some in muslin embroidered with gold, others in plaited petticoats and scarves, which they wave about as they dance. These girls are decked with rich jewels, precious bracelets on their arms, gold rings on their fingers and toes, and silver bells on their ankles. Thus arrayed they perform the celebrated egg dance with really extraordinary grace and skill, and I hope that I should have an opportunity given me to admire them by a special invitation from the Rajah. Besides these people, there was a considerable following of men, women, and children in the caravan. The men were dressed either in a long strip of cotton called the dhoti, or in an angarka, or shirt, and jamah, a long white dress, which altogether makes a very picturesque costume. The women wore the choli, a kind of short-sleeved jacket, and the sari, equivalent to the men's dhoti, gracefully folded about the body with the end thrown coquettishly over the head. Whilst waiting for their evening meal, the Hindus lay beneath the trees, smoking cigarettes wrapped in a green leaf, or pipes filled with gurago, a composition of tobacco, treacle, and opium. Others chewed a mixture of betel leaves, areca nuts, and extinct lime, which possesses certain digestive qualities very useful in the burning climate of India. All these people lived on good terms with each other, and only showed animation at the hour for a feast. They were like the figurants in a theatrical procession, who fall back into complete apathy as soon as they are no longer on the scene. However, directly we appeared, the Hindus started up and salaamed to us, bending down to the earth. A number also shouted, "Sahib, Sahib," and we answered with friendly gestures. It occurred to me that perhaps Prince Guru Singh might give in our honor one of those fêtes of which Rajas are so lavish. The wide court of the bungalow was there all ready for any ceremony of this kind, and seemed to me admirably suited for the dances of the nautch girls, the incantations of the charmers, or the tricks of the acrobats. It would have delighted me, I acknowledge, to be present at such a spectacle in the middle of a serai, beneath the shade of magnificent trees, and with the natural get-up of the attendants. It would all have been worth far more than the boards of a narrow theatre, with its scenery of painted canvas and its imitation trees. I spoke my thoughts to my companions, who, while sharing my desire, did not think it would be realized. "The Rajah of Gujarat," said Banks, "is an independent man, who was with difficulty induced to submit after the Sepoy Revolt, during which his conduct was at least suspicious. He does not at all like the English, and his son is not likely to make himself agreeable." "Well, well, we can do without his notches," responded Captain Hood, shrugging his shoulders disdainfully. Banks' idea was probably correct, for we were not even admitted to the interior of the serai. Perhaps Prince Guru Singh expected an official visit from the colonel, but as Sir Edward Munro had nothing to ask from this personage, he expected nothing, and did not trouble himself. We now all returned to our camp, where we did justice to the excellent dinner Monsieur Parizard served up. Preserved meats now formed the staple of our food. For several days the bad weather had prevented our hunting, but our cook was a clever man, and under his knowing hands preserved vegetables and meat resumed all their natural flavor and freshness. In spite of what Banks had said, a feeling of curiosity led me to wait all that evening for an invitation which never came. Captain Hood joked about my taste for ballets in the open air, and even assured me that it was no end better than the opera. But of this, unless the prince showed himself a little amiable, I should have no opportunity of judging. It was settled that our departure should take place at break of day the next morning, the 18th of June. At 5 o'clock, Caluth began to make up the fires. Our elephant, which had been detached from the rest of the train, stood about 50 paces off, and the engine-driver was busy taking in water. Whilst this was going on, we strolled about beside the stream. 40 minutes later the boiler was sufficiently under pressure, and store had begun to back, when a party of Hindus approached. These were 5 or 6 richly dressed men, in white robes, silk tunics, and gold-embroidered turbans. A dozen guards armed with muskets and sabres accompanied them, one of the soldiers bearing a crown of green leaves which showed the presence of some important person. This important person was no other than Prince Guru Singh himself, a man of some 35 years, with a very haughty expression, of a type common among the Rajahs, in whose features are often found traces of the Maratha character. The prince did not deign to take notice of our presence. He walked forward a few paces and approached the gigantic elephant, which Store's hand was now causing to move. Then, after gazing at it, not without some feeling of curiosity, though, that he did not wish to betray, "Who made that machine?" he demanded of Store. The engine-driver pointed to the engineer who had joined us, and was standing a short distance off. Prince Guru Singh expressed himself very easily in English, and turning towards Banks, "Did you make—" he forced himself to say. "I did," replied Banks. "Did not someone tell me that it was a fancy of the late Rajah of Bhutan?" Banks signed an affirmative. "What is the good," returned his Highness, rudely shrugging his shoulders. "What is the good of being dragged about by a machine when one has elephants of flesh and blood at one's command?" "Probably," said Banks, "because his elephant is more powerful than all those of which the late Rajah made use." "Oh," said Guru Singh contemptuously, "more powerful." "Infinitely more so," returned Banks. "Not one of yours," put in Captain Hood, who much disliked these manners, "not one of yours would be capable of making that elephant stir an inch, if he did not wish it." "You say," said the Prince. "My friend asserts," replied the engineer, "and I also asserted, that this artificial animal could resist 10 pair of horses, and that your 3 elephants, harnessed together, could not make him move a foot." "I don't believe a word of it," replied the Prince. "Then you are quite wrong not to believe a word of it," replied Captain Hood. "And if your Highness chooses to name a price," added Banks, "I will engage to supply you with one that will have the strength of 20 of the best elephants in your stables." "It is easy to say so," replied Guru Singh dryly. "And it is easy to do so," returned Banks. The Prince began to get exasperated. It was plain to see that he could not stand contradiction. "Can the experiment be made here?" he asked, after a moment's thought. "It can," replied the engineer. "I should like," added Prince Guru Singh, "to make this experiment the subject of a considerable wager, unless you draw back at the fear of losing it, as no doubt your elephant will draw back when he has to struggle with mine." "Behemoth draw back!" exclaimed Captain Hood. "Who dares to say Behemoth will draw back?" "I do," returned Guru Singh. "And what sum will your Highness wager?" asked the engineer, folding his arms. 4,000 rupees," replied the Prince, "if you have got 4,000 rupees to lose." This would amount to nearly 400 pounds. The stake was considerable, and I could see that Banks, confident as he was, did not much care to risk such a sum. As for Captain Hood, he would have betted double that, if his modest pay would have allowed such a proceeding. "You refuse?" at last said his Highness, to whom 4,000 rupees merely represented the price of a passing fancy. "You are afraid to risk it?" "Done!" exclaimed Colonel Munro, who had just approached, and now uttered the single word which was of much consequence to us. "Will Colonel Munro wager 4,000 rupees?" inquired Prince Guru Singh. "Or even 10,000," answered Sir Edward, "if that would suit your Highness better." "Be it so," replied Guru Singh. This was becoming interesting. The engineer grasped the colonel's hand, as if to thank him for saving him from the affront offered by the haughty Rajah, but his brows knit for a moment, and I wondered whether he might not have presumed too much on the mechanical power of his apparatus. Captain Hood had no such fears. He beamed all over, rubbed his hands, and advancing towards the elephant, "Attention, Behemoth," he cried. "You have to work for the honor of old England, remember." All our party stood together at the side of the road. About 100 Hindus left their own camp and ran to be present at the forthcoming trial. Banks left us and mounted into the howdah beside Storr, who by means of an artificial draught was blowing up the furnaces so as to send a jet of vapor through Behemoth's trunk. Whilst this was going on, at a sign from the Prince, several of his servants went to the Serai and brought back the 3 elephants, freed from all their travelling harness. They were magnificent beasts, natives of Bengal, and much taller than their brethren of southern India. The sight of these superb animals, in all their pride of strength, caused me a qualm of uneasiness. The mahouts, perched on their great necks, guided them by hand and voice. As these elephants passed before his Highness, the biggest of the 3, a regular giant, stopped, bent his knees, raised his trunk, and saluted the Prince like the well-trained courtier that he was. He, with his 2 companions, then approached Behemoth, whom they apparently regarded with astonishment, mingled with some fear. Strong iron chains were fixed to the tender of our elephant. I confess my heart beat quick. Captain Hood gnawed his mustache and fidgeted about with anxiety. Colonel Munro was calm enough, far calmer indeed than Prince Guru Singh. "We are ready," said the engineer, "when your Highness pleases." "It pleases me now," returned the prince. Guru Singh made a sign. The mahouts uttered a peculiar whistle, and the 3 elephants, planting their huge feet firmly on the ground, drew all together. The machine began to move. A cry escaped me. Hood stamped. "Put on the brakes," said the engineer quietly, turning to the driver. And with a quick turn, followed by a rush of steam, the atmospheric brake was instantly brought to bear. Behemoth stopped, immovable. The mahouts excited the 3 elephants, who with straining muscles renewed their efforts. All was in vain. Our elephant appeared rooted to the ground. Prince Guru Singh bit his lip till the blood came. Captain Hood clapped his hands. "Forward!" cried Banks. "Yes, forward!" repeated the captain. "Forward!" The regulator was open wide. Great puffs of vapor issued from the trunk. The wheels turned slowly round, and the 3 elephants, notwithstanding their struggles, were drawn backwards, making deep ruts in the ground as they went. "Go ahead! Go ahead!" yelled Captain Hood. And as Behemoth still moved forward, the enormous animals fell over on their sides and were thus dragged some 20 feet, without apparently making any difference to our elephant. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the captain, who could not contain himself. They might fasten the whole Serai on to His Highness's elephants. It wouldn't weigh more than a cherry to our Behemoth. Colonel Munro made a sign. Banks closed the regulator, and the machine stopped. Anything more piteous to behold than the prince's 3 elephants now could not be seen. There they lay, their trunks covered with mud, their great feet waving helplessly in the air like gigantic beetles turned on their backs. The prince, both irritated and ashamed, had by this time departed, without waiting for the end of the experiment. The 3 elephants were now unharnessed. They rose, visibly humiliated by their defeat. As they repassed Behemoth, the largest, in spite of his driver, could not help bowing his knees and saluting with his trunk, just as he had done to Prince Guru Singh. In a quarter of an hour a Hindu, the Kamdar, or secretary of His Highness, appeared in our camp, and handed to the colonel a bag containing the lost wager of 10,000 rupees. Sir Edward took the bag, but tossed it scornfully back, saying, "For the people of His Highness." Then turning on his heel, he walked quietly into Steam House. No better way could have been devised for putting down this arrogant prince who had so contemptuously provoked us. Behemoth being now in his place, Banks gave the signal, and we started off at full speed, in the midst of an enormous crowd of amazed and wondering Hindus. Shouts and cries saluted us, and soon a turn of the road hid Prince Guru Singh's camp and Serai from our sight. The next day, Steam House began to ascend an acclivity which connects the level country with the base of the Himalayan frontier. This was mere child's play to our Behemoth, whose 24 horsepower had enabled him successfully to cope with Prince Guru Singh's 3 elephants. He pressed easily up the steep roads of this region without its being found necessary to increase the regular pressure of steam. It was indeed a strange sight to see our colossal animal breasting the hill, giving vent to snorts and shrieks as he dragged our train up after him. Our heavy wheels crashed and ground along, not, it must be confessed, to the improvement of the roads, in which already softened by torrents of rain they made deep ruts. In spite of it all, Steam House gradually rose, the panorama widened, the plain subsided, and towards the south of the horizon stretched at last further than the eye could reach. We were more sensible of the effect produced when for some hours the road lay under the trees of a thick forest. Now and then a wide glade opened before us, like an immense window on the mountain ridge, when we would stop our train for a minute or two if the landscape was misty, or for half a day if the view was clear. All 4 then, leaning out of the back veranda, would take our fill of gazing at the magnificent panorama extended before our eyes. This ascent, interrupted by more or less prolonged halts, for the view as well as for night encampments, continued for no less than 7 days, from the 19th to the 25th of June. With a little patience, remarked Captain Hood, our train will mount to the very highest summits of the Himalayas. Don't be too ambitious, Captain, responded the engineer. It could do it, Banks. Yes, Hood, it could if the practicable road did not soon come to an end, and provided we carried fuel, for that we should no longer find amongst the glaciers, besides respirable air, which would be wanting up there. But there is no need for us to do more than just pass the habitable zone of the Himalayas. When Behemoth has attained a medium altitude, he will stop in some pleasant spot, on the border of an alpine-like forest, in delicious air refreshed by the breezes from above. Our friend Munro will have transported his Calcutta bungalow on to the mountains of Nepal. That is all, and there we can stay as long as we like. On the 25th of June, we found the halting place, in which we were to camp for several months. For 48 hours the road had been becoming less and less practicable, being either half-made or deeply cut up by the rain. It was a regular tug for Behemoth, but he managed it by devouring a little more fuel than usual. A few pieces of wood added to Kalu's furnace served to increase the steam pressure. For this last 48 hours, our train had been traveling through an almost deserted country. Settlements or villages were no longer to be met with, only here and there a farm or isolated dwelling buried in the great pine forests with which the southern ridges bristled. 3 or 4 times a solitary mountaineer greeted us with admiring exclamations. No doubt, on seeing the marvelous apparatus ascending the mountain, they imagined that Brahma had taken it into his head to transport an entire pagoda to some inaccessible and lofty height. At last, on the 25th of June, Banks gave the word to halt, and thus ended the first part of our journey into northern India. The train came to a standstill in the middle of a wide glade, near a torrent, the limpid waters of which would supply the wants of our camp for several months. Our outlook, too, extended for 50 or 60 miles over the plain. Steam House was now 975 miles from its starting place, 6,000 feet above the level of the sea, and resting at the foot of the Dhawalagiri, whose summit rises 27,000 feet into the air. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lindsay Anderson. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 15. The Pal of Tandit. Having followed thus far the travels of Colonel Munro and his companions from Calcutta to the Indo-Chinese frontier, and seen them safely encamped at the base of the mountains of Tibet, we will leave them for a time in their winter quarters and devote a few pages to some other characters who have appeared in our story. Our readers may remember the incident which marked the arrival of Steam House at Allahabad. From a newspaper of that town, dated the 25th of May, Colonel Munro learnt the news of the death of Nana Sahib. Was this report so often spread before, and again so often contradicted, this time indeed true? After reading such minute details, could Sir Edward Munro still doubt, and was he not justified in renouncing all expectation of being able finally to do justice on the rebel of 1857? We shall be enabled to judge of this when we hear of all that occurred after the night of the 7th of March, during which Nana Sahib, accompanied by Bilal Rao, his brother, and escorted by most faithful companions, the Hindu Kalagani amongst the number, left the caves of Ajunta. 60 hours later, the Nabob reached the narrow defiles of the Sautpuran Mountains, after crossing the Tapti, which flows into the sea on the west coast, near Surat. He was then 100 miles from Ajunta, in a part of the province little frequented, and thus tolerably secure for a time. The place was well chosen. The river Nerbudda flows between two ranges of mountains, the Satpuras on the south and the Vindhyas on the north. These two chains are entangled with each other in such a way as to form most intricate and safe retreats. On looking at the map, it will be seen that the Vindhyas form one of the great sides of the central triangle of the peninsula, about the 23rd degree of latitude, but that the Satpuras do not go beyond the 75th degree of longitude, and end with Mount Kalagang. Here Nana Sahib was near the country of the Goons, an aboriginal tribe, only half subdued, whom he hoped to induce to revolt. Gondwana is a territory of 200 square miles, containing a population of more than 3 millions. Monsieur Rousselet considers the inhabitants to be always ripe for rebellion. It is quite an important part of Hindustan, and, truth to say, is only nominally under English rule. The railway from Bombay to Allahabad traverses this district from southwest to northeast, and even has a branch into the center of the province of Nagpur. But the tribes remain as savage as ever, become refractory at any proposal of civilization, are very impatient of the European yoke, and, in fact, as they can at any moment retreat into their mountain fastnesses, are extremely difficult to keep in order. And this Nana Sahib well knew. Here, then, he determined to seek shelter so as to escape the search of the English police, and there to await a fit time to provoke an insurrectional movement. If the Nabob should succeed in his enterprise, if at his summons the goons should rise and follow where he led, the revolt would doubtless spread rapidly and widely. To the north of Gondwana lies Bundelkund, which comprises the mountainous region situated between the higher plateau of the Vindhyas and the important river the Jumna. In this country, covered with beautiful virgin forests, live a deceitful and cruel people, among whom all criminals, political or otherwise, seek and easily find a refuge. These provinces still remain barbarous, and here still live the descendants of those who fought under Tipu Sahib against the invaders. Here, too, are the headquarters of the celebrated stranglers, the thugs, so long the terror of India, fanatical assassins who destroy innumerable victims, though without shedding blood, as well as bands of Pindaris, who perpetrate the most odious massacres almost with impunity. In every part are swarms of the terrible dacoits, a sect of poisoners who follow in the footsteps of the thugs, and finally Nana Sahib himself had taken refuge here after escaping the royal troops, now masters of Jhansi. He, having thus thrown them off the scent, intended soon to go and seek a more secure asylum in the inaccessible retreats of the Indo-Chinese frontier. To the east of Gondwana is KINGSTON, or the country of the Khons. These people are the fierce votaries of Tado Panor, the god of the earth, and Manek Soro, the red god of battles. They are much given to those Marias, or human sacrifices, which the English have so long endeavored to abolish, and can only be compared to the savage natives of the most barbarous Polynesian islands. In 1840 and 1854, Major General John Campbell, with Captains Macpherson, McVicker, and Fry, engaged in long and troublesome expeditions against these daring fanatics, who will do anything under a religious pretext, if an unscrupulous leader can be found. To the west of Gondwana lies a state containing from 1,500,000 to 2 million souls, occupied by the Bhils, formerly so powerful in Malwa and Rajputana, now divided into clans and spread all about the Vindhyas. They are almost always intoxicated with the spirit they obtain from the Mikowa tree, but are brave, daring, hardy, and active, and constantly prepared to answer to the Kisri, their cry for war or pillage. From this description it will be seen that Nana Sahib had chosen well. In this central region of the peninsula he hoped this time, instead of a mere military insurrection, to provoke a national movement, in which Hindus of every caste would take part. But before taking any decided step, it was necessary to settle in the country so as to obtain as much influence and act as effectively as was possible under the circumstances. This, of course, necessitated the discovery of a safe retreat, for a time at any rate, which he could be free to abandon directly it was suspected. This was Nana Sahib's first care. The Hindus who had followed him from Ajunta could come and go as they liked throughout the presidency. Balao Rao, who was not included in the governor's notice, might also have enjoyed the same immunity had it not been for his likeness to his brother. Since his flight to the frontiers of Nepal, attention had not been drawn to his person, and there was every reason to believe him dead. But, taken for Nana Sahib, he would have been at once arrested, and this, at any cost, must be avoided. A single asylum, then, was needed for these two brothers, one in thought and aim, and in the defiles of the Satpura Mountains this would neither take long nor be difficult to find. A suitable place was at last pointed out by one of the natives of the band, a Gund, who knew every inch of the valley, even to its innermost retreats. On the right bank of a little tributary of the Nerbud was a deserted Pal, called the Pal of Tandit. A Pal is sometimes less than a village, and scarcely a hamlet, merely a collection of huts, or sometimes even a solitary habitation. The wanderers who inhabit it take up their abode there only for a time. After burning a few trees, the cinders of which improve the ground for a time, the Gund and his friends construct a dwelling. As the country is anything but safe, the house has all the appearance of a little fort. It is surrounded by palisades, and is capable of being defended against a surprise. Besides which, hidden in some thick clump of trees, or buried, so to speak, in a bower of cactus and brushwood, it is no easy matter to discover it at all. Usually, the Pal crowns some hillock, with a narrow valley on one side, between two steep spurs of the mountains, in the midst of an impenetrable forest. It does not seem that any human creature could live there. There is no road to it, nor even the vestige of a path. To reach one, it is sometimes necessary to ascend the bed of a torrent, so that the water may wash away all traces of anyone having passed that way. In the warm season, men go up to their ankles in the water. In the cold season, up to their knees. Besides this, a perfect avalanche of stones and rocks is kept ready at the top, arranged so that even a child's hand would be sufficient to push them over and crush anyone who attempted to reach the Pal against the wish of the inhabitants. Isolated as they are in their inaccessible eyries, the Gunds can yet communicate most rapidly from Pal to Pal. From the unequal ridges of the Satpuras, signals are in a few minutes sent over 60 miles of country. A fire lighted on the summit of a pointed rock, a tree changed into a gigantic torch, a column of smoke on the top of a spur of the hills. The inhabitants all know what these signify. The enemy, that is to say a detachment of English soldiers, or a squad of police, has penetrated into the valley, ascended the course of the Nerbudda, is searching the gorges in quest of some criminal to whom the district offers a willing refuge. The war cry so familiar to the ear of the mountaineers becomes a cry of alarm. A stranger might mistake it for the call of night birds, or the hissing of serpents. The Gund does not so mistake it, however. It is a warning that he must fly, and so he does. The suspected Pals are abandoned, or even burnt. The nomads escape to other retreats, to be in their turn deserted if close pressed, so that when the agents of the authorities at last make their way to them, they find nothing but ruins. It was to one of these places, the Pal of Tandit, that Nana Sahib and his friends came to take refuge. The faithful Gund, so devoted to the person of the Nabob, brought them to it, and there, on the 12th of March, they stationed themselves. The brothers' first care, after taking possession of the Pal of Tandit, was diligently to reconnoitre the neighbourhood. They observed in what directions they could see, and how far. They found out what were the nearest habitations, and who were their occupants. The position of this lonely peak, on which in the midst of a group of trees was the Pal of Tandit, was minutely studied, until they finally came to the conclusion that it was utterly impossible to obtain access to it without following the bed of the Nazur torrent, up which they themselves had ascended. The security this Pal offered was undoubted, more especially as below it was a cave or tunnel, from which secret passages led out from the spur of the mountain, and afforded another way of escape when necessary. It was not enough, however, for Balao Rao to know only what the Pal of Tandit was at the present time. He wished to know what it had been, and whilst the Nabob was examining the interior, he continued to interrogate the Gund. "A few questions more," he said. "For how long has this Pal been deserted?" "For more than a year," replied the Gund. "Who last inhabited it?" "A wandering family, who only stayed there a few months." "Why did they leave it?" "Because the soil did not supply them with sufficient nourishment on which to subsist." "And since their departure, no one, to your knowledge, has taken refuge there?" "No one." "A soldier or emissary of the police has never set foot in this Pal?" "Never." "It has been visited by no stranger?" "By none," answered the Gund, "unless it was a woman." "A woman?" exclaimed Balau Rao. "Yes, a woman, who has been wandering about in the valley of the Nerbudda for the last 3 years." "Who is she?" "I have no idea who she is," replied the man. "Where she comes from I cannot tell, and not a person in the valley knows more than I do about the matter. Whether she is a foreigner or a native, no one has ever been able to find out." Balau Rao reflected for a moment, then resumed. "What does this woman do?" he asked. "She goes to and fro," replied the Gund, "and lives entirely on alms. Everyone in the valley has a kind of superstitious veneration for her. I have several times myself received her in my own Pal. She never speaks, and is generally supposed to be dumb, and I should not be surprised if she were. At night she may be seen straying about, holding a lighted torch in her hand. For this reason she is always known by the name of the Roving Flame." "But," said Balau Rao, "if this woman knows the Pal of Tandit, is she not likely to return to it while we are here, and so cause us some danger?" "Not at all," replied the Gund. "She is mad. Her senses have fled. Her eyes gaze without seeing. Her ears listen without hearing. Her tongue cannot utter a word. It is as though she were blind, deaf, and dumb to all that goes on around her. She is quite mad, and madness is a living death." The Gund, in the language of the hillmen, thus traced the portrait of a strange creature well known in the valley under the name of the Roving Flame of the Nerbudda. This was a woman whose pale, still beautiful countenance, worn, though not with years, and quite devoid of expression, betrayed neither her origin nor age. The wild eyes looked as though they had closed to all intellectual life on some terrific scene, the horror of which still lingered in them. The hillmen always received this poor, inoffensive creature kindly. Like all savage people, the Gunds hold persons who have been deprived of reason in a sort of superstitious reverence. Roving Flame was hospitably welcomed wherever she appeared. No Pal was closed to her. They fed her when she was hungry, gave her a bed when she was weary, without expecting a word of thanks from the poor speechless mouth. For how long had this woman led this existence? Where had she come from? When did she first appear in Gondwana? Why did she rove about with a torch in her hand? Was it to light her path, or to scare away wild beasts? It was impossible to find out. Sometimes she disappeared for whole months together. What became of her then? Did she leave the defiles of the Satpuras for the gorges of the Vindhyas? Did she wander beyond the Nerbudda into Malwa or Bundelkund? No one knew. More than once, when her absence was prolonged, it was thought that her melancholy life had ended. But no, she always came back, still looking the same, for neither fatigue, nor illness, nor privation had any visible effect on her apparently frail body. Balau Rao heard the native with extreme attention. He considered whether there might not be some danger in the circumstance that Roving Flame knew of the Pal of Tandit, for, as she had already before sought refuge there, her instinct might lead her back to it. He therefore questioned the Gund as to whether he or his friends knew where the mad woman actually was at the present time. "I cannot tell at all," answered the Gund. "For more than 6 months no one has seen her in the valley. Possibly she may be dead, but even should she reappear and come to this Pal, there is nothing to fear from her. She is but a moving statue. She will not see you, nor hear you, nor know in the least who you are. She will just enter, sit by your hearth for a day or even 2, then light her torch and begin again to wander from house to house. That is the way her life is spent. But since her absence this time has been so prolonged, most likely she will not return again. The mind died long ago, and now the body must be dead also. Balau Rao did not attach sufficient importance to this incident to think it worth mentioning to Nana Sahib. The fugitives spent a month in the Pal of Tandit, and as yet Roving Flame had not returned to the Nerbudda Valley. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lindsay Anderson. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 16. Roving Flame. For a whole month, from the 12th of March to the 12th of April, Nana Sahib remained concealed in the Pal. He wished to give the English authorities time either to make some mistake by thinking he was dead, and so give up the search, or to go on a false scent in quite another direction. The two brothers did not go out in the daytime themselves, but their faithful followers went forth throughout the valley, visiting the villages and hamlets, announcing in ambiguous words the approaching apparition of a great multi, half god, half man, and thus preparing their minds for a national rising. When night fell, Nana Sahib and Balau Rao ventured to quit their retreat. Following the banks of the Nerbudda, they went from village to village, from Pal to Pal, awaiting the time when, with some security, they might attempt the domains of the Rajas under British rule. Nana Sahib knew, besides, that there were many semi-independent tribes who were impatient of the foreign yoke and would rally round him at his summons. But in the first instance, he must only deal with the savage populations of Gondwana. These barbarous Bhils, nomad Khons, and Goons, as little civilized as the natives of the Pacific Isles, the Nana found all ready to rise and follow where he would. Although he prudently only made himself known to 2 or 3 powerful chiefs, that was sufficient to prove to him that his name alone would attract millions of natives from the central plateau of Hindustan. When the two brothers met again in their Pal, they compared notes of all that they had seen, heard, and done. Their companions then joined them, bringing from all parts word that the spirit of revolt was blowing like a tempest through the Nerbudda Valley. The Goons only longed to be allowed to yell the Kisri, or war cry of the hillmen, and hurl themselves like a cataract on the military cantonments of the Residency. The time for that had not yet come. It was in truth not enough that in the province lying between the Satpuras and the Vindhyas alone the spirit of revolt should be smoldering. That the fire might gradually gain on the country, it was necessary to carry the combustible elements into the neighboring states, which were more directly under English authority. The whole of the vast kingdom of Sindhia, as well as the states of Bhopal, Malwa, and Bundelkund, were to be made to resemble a huge bonfire, ready and prepared for lighting. But Nana Sahib, wisely enough, did not intend to delegate to others the task of visiting his partisans in the insurrection of 1857. Those natives who remained faithful to his cause and never had believed in his death were constantly expecting his reappearance. A month after his arrival in the Pal of Tandit, the Nana began to consider he might act in safety. He thought that by this time the story of his having been seen in the province would be contradicted. Trusty spies kept him informed as to all that the governor of the Bombay Presidency had done to effect his capture. He knew that at first the authorities had instituted a most active search, but without result. The fisherman of Aurungabad, once the Nana's prisoner, had fallen by his dagger, and no one had suspected that the fugitive fakir was the Nabab Dandu Pant, on whose head a price had been set. In a week the reports grew fewer. The aspirants to the prize of £2,000 lost hope, and the name of Nana Sahib began to be forgotten. Without much fear of being recognized, the Nabab now began his insurrectionary campaign. Now in the costume of a Parsi, and now in that of a humble Ryot, one day alone, and another accompanied by his brother, he went long distances from the Pal of Tandit, northwards, to the other side of the Nerbudda, and even beyond the Vindhyas. If a spy had followed him in his wanderings, he would, soon after the 12th of April, have found him at Indore. There Nana Sahib, whilst preserving the strictest incognito, put himself in communication with the extensive rural population employed in the culture of poppy fields. These were Rihilas, Mikranis, Valayalis, eager, courageous, and fanatical, chiefly Sepoy deserters, concealed by the dress of native peasants. Nana Sahib, on the 19th of April, passing through a magnificent valley in which dates and mango trees grew in profusion, arrived at Suari. Here rise numerous curious constructions of very great antiquity. They are called topes, and resemble tumuli, crowned with hemispheric domes, the principal group being that of Saldara, at the north of the valley. From these funeral monuments, these dwellings of the dead, the altars of which, dedicated to Buddhist rites, are shaded by stone parasols, issued, at the voice of Nana Sahib, hundreds of fugitives. Buried in these ruins to escape the retaliations of the English, one word was sufficient to make them understand what the Nabob expected of them. When the hour came, a signal would be enough to excite them to throw themselves en masse on the invaders. On the 24th of April, the Nana reached Bilsa, the chief town of an important district of Malwa, and in the ruins of that ancient place he collected men ripe for revolt, to whom he gave the news. On the 27th he entered Rajgor, and on the 30th the old city of Saugor, not far from the spot where General Sir Hugh Rose fought a bloody battle with the insurgents, and with the hill of Mondanpur gained the key of the defiles of the Vindhyas. There the Nabob was joined by his brother and Kalagnani, and the two then made themselves known to the chiefs of the principal tribes in which they were sure. In these councils the preliminaries of a general insurrection were discussed and agreed upon. Whilst Nana Sahib and Balau Rao were pursuing their operations in these parts, their allies were no less busy on the northern side of the Vindhyas. Before returning to the Nerbudda Valley, the two brothers wished to visit Pune. They ventured up the Kin, under the shade of giant teaks and colossal bamboos. Here they enrolled many wild fellows from among the miserable people who work for the Rajah in the valuable diamond mines of the territory. This Rajah, says Monsieur Rousselet, understanding the position which English protection gives to the princes of Bundelkund, prefers the role of a rich landholder to that of an insignificant prince. A rich landholder indeed! The region he possesses extends for 20 miles north of Pune, and the working of his mines, the products of which are most esteemed in the markets of Benares and Allahabad, employs a large number of Hindus. They are very hardly treated, condemned to the severest labor, and running a great chance of being decapitated as soon as their work is no longer required. So it is not to be wondered at that the Nana found many amongst them ready to fight for the independence of their country. Leaving this place, the brothers came southwards again, intending to return to the Pal of Tandit. However, before provoking the southern rising, which should coincide with that of the north, they determined to stop at Bhopal. This is an important Mussulman town, and the capital of Islamism in India. Its Begum remained faithful to the English during the time of the rebellion. Nana Sahib and Balau Rao, accompanied by a dozen goons, arrived at Bhopal on the 24th of May, the last day of the Moharram festival, instituted to celebrate the revival of the Mussulman army. Both had assumed the dress of jogwais, religious mendicants armed with long daggers with rounded blades, which they dig into their bodies in a fanatical manner, though without doing any great harm. Being unrecognizable in this disguise, the two brothers followed the procession through the streets of the town, in the midst of numerous elephants, bearing on their backs tadzias, or little temples, 20 feet high. They mingled with the Mussulmen, who were richly clothed in gold-embroidered tunics and muslin turbans. They joined with the musicians, soldiers, dancing girls, young men disguised as women, a strange agglomeration which gave to the ceremony quite the look of a carnival. In this mob of natives were many of their friends, with whom the conspirators could easily manage to exchange a Masonic sign, well known to the rebels of 1857. When evening came, the crowd surged towards the lake which bathes the eastern suburb of the town. There, in the midst of deafening cries, reports of firearms, popping of crackers, and by the light of innumerable torches, the fanatics seized the tadzias and cast them into the waters of the lake. The Muharram festival was ended. Just then, Nana Sahib felt a touch on his shoulder. He turned and saw a Bengali standing beside him. The Nana recognized in this man one of his former followers. He gave him a questioning look. The Bengali thereupon murmured the following words, all of which were heard by the Nana without his betraying emotion by a single word or look. "Colonel Munro has left Calcutta." "Where is he?" "He was at Benares yesterday." "Where is he going?" "To the Nepalese frontier." "With what object?" "To stay there a few months." "And then?" "Return to Bombay." A whistle was heard. At the signal, a native glided through the crowd and stood before them. It was Kalanani. "Go this instant," said the Nabob. "Join Munro on his way to the north. Attach yourself to him. Render him some service and risk your life if necessary. Never leave him until he is beyond the Vindhyas in the Nerbudda Valley. Then, and then only, come and give me notice of his presence." Kalanani signed an affirmative and disappeared. An order from the Nabob was enough. In 10 minutes he had left Bhopal. At that moment Balau Rao approached his brother. "It is time to set out," he said. "Yes," replied the Nana, "and before daybreak we must be at the Pal of Tandit." "Forward, then." Followed by their goons, the two men skirted the northern side of the lake until they reached an isolated farm, where horses awaited them and their escort. They were swift animals, fed upon spiced food, and capable of doing 50 miles in a single night. By 8 o'clock they were galloping along the road from Bhopal to the Vindhyas. The Nana prudently wished his return to the Pal to pass unnoticed, so in order to reach their destination before daybreak, they pushed on at their utmost speed. The brothers barely exchanged a word, but their minds were occupied with the same thoughts. During their excursion they had gathered more than hope, the absolute certainty that numberless followers would rally around them. The center of India was entirely in their hands. The military cantonments scattered over this vast territory could not resist the first assault of the insurgents. Their annihilation would leave the way open for the revolt, which, spreading from coast to coast, would call up a wall of determined natives, against which the English army would dash themselves in vain. The Nana's thoughts were divided between this and the fortunate chance, which would soon put Munro into his power. The colonel had at last quitted Calcutta, where he was so difficult to get at. Henceforth, none of his movements would be unknown to the Nabob. Without his suspecting it, the hand of Kalagnani would guide him into the wild country of the Vindhyas, and once there, none could protect him from the punishment Nana Sahib's hate reserved for him. Balau Rao knew nothing of what had passed between the Bengali and his brother. It was not until they were approaching the Pal, when stopping to breathe their horses for an instant, that Nana Sahib mentioned the subject. "Munro has left Calcutta and is going to Bombay." "The road to Bombay," exclaimed Balau Rao, "leads to the shores of the Indian Ocean." "The road to Bombay, this time," returned the Nana, "will end in the Vindhyas." This reply was significant. The horses set off again at a gallop through the thick forest which covered the borders of the Nerbudda Valley. It was 5 in the morning, and day was dawning as Nana Sahib, Balau Rao, and their companions drew rein at the foot of the Nazur torrent. The party here dismounted and left their horses in charge of a couple of goons, with orders to take them to the nearest village. The rest then followed the brothers, who were already ascending the torrent. All was still. The noise of day had not yet succeeded to the silence of night. Suddenly, a shot was heard, followed by many others. Then shouts arose.
"Hurrah! Hurrah! Forward!"
An officer with 50 British soldiers appeared on the crest of the Pal.
"Fire! Let none escape!"
he exclaimed. Another volley was fired straight at the group of goons which surrounded the Nana and his brother. 5 or 6 natives fell. The others, throwing themselves into the stream, disappeared among the trees. "Nana Sahib! Nana Sahib!" shouted the English as they penetrated the narrow ravine. All at once, one of those who had been mortally wounded rose, his hand extended. "Death to the invaders!" he cried in a hoarse voice, then fell back dead. The officer approached the body. "Is this indeed Nana Sahib?" he asked. "Yes, sir, it is," answered 2 of his men who had been at Cawnpore and were well acquainted with the person of the Nabob. "After the others now," called out the officer, and he with all his detachment hastened off into the forest in pursuit. Scarcely had they disappeared when a dark figure glided out of the dim recesses of the pall. It was Roving Flame. The evening before, the mad woman had been the unconscious guide of the officer and his men. She had entered the valley and was mechanically bending her steps towards the Pal of Tandit when she happened to pass a bivouac of soldiers who were engaged in the search for the Nana. As the strange being glided by, the tongue, which was supposed to be speechless, uttered a word, a name, that of the slaughterer of Cawnpore. "Nana Sahib! Nana Sahib!" she repeated, as if some unaccountable presentiment had called up the image in her mind. The officer heard and started. He instantly ordered up his men and followed in her steps, she appearing neither to see nor hear them. They reached the Pal. Was this indeed the place in which the miscreant had hidden himself? The officer took the necessary measures for guarding the bed of the Nazur and waited for day. Directly Nana Sahib and his goons appeared on the scene, they were met with a volley which laid many low, and among them the chief of the Sepoy mutiny. Such was the account of the skirmish sent by telegraph to the governor of the Bombay Presidency. The telegram soon spread all over the peninsula. The papers copied it, and thus Colonel Munro read it on the 26th of May in the Allahabad Gazette. No one could any longer have doubts about the death of Nana Sahib. His identity had been proved, and as the paragraph stated, "India has now nothing further to dread from the machinations of the cruel Nabob who has cost her so much blood." The madwoman left the Pal and descended the bed of the Nazur. Her hollow eyes were burning with a strange light, which was not there a short time before, and she still muttered at intervals the name of the Nana. She reached the spot where the dead bodies lay, and stopped before the one recognized by the soldiers. The horrid scowl with which he died was fixed on his features. Having lived but for vengeance, his hate still survived. The madwoman knelt down, laid her clasped hands on the body, from which the blood flowed and stained the folds of her dress, and looked long and fixedly at the face. Then she arose, and shaking her head, glided slowly away. By the time she had gone a few yards, Roving Flame had relapsed into her wonted indifference, and her lips no longer uttered the cursed name of Nana Sahib. End of chapter 16.
Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 1. Our Sanatarium. Speaking of the great American Andes, the mineralogist Aui uses a grand expression when he calls them the incommensurable parts of creation. These proud words may justly be applied to the Himalayan chain, whose heights no man can measure with any mathematical precision. They occurred to my mind when I first viewed this incomparable region, in the midst of which Colonel Munro, Captain Hood, Banks, and myself were to sojourn for several weeks. "Not only are these mountains immeasurable," said the engineer, "but their summits must be regarded as inaccessible, for human organs cannot work at such a height, where the air is not dense enough for breathing." This chain may be best described as a barrier of primitive granite, gneiss, and schist rocks, 1,560 miles in length, extending from the 72nd meridian to the 95th, through 2 presidencies, Agra and Calcutta, and 2 kingdoms, Bhutan and Nepal. It comprehends 3 distinct zones, the first 5,000 feet high, being more temperate than the lower plain and yielding a harvest of corn in the winter and rice in the summer. The second increasing from 5,000 to 9,000 feet, on which the snow melts in the springtime, and the third rising to 25,000, covered with ice and snow which even in the hot season defies the solar rays. At an elevation of 20,000 feet, the mountains are pierced by 11 passes, which, incessantly threatened by avalanches, swept by torrents, and encumbered by glaciers, yet make it possible, though dangerous and difficult, to go from India to Tibet. Above this ridge, which is sometimes rounded and then again as flat as Table Mountain at the Cape of Good Hope, rise 7 or 8 peaks, some volcanic, commanding the sources of the Gogra, the Jumna, and the Ganges. The chief are Mounts Dukia and Kinchinjunga, rising to 21,000 feet, Deodunga 24,000, Dhawalagiri 27,000, Chumalari 28,000, and the highest in the world, Mount Everest, 29,000 feet. Such is this magnificent pile of mountains, which neither Alps, Pyrenees, nor Andes can excel in loftiness, and whose summits not even the most daring of ascensionists have ever ventured to assail. The first slopes are extensively and thickly wooded. Here may be found different representatives of the palm family, which, in a higher zone, give place to vast forests of oaks, cypress, and pines, to rich masses of bamboos and herbaceous plants. Banks, who gave us this information, told us also that the snow line is 12,000 feet lower on the Indian side of the chain than on the Tibetan, the reason being that the vapors brought by the south winds are arrested by the enormous barrier. On the other side, therefore, villages have been established at an altitude of 15,000 feet in the midst of fields of barley and beautiful meadows. If you believe the natives, 1 night is sufficient for a crop of grass to carpet these pastures. In the middle zone, peacocks, partridges, pheasants, bustards, and quails represent the winged tribe. Goats and sheep abound. On the highest zone, we only find the wild boar, the chamois, the wild cat, and the eagle soars above the scanty vegetation, mere humble specimens of an Arctic flora. But there was nothing there to tempt Captain Hood. Was it likely that his Nimrod would have come into the Himalayan region merely to continue his trade of domestic provider? Fortunately for him, there was no chance that game worthy of his Enfield rifle and his explosive balls would be scarce. At the foot of the first slopes of the chain extends a zone called by the natives the Belt of Terai. It is a long declivitous stretch of land, 4 or 5 miles wide, damp, warm, covered with vegetation and dense forests, forming favorite resorts for wild beasts. This Eden of the hunter who loves the stirring features of the chase lay but 1,500 yards below us. It was, therefore, easy to enter into these preserves, which seemed, as it were, quite distinct grounds. It was more than probable that Captain Hood would have greater pleasure in visiting the lower than the upper zones of the Himalayas, although, even after the explorations of that most ill-humored of travelers, Victor Jacquemont, many important geographical discoveries remain yet to be made. "So this important chain is only very imperfectly known?" I remarked to Banks. "Very imperfectly indeed," answered the engineer. "The Himalayan chain may be likened to a little planet stuck onto our globe and keeping its own secrets." "They have been surveyed, though," said I. "They have been explored as much as is possible." "Oh, yes. There has been no lack of Himalayan travelers," replied Banks. "Messrs. Gerard and Webb, the officers Kirkpatrick, Fraser, Hodgson, Herbert, Lloyd, Hooker, Cunningham, Strabing, Skinner, Johnson, Moorcroft, Thompson, Griffith, Vignier, Hugel, the missionaries Houck and Gabet, and more recently the brothers Schlagenschweit, Colonel Waugh, Lieutenants Roulier and Montgomery have, by dint of great labor, made known in large measure their orological arrangements. Nevertheless, my friends, much remains to be learnt. The exact heights of the principal peaks have given rise to numberless rectifications. Formerly, Dowalagiri was the king of the whole chain. Then, after new measurements, he was forced to yield the throne to Kinchinjunga, who again has abdicated in favor of Mount Everest. At the present time, the latter surpasses all its rivals. However, the Chinese now say that the Kuen-Lun Mountains, to which it is true European measurements have not been applied, surpass Mount Everest in a slight degree, and that we must no longer look to the Himalayas as possessing the highest point of our globe. But in reality, these measurements must not be considered mathematical until they have been barometrically obtained, and with every precaution that a direct determination will admit of. And how is this to be done without carrying a barometer to the very top of one of these inaccessible peaks? Of course, no one has yet accomplished this. "It will be done," answered Captain Hood, "just as some day voyages will be made both to the North and South Pole." "Evidently." "Or an exploring party to the lowest depths of old ocean." "Doubtless." "Or a journey to the center of the earth." "Bravo, Hood." "As everything will be done," I added. "Even an aerial voyage to each of the planets of the solar system," rejoined Hood, whom nothing daunted. "No, Captain," I replied. "Man, a mere inhabitant of the earth, cannot overstep its boundaries. But though he is confined to its crust, he may penetrate into all its secrets." "He can, he must," cried Banks. "All that is within the limits of possibility may and shall be accomplished. Then, when man has nothing more to discover in the globe which he inhabits, he will disappear with the spheroid which has no longer any mysteries concealed from him," put in Captain Hood. "Not so," returned Banks. "He will enjoy it as a master, and will derive far greater advantages from it. But, friend Hood, now that we are in the Himalayan country, I wish to tell you of a curious discovery which you may make, amongst others, and which will certainly interest you." "What is it about, Banks?" "In the account of his travels, the missionary Hugh speaks of a singular tree which is called in Tibet the Tree of 10,000 Pictures. According to the Hindu legend, Tong Kabak, the reformer of the Buddhist religion, was changed into a tree some 1,000 years after the same adventure happened to Philemon, Baucis, and Daphne, those curious vegetable beings of the mythological flora. The hair of Tong Kabak became the foliage of this sacred tree, and the leaves are, the missionary declares he saw it with his own eyes, Tibetan characters, distinctly to be traced in the veins." "A tree producing printed leaves!" I exclaimed. "And, moreover, on which you may read the purest and most moral sentences," continued the engineer. "That would be well worth the trouble of proving," said I, laughing. "Prove it then, my friends," answered Banks. "If these trees exist in the southern part of Tibet, then surely are to be found in the upper zone on the southern slopes of the Himalayas. During your excursions, then, you can be on the lookout for this, what shall I call it, this Maxim tree." "No, by Jove," returned Captain Hood. "I came here to hunt, and have not the smallest intention of doing anything in the climbing line." "Well, my dear fellow," resumed Banks, "a daring climber like you ought to make some ascent in all this great chain." "Never!" exclaimed the captain. "Why not?" "I have renounced ascents." "Since when?" "Since the day when, after having risked my life 20 times," answered Captain Hood, "I managed to reach the summit of Vrigel in the kingdom of Bhutan. It was said that no human being had ever set foot on the top of that peak. There was glory to be gained. My honor was at stake. Well, after no end of narrow squeaks for it, I got to the top, and what did I see but these words cut on a rock: Durand, dentist, 14 Rue Camartin, Paris. I climb no more." The honest captain! I must confess that, While telling us of his discomfiture, Hood looked so comical that it was impossible to help joining him in a hearty laugh. I have several times spoken of the sanitariums of the peninsula. These resorts in the mountains are much frequented during the summer by landowners, officers, and merchants, who are scorched by the glowing heat of the plains. In the first rank we must name Simla, situated on the 31st parallel and to the west of the 75th meridian. It is like a little bit of Switzerland, with its torrents, its streams, its chalets, pleasantly situated under the shade of cedars and pines 6,000 feet above the level of the sea. After Simla, I must mention Darjeeling, with its pretty white houses, overlooked by Mount Kinchinjunga, 312 miles to the north of Calcutta, 6,900 feet above the level of the sea, about the 86th degree of longitude and the 27th degree of latitude, a charming situation in the most beautiful country in the world. Other sanitariums there are at different points of the Himalayan chain. And now to these fresh and healthy stations, rendered indispensable by the burning climate of India, was added our steam-house. But it belonged to ourselves alone. It offered all the comforts of the most luxurious dwellings on the peninsula. Here, in this delicious climate, surrounded by all these necessaries and appliances of modern life, we dwelt in an atmosphere of quietness which we might have sought for in vain at Simla or Darjeeling, where there are swarms of Anglo-Indians. The site for our sanitarium was judiciously chosen. The road, leaving the lower part of the mountain, diverged at this point both to the east and to the west, so as to connect several scattered villages. The nearest of these hamlets was 5 miles from Steamhouse. It was occupied by a hospitable race of mountaineers, who rear goats and sheep and cultivate rich fields of wheat and barley. Thanks to our able staff of attendants and Banks' directions, a few hours saw the encampment arranged in which we were to pass 6 or 7 weeks. One of the spurs supporting the great framework of the Himalayas formed a gently undulating plateau, nearly a mile in length and half a mile in width. This was covered with a thick carpet of short, close, velvety grass, dotted all over with violets. Clusters of beautiful rhododendrons, as large as small oaks, and natural arbors of camellias gave a gay and garden-like aspect to the scene. Nature had had no need to call in the aid of workmen from Ispahan or Smyrna to manufacture this vegetable carpet. Several million seeds, brought by the sweet south breezes to the fertile ground, a little rain, a little sunshine, and there lay the green, soft fabric. At least a dozen groups of magnificent trees gave shade to the plateau. They looked like parties of skirmishers thrown out from the main body, the immense forest which clothed the sides of the spur and the neighboring heights, 1,800 feet above us. Cedars, oaks, the long-leaved pendanus, beech trees, maples, mingled with bananas, bamboos, magnolias, locust trees, and Japan fig trees. Some of these giants reared their lofty heads more than 100 feet above the soil. They looked quite as if planted on purpose to shelter some woodland dwelling, so the arrival of Steamhouse was well timed. The fanciful roofs of the 2 pagodas matched well with the varied foliage, flowers gay as butterflies, and leaves, some small and delicate, others large and long, and shaped like the paddle of a canoe. The train was quite hidden by all this rich verdure. Nothing showed that it was a moving house. It looked fixed to the ground, as if nothing could induce it to stir. In the background roared a torrent, whose course could be traced by its silvery gleam many hundred feet as it descended the mountainside. It flowed down the right slope of the spur and plunged at no great distance from us into a natural basin overhung by splendid trees. The overflow from this basin formed a stream, which, running across our plateau, ended in a noisy cascade, which dashed itself finally into a bottomless gulf. From this description it may be seen how favorably Steamhouse was situated, both for comfort for the body and pleasure for the eye. Below us lay other and lesser crests, descending in gigantic steps to the plain. All this we could see from our high place of observation. Number 1 of Steam House was placed so that the view to the south might be seen from the veranda as well as from the side windows of the drawing and dining rooms. Over us a cedar spread its dark green layers of shade, contrasting with the eternal snow which glittered on the distant mountain peaks. On the left, Number 2 stood close to an enormous granite rock gilded by the sun. This rock, as much by its strange shape as by its warm color, reminded us of the gigantic plum-pudding stones, of which M. Russell Killough speaks in his account of his journey across southern India. This, our attendant's house, was placed about 20 feet from the principal dwelling. From the end of one of its roofs curled upwards a little stream of blue-grey smoke, showing the position of Monsieur Parizard's culinary laboratory. In the midst of the trees which lay between the two habitations might be seen a huge mastodon. It was Behemoth, standing under a great beech tree, with his trunk upraised, as if browsing on the branches. He, too, was stationary now, resting, albeit he had no need of rest. However, there he stood, resolute defender of Steam House, like some enormous antediluvian animal, guarding the way. Colossal as we had always thought our elephant, now that he stood before the everlasting hills, he, the handiwork of puny man, faded into insignificance. "Like a fly on the facade of a cathedral," remarked Captain Hood contemptuously. The comparison was good. Here behind us was a block of granite, from which 1,000 elephants the size of ours might have been carved, and this block was but a simple step in the stair which leads up and up to the topmost crest crowned by the peak of Dhawalagiri. At times, when the sky lowers, not only the highest summits but the lower crests disappear. This is caused by thick vapors sweeping across the middle zone and veiling all the upper part. The landscape shrinks, and then, by an optical effect, it is as if the houses, the trees, the rocks, and Behemoth himself resumed their natural size. When certain moist winds blow, the clouds often roll below the plateau. The eye then rests on nothing but a sea of clouds, illumined here and there by the sun's rays. All land both above and beneath vanishes, and we feel as if transported into some aerial region beyond the earth. Suddenly the wind changes. A northern breeze blows through the mountain gullies, the fog is swept away, the cloudy sea disappears as if by magic. The grand rocks and peaks stand out again, and once more our view extends over a panorama of 60 miles. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 2. Mathias van Guitt. At daybreak of the 26th of June, the jovial tones of a well-known voice aroused me from my slumbers. Captain Hood and his man Fox were engaged in lively conversation in the dining-room, where I soon joined them. At the same moment, Banks made his appearance, upon which the captain greeted him with, "Well, Banks, here we are at last, arrived in safety. It's a positive halt this time, not a mere stoppage for an hour or two, but a stay of some months." "Very true, my dear Hood," replied the engineer. "Now you can arrange your hunting excursions as you please. Behemoth's whistle won't hurry you back to camp." "Do you hear, Fox?" "Aye, aye, Captain," answered the man. "St. Hubert be my speed," cried Hood. "I vow I won't leave this sanitarium, as you call it, until the 50th is added to my list. The 50th, Fox? I have an idea that that fellow will be particularly hard to get hold of." "He will be got, though," put in Fox. "What has put that idea into your head, Captain?" I asked. "Oh, Mauclair, it is merely a presentiment, a sportsman's presentiment, nothing more." "Well, then," said Banks, "from today I suppose you will leave the encampment, to commence the campaign?" "From today," answered Captain Hood. We shall begin by reconnoitering the ground, so as to explore the lower zone by descending into the Terai, provided the tigers have not abandoned their residences. Can you imagine such a thing? Remember my bad luck." "Bad luck? In the Himalayas?" returned the engineer. "Would that be possible?" "Well, we shall see. You will accompany us, Mauclair?" asked Captain Hood, turning to me. "Yes, certainly." "And you, Banks?" "I also," replied the engineer. "And I fancy, too, that Munro will join you, like myself, as an amateur." "Oh," returned Hood, "come as amateurs if you like, but you must be amateurs well armed. It would never do to walk about with nothing but sticks in your hands. The very wild beasts would hide themselves for shame." "Agreed, then," said the engineer. "Now, Fox," continued the captain, addressing his servant, "no mistakes this time, please. We are in the tiger country. 4 Enfield rifles for the colonel, Mr. Banks, Monsieur Mauclair, and myself. 2 guns loaded with explosive ball for yourself and Gomi." "Don't be afraid, Captain," replied Fox. "The game shan't have any reason to complain, I warrant you." This day was to be devoted to reconnoitering the forest which clothed the lower part of the Himalayas, below our sanitarium. About 11 o'clock, therefore, Sir Edward Munro, Banks, Hood, Fox, Gomi, and myself, all well armed, descended the road which slanted towards the plain, taking care to leave behind our 2 dogs, whose services were not required in an expedition of this sort. Sergeant McNeill remained in camp with Storr, Caluth, and the cook, to complete the arrangements. After this 2 months' journey, Behemoth required to be examined both inside and out, cleaned, and put in order. This was, of course, a long, minute, and delicate operation, which would give his usual keepers, the driver and stoker, occupation for some time. Soon after leaving our camp, a turn in the road quite hid the steam-house, which disappeared from our sight behind a thick curtain of trees. It no longer rained. A fresh wind blew from the northeast, driving the hurrying clouds before it. The sky was overcast, and the temperature, consequently, suitable for pedestrians, but we missed the pretty variations of light and shade which add such a charm to woodland scenery. 6,000 feet down a direct road would have been but an affair of 25 or 30 minutes, but it was lengthened by the windings it took to avoid steep places. It took us not less than an hour and a half to reach the outskirts of the forest, but we all enjoyed the walk. "Attention!" exclaimed Captain Hood. "We are now entering the domain of tigers, lions, panthers, leopards, and other interesting inhabitants of the Himalayan region. It is very exciting to destroy wild beasts, but it wouldn't be quite so pleasant to be destroyed by them. Therefore, do not stray away from each other, and be prudent." Such advice from the lips of so bold a hunter was of considerable value, and we respected it accordingly. We all looked to the loading of our guns and kept our eyes open. I may add that we not only had to be on our guard against wild beasts, but against serpents also, as the most dangerous of their species infest the Indian forests. Belongas, green serpents, whip-snakes are frightfully venomous. The number of victims who succumb annually to the bite of these reptiles is 5 or 6 times greater than that of domestic animals or human beings who are killed by wild beasts. In this region it was no more than the commonest prudence required to look where you set your foot or placed your hand, to keep your eyes open for the slightest rustle in the grass or bushes, and your eyes as much as possible everywhere at once. At 12:30 we were well into the forest. The great trees formed wide alleys through which even Behemoth and his train might have passed with ease. Indeed, this part of the forest had been partially cleared by the hillmen, as we ascertained from the marks their carts had left in the soft, clayey ground. The principal alleys ran parallel with the mountain chain along the greatest length of the Terai, connecting the glade formed by the woodman's axe, and with more narrow paths which led off from them and ended in impenetrable thickets. We followed these avenues, more like surveyors than sportsmen, so as to ascertain their general direction. No roar or scream broke the silence of the woods, but great footprints, plainly recent, showed that wild beasts had not deserted the Terai. Suddenly, just as we were turning an angle formed by the hill, an exclamation from Captain Hood brought us all to a standstill. 20 paces from us was a construction most peculiar in its shape. It was not a house, for it had neither chimney nor windows. It was not a hunter's lodge, for it had neither loopholes nor embrasures. It might rather have been taken for a native tomb, lost in the depths of the forest. Imagine a sort of long cube, formed of trunks placed vertically side by side, fixed firmly in the ground, and connected with the upper part by a thick border of boughs. For a roof, other transverse trunks were strongly mortised into the walls. Evidently, the builder of this edifice had determined to make it proof against anything. It was nearly 6 feet high, and 12 feet by 5 in length and width. There was no sign of any opening, unless one was hidden by a thick beam, of which the rounded top rose a little above the rest of the building. Above the roof were several long, flexible tendrils, curiously arranged and tied together. At the extremity of a horizontal lever, which supported all this, hung a running knot, or rather noose, made of a thick twist of creepers. "Hullo, what's that?" I exclaimed. "That," answered Banks, after examining it well, "is simply a mousetrap, and I leave you, my friends, to guess what sort of mice it is destined to catch." "A tiger trap?" asked Hood. "Yes," replied Banks, "a tiger trap. You see, the door is closed by that beam, which was kept up by those tendrils, and which must have dropped when the inner weight was touched by some animal." "It is the first time," said Hood, "that I ever saw a snare of that kind in an Indian forest. A mousetrap indeed, but it isn't worthy of a sportsman." "Nor of a tiger," added Fox. "No doubt," said Banks, "but when it is a question of destroying these ferocious animals, and not merely hunting them for pleasure, the best trap is the one which catches most. Now this appears to me most ingeniously arranged, to attract and detain wild creatures, however sly and strong they may be. Allow me to remark, my friends," said Colonel Munro, "that since the equilibrium of the weight which holds back the door of the trap has been disturbed, the probability is that some animal is taken in it." "We shall soon know that," cried Captain Hood, "and if the mouse is not dead—" The captain, giving force to his words, put his gun at full cock. All followed his example. We had no doubt now that the erection before us was a trap, which, if it was not the work of a native, at any rate was a very practical engine of destruction, being extremely sensitive and uncommonly strong. Our arrangements made, Captain Hood, Fox, and Gumi approached and marched around the snare, examining it minutely. Not the smallest chink, however, gave them the least glimpse into the interior. They listened attentively. Not a sound betrayed the presence of any living creature. All was silent as the grave. Hood and his companions came round again to the front. They ascertained that the beam slid up and down in 2 wide vertical grooves. It was only necessary, therefore, to raise this, and the entrance would be open. "There's not the slightest sound," said Captain Hood, with his ear close against the door. "Not even a breath. The mousetrap is empty." "Never mind that. You must be careful." And saying this, Colonel Munro seated himself on the trunk of a fallen tree to the left of the clearing. I placed myself beside him. "Come, Gumi," said the captain. Gumi, with his supple, well-knit frame, active as a monkey, lithe as a leopard, a regular native acrobat, understood directly what was required of him. His natural adroitness designed him for the service the captain wished done. One spring and he was on the roof, and grasping one of the rods. Then he crept along the lever till he reached the rope of creepers, and by his weight brought it down to the beam which closed the opening. The loop was then passed over the head of the beam in a notch made for the purpose. All that now remained to be done was to move it by weighing down the other end of the lever. The united strength of our little party was required for this, so Colonel Munro, Banks, Fox, and I proceeded to the back of the trap. Gumi remained on the roof to look after the lever, in case anything prevented it from working freely. "I say, you fellows," shouted Captain Hood, "if you want me, I will come, But if you can do without me, I would prefer to stop where I am, near the opening. If a tiger pops out, he shall be saluted with one shot, at any rate." "And will that count for your 42nd?" asked I. "Why not?" answered Hood. "If I shoot him, he will have fallen in freedom." "Don't count your chickens before they are hatched," said the engineer. "Especially when the chicken may turn out to be a tiger," added the colonel. "Now, my friends," cried Banks, "all together." The beam was heavy and did not run easily in the grooves. We managed, however, to move it just a foot from the ground, but then it stuck. Captain Hood, with his gun at full cock, bent down, expecting to see some huge paw or nose poking out. Nothing was to be seen. "Once more!" cried Banks. Gumi now gave a jerk or two to the lever, and the beam again moved up. Gradually the opening became large enough to give passage even to an animal of great size. But no creature of any description appeared. It was possible, after all, that, owing to the noise made around the trap, the prisoner might have retreated into the farthest corner of his prison. He might perhaps be waiting for a favorable opportunity to spring out, overturn anything that opposed him, and disappear in the depths of the forest. It was very exciting. At last I saw Captain Hood step forward, his finger on the trigger, and cast a keen glance into the interior of the snare. The beam was by this time completely raised, and the sunlight streamed freely into the building. At that moment a slight rustle was heard inside, then a great snore, or rather a tremendous yawn which had a very suspicious sound. Evidently an animal was in there, which had been fast asleep and was now awakening. Captain Hood advanced still nearer, and pointed his gun at a dark object which he now saw moving in a corner. Suddenly a cry of terror burst forth, followed immediately by these words, spoken in good English. "Don't fire! For heaven's sake, don't fire!" The man who uttered them ran out. Our astonishment was such that our hands left their grasp of the lever, and the beam fell again with a dull sound before the opening. In the meantime, the personage who had so unexpectedly made his appearance came up to Captain Hood, whose gun was aimed full at the stranger's breast, and in a somewhat affected tone, accompanied by an emphatic gesture, "I beg you will lower your weapon, sir," he said. "It is no tiger that you have to deal with." Captain Hood, after some hesitation, returned his rifle to a less threatening position. "Whom have I the honor of addressing?" asked Banks, advancing in his turn. "The naturalist Mathias van Guitt, purveyor of peccadomata, tardigrades, plantigrades, proboscidate animals, carnivora, and other mammalia for the house of Mr. Charles Rice of London and Messrs. Hagenbeek of Hamburg." Then, indicating us by a comprehensive wave of the arm, "These gentlemen?" "Are Colonel Munro and his travelling companions," answered Banks. "Taking a walk in the Himalayan forest," resumed the purveyor. "A charming excursion indeed. I am happy to pay my respects to you, gentlemen." Who could this original be, whom we had met in such a strange way? He looked rather as if his wits had gone astray during his imprisonment in the tiger trap. Was he mad, or was he in possession of his senses? Lastly, to what order of Bimina did this individual belong? We were about to ascertain all this, and we were destined eventually to learn to know well this singular person, who with perfect truth termed himself a naturalist. Mathias van Guitt, menagerie purveyor, was a spectacled man of about 50. His smooth face, his twinkling eyes, his turned-up nose, the perpetual stir of his whole person, his exaggerated gestures, suited to each of the sentences which issued from his wide mouth, all combined to make him a perfect type of the old provincial comedian. Who has not, at some time or another, met one of these ancient actors, whose whole existence, limited by a horizon of footlamps and drop-scene, has been passed between the green-room and stage of a theatre? Indefatigable talkers, worrying gesticulators, always striking some theatrical attitude or other, and the head, which is too empty at old age to have ever had much in it, carried high in air and thrown a little back. There was certainly something of the old actor in Mathias van Guitt. I have heard an amusing anecdote about a poor wretch of a singer who prided himself on always suiting his actions to the words of his part. Thus, in the opera of Masaniello, when he sung, "If of a Neapolitan fisher," his right arm, extended towards the audience, would shake as if he held at the end of a line the fish which had just swallowed his hook. Then continuing, "Heaven wished to make a monarch," whilst one hand was raised towards the roof to indicate heaven, the other, tracing a circle around his proudly set head, denoted a royal crown. Rebelling against the decrees of destiny, his whole body seemed strongly to resist some unseen agency which almost threw him backwards. He would say as he steered his bark. Then his two arms, quickly brought from left to right and from right to left, as if moving the skull, showing his skill in guiding a boat. Well, these gestures, customary with the singer in question, were very similar to those used by Mathias van Guitt. His language was always composed of the choicest terms, and he was sometimes rather annoying to his interlocutors, if they could not keep beyond the radius of his gestures. As we learnt later, from his own mouth, Mathias van Guitt was formerly professor of natural history in the Rotterdam Museum, but did not succeed in his teaching. The worthy man was doubtless a subject for much laughter, and though pupils flocked to his chair, it was to amuse themselves, not to learn. In short, circumstances induced him to leave his wearisome, unsuccessful teaching of theoretical zoology, and to take to practical zoology in the East Indies. This sort of trade suited him better, and he became the agent of important firms in London and Hamburg, who provide both public and private menageries in the two worlds. A large order from Europe for wild beasts had now brought him into the Terai. Indeed, his camp was not more than a couple of miles from the trap out of which we had just extricated him. But how had the purveyor got into the snare? This Banks soon asked, and the reply was made in high-flown language, adorned with various gestures. "It was yesterday. Already had the sun completed half its daily round, when the thought occurred to me that I would go and visit one of the tiger traps erected in the forest. I therefore quitted my kraal, which I trust you will honor with a visit, gentlemen, and soon reached this clearing. My servants were attending to some urgent work, and I did not wish to disturb them. It was imprudent, I confess. When I arrived before this snare, I observed that the movable beam was raised. From this I drew the logical conclusion that no wild animal had allowed itself to be taken in it. However, wishing to ascertain if the bait was still in its place, and if the working of the weight was in good order, I, with a quick movement, insinuated my body through the narrow aperture." Here the hand of Mathias van Guitt imitated the graceful undulations of a serpent as it glides through the long grass. "When I reached the other side of the trap," he continued, "I examined the quarter of a goat, the emanations from which were to attract guests to partake of it from this part of the forest. The bait was intact. I was about to withdraw, when an involuntary blow from my arm displaced the weight. The rope became loose, the beam fell, and I found myself taken in my own snare, without any possible means of escape." Mathias van Guitt paused a moment to allow us to take in all the gravity of the situation. "Yet, gentlemen," he resumed, "I will not conceal from you that I was first of all struck by the comic view of the matter. I was imprisoned well. There was no jailer to open the door of my dungeon, granted. But I thought indeed that my people, finding that I did not reappear at the kraal, would become uneasy at my prolonged absence and commence a search which sooner or later would end in my being discovered. It was but an affair of time. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take, that for an hermitage." I consoled myself with these thoughts, and the hours passed away without anything occurring to modify my situation. The shades of evening fell, and pangs of hunger made themselves felt. I imagined the best thing I could do would be to cheat time by sleeping. I resigned myself then philosophically, and was soon in the arms of Morpheus. The night was calm, and silence reigned throughout the forest. Nothing troubled my slumber, and perhaps I should even now be oblivious, if it had not been that I was awakened by an unusual noise. The door of the trap rose slowly. The blessed light of day streamed into my darksome retreat. The way of escape was open before me. What was my dismay when I perceived the instrument of death aimed full at my heart! A moment more, and I should have been stretched lifeless on the ground. The hour of my deliverance would have been the last of my life. But the gallant captain soon recognized in me a creature of his own species, and I have still to thank you, gentlemen, for having restored to me my liberty." Such was our new friend's account of himself. It must be acknowledged that we had some difficulty in keeping our gravity, so absurd were his tone and gestures. "So, sir," said Banks, "your camp is established in this part of the Terai?" "Yes, sir," replied Mathias van Guitt. "As I had the pleasure of informing you, my kraal is not more than 2 miles from here, and if you will honour it with your presence, I shall be happy to receive you there." "Certainly, Mr. van Guitt," answered Colonel Munro. "We will come and pay you a visit." "We are hunters," added the captain, "and the arrangements of a kraal will interest us." "Hunters!" cried Mathias van Guitt. "Hunters!" And his countenance betrayed that he held the sons of Nimrod in very moderate estimation. "You hunt wild beasts for the sake of killing them, doubtless," he resumed, addressing the captain. "Only to kill them," replied Hood. "And I only to catch them," answered the purveyor with evident pride. "Well, Mr. van Guitt, we shan't agree upon that point," said Captain Hood. The purveyor shook his head. The discovery of our hunting propensities was not, however, of importance enough to make him withdraw his invitation. "When you are ready to follow me, gentlemen," he said, bowing gracefully. But as he spoke, voices were heard in the distance, and very soon 6 natives appeared at the other end of the glade. "Ah, here are my people," said Van Guitt. Then, approaching us closer and placing his finger on his lips, "Not a word of my adventure," he whispered. "The attendants and servants of the kraal must not know that I have been caught in my own trap like some common animal. It would lessen the reputation for wisdom which I endeavour to preserve in their eyes." Our sign of acquiescence reassured the purveyor. "Master," said one of the natives, whose impassible and intelligent countenance attracted my attention, "Master, we have been searching for you for more than an hour without—" "I was with these gentlemen, who wished to accompany me to the kraal," answered Van Guitt. "But before quitting the clearing, the trap must be put in order." Whilst the natives were proceeding to obey their master's orders, Mathias van Guitt invited us to visit the interior of the trap. Captain Hood entered with alacrity, and I followed. The space was somewhat limited for the display of our host's gestures, but he nevertheless did the honours as though it were a drawing-room. "I congratulate you," said Hood after examining the apparatus. "It is exceedingly well contrived." "I do not hesitate to say that it is, Captain," replied Van Guitt. "This description of snare is infinitely preferable to the ditches set with stakes of hardened wood, or the flexible branches of trees bent together so as to form a running knot. In the first case, the animal is impaled on the sharp points. In the second, it is strangled. That, of course, matters little when the object is merely to kill and destroy. But I, who now speak to you, must procure the living creature intact, with not the slightest blemish." "Certainly," said Captain Hood. "We do not proceed in the same way." "Mine is perhaps the best," said the purveyor. "If you were to consult the animals themselves—" "But I have no intention of consulting them," replied the captain. Mathias van Guitt and Captain Hood would have some trouble in getting on together, most decidedly. "Now, when the animals are caught in the trap," I asked, "what do you do next?" "A rolling cage is brought close to the trap," replied Van Guitt. "The prisoners run into it of their own accord, and then all I have to do is to convey them to the kraal, drawn at a slow and steady pace by my domestic buffaloes." Scarcely were these words uttered when cries arose outside. Captain Hood and I immediately hastened out of the building. What had happened? A whip-snake of the most venomous species lay on the ground, cut in 2 pieces by a rod which one of the natives held in his hand, just as it was darting at the colonel. The man was the one I had at first remarked, and his rapid intervention had certainly saved Sir Edward from immediate death, as we soon saw. The cry we had heard was uttered by another of the servants, who now lay on the grass in the agonies of death. By a deplorable fatality, the head of the snake, as it was severed from the body, had bounded against the unfortunate man's chest. Its fangs had entered him and penetrated by the subtle poison. In less than a minute he was dead, all help proving unavailing. Rousing ourselves from the horror caused by this dreadful sight, we ran up to Colonel Munro. "You are not hurt?" exclaimed Banks, grasping his hand. "No, Banks, no. Make yourself easy," answered Sir Edward. Then, advancing towards the native, to whom he owed his life, "I thank you, friend," he said. The native made a sign as if to say that no thanks were necessary for that. "What is your name?" asked the colonel. "Karagani," answered the Hindu. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 3. The Kraal. The death of this unfortunate man made a deep impression upon us, both from the fact itself and from the cause, though it was anything but an unusual occurrence. It was but one more added to the thousands who annually fall victims in India to the formidable reptiles. Footnote: in 1877, 1,677 human beings perished from snake bites. The rewards paid by government for the destruction of these reptiles show that in the same year, 127,295 were killed. It has been said, jestingly I presume, that formerly there were no snakes in Martinique, but that the English imported them when they were obliged to give up the island to France. The French had no occasion to retaliate in this manner when they yielded their conquests in India, for nature had shown herself only too prodigal in that respect. Under the influence of the venom, the body of the Hindu began to exhibit signs of rapid decomposition. A speedy burial was necessary. His companions, therefore, set to work, and soon laid him in a grave deep enough to protect the body from wild beasts. When this sad ceremony was ended, Mathias van Guitt invited us to accompany him to his kraal, and we readily did so. Half an hour's walk brought us to the place, which deserved its name of kraal, though it is a word more especially used by the settlers of South Africa. It was a wide enclosure, standing in a glade in the depths of the forest. Mathias van Guitt had arranged it with a perfect understanding of the requirements of his trade. A row of high palisades, having a gate wide enough to admit carts, surrounded it on the four sides. Inside was a long hut, made of trunks of trees and planks, which was the dwelling place. 6 cages, divided into several compartments, and each mounted on 4 wheels, were drawn up in the left end of the enclosure. From the roars which issued from them we concluded they were not untenanted. To the left were penned a dozen buffaloes, which were fed on the mountain grass. These were the animals used to draw the traveling menagerie. 6 men, who attended to these creatures and drove the carts, and 10 others who were especially skilful in the chase, completed the staff of attendants in the kraal. The carters were hired only for the duration of the campaign. Their services ended by driving the carts to the nearest railway station. There the cages were placed on trucks and wheeled off, vid. Allahabad to Bombay or Calcutta. The hunters, who were Hindus, are called shikaris. They were employed to discover and follow up the traces of animals, dislodge them, and then assist in their capture. Mathias van Guitt and his men had lived for some months in this kraal. They were there exposed not only to the attacks of ferocious beasts, but also to the fevers with which the Terai is infested. The damp nights, the pernicious evaporations from the ground, the moist heat hanging about under the thick-growing trees, through which the sun never penetrates, all combine to make this lower zone of the Himalayas a most unhealthy region. The purveyor and his men were, however, so well acclimatized that the malaria affected them no more than it did the tigers or other inhabitants of the Terai. It would not have been wise for us to live in the kraal, nor did this enter into Captain Hood's plan. Except for a night or two passed on the watch, we intended living in Steam House, which was too high up for any baleful vapors to reach us there. Here we were, then, arrived at Van Guitt's encampment. The door opened for us to enter. Mathias van Guitt appeared particularly flattered by our visit. "Now, gentlemen," he said, "permit me to do the honors of my kraal. This establishment is replete with every necessary for the pursuit of my vocation. In reality, it is but a hut on a large scale, which, in this country, hunters call a hoodie." Saying this, our host opened the door of the dwelling which he and his people occupied together. Nothing could have been more simple. One room for the master, another for the carters, and another for the shikaris. A fourth, rather larger, serving for both kitchen and dining room. After visiting the habitation of these bimina belonging to the highest order of mammalia, we were requested to look at the nearest of the quadrupeds' dwellings. This was the most interesting part of the kraal. The cages were not like the comfortable dens of a zoological garden, but recalled rather the appearance of a traveling show. All that was required to complete them was a gaudily painted canvas hung above a stage, and representing in startling colors a tamer in pink tights and velvet jacket, striking an attitude in the midst of a bounding herd of wild beasts, who, with bloody jaws and claws outspread, were cowering under the lash of some heroic Van Amberg. But such a picture would have been wasted on the desert air, as the public were not there to see and be edified by it. A few paces further on were the buffaloes. They occupied a portion of the kraal on the right, and their daily rations of fresh grass were brought to them there. It would have been impossible to allow these animals to stray in the neighboring pastures. As Mathias van Guitt elegantly remarked, "The freedom of pasture allowable in the United Kingdom is incompatible with the dangers presented by the Himalayan forests." The menagerie, properly so called, comprised 6 cages on wheels. Each cage, with a barred front, was divided into 3 compartments. Doors, or rather partitions, moved from the top, made it easy for the animals in one compartment to be driven into another when necessary. The cages at the present time contained 7 tigers, 2 lions, 3 panthers, and a couple of leopards. Van Guitt informed us that his stock would not be complete until he had captured 2 leopards, 3 tigers, and 1 lion more. Then he intended leaving this camp, proceeding to the nearest railway station, and thence travelling to Bombay. The wild beasts were easily watched in their cages, and proved to be magnificent creatures, but particularly ferocious. They had been too recently caught to have yet become accustomed to a state of captivity. This was plain from their constant roars, their restless pacings up and down, and the blows they gave the bars, straining them in many places. On seeing us, their rage was redoubled, but Van Guitt was not in the least disturbed. "Poor beasts," remarked Captain Hood. "Poor beasts," echoed Fox. "Do you believe, then, that they are more to be pitied than those which you kill?" asked our host, somewhat sharply. "Less to be pitied than blamed, for allowing themselves to be caught," returned Hood. If it was true that the wild beasts of a country such as Africa are sometimes compelled to undergo a long fast, because the animals upon which they feed are scarce, such could never be the case in the Terai zone. Here abound bisons, buffaloes, zebras, boars, antelopes, to which the lions, tigers, and panthers are constantly giving chase. Besides, goats and flocks of sheep, not to mention the poor ryots who are their shepherds, offer a certain and easy prey. They always find abundance in the Himalayan forest to satisfy their hunger. The purveyor fed his menagerie chiefly on the flesh of bison and zebras, and it was the shikari's duty to procure this meat. It is a mistake to imagine that this species of hunting is without danger. Quite the contrary. The tiger himself has much to fear from the savage buffalo, who is a terrible animal when wounded. Many a hunter has, to his horror, found his antagonist rooting up, with his horns, the tree in which he has taken refuge. It is said that the eye of a ruminant is a regular magnifying lens, increasing the size of an object threefold, and that man, in this gigantic aspect, awes him. It is also asserted that the upright position of a human being walking is of a nature to terrify ferocious animals, and therefore that it is far better to face them standing than lying or crouching down. I cannot tell how much truth there may be in these statements, but it is very certain that a man, even when drawn up to his full height, produces no effect whatever on the savage buffalo, and if his shot misses, he is almost certainly lost. The buffalo of India has a short, square head, smooth horns flattened at the base, a humped back, like its American congener, its legs, from the foot to the knee, being white, and its size, from the foot of the tail to the end of its muzzle, measuring sometimes 12 feet. Although it is not particularly ferocious when feeding in herds on the plain, it yet is very formidable to any hunter who rashly attacks it. Such were the ruminants destined to feed the beasts in Van Guitt's menagerie. That they might obtain them with greater certainty and less danger, the shikaris preferred to trap them. The purveyor, who knew his business, was very sparing as to his captives' food. Once a day, at 12 o'clock, 4 or 5 pounds of meat were given them, and nothing more. He even, though not from any religious motive, allowed them to fast from Saturday to Monday. They must have passed a dismal Sunday. Then, when 48 hours had elapsed, and their modest pittance appeared, the excitement and the roaring may be imagined, the cages actually swaying backwards and forwards with the movement of the springing, bounding creatures inside. Yes, poor beasts, we may be tempted to say with Captain Hood. But Mathias van Guitt did not act thus without a motive, and this enforced abstinence was good for the animals, and heightened their price in the European market. It may easily be imagined that, while Van Guitt was exhibiting his collection, more as a naturalist than a showman, his tongue was not allowed to stand still. On the contrary, he talked, he described, he related. And as wild beasts were the principal subjects of his redundant periods, it was all tolerably interesting to us. "But, Mr. Van Guitt," said Banks, "can you tell me if the profits of the trade are in proportion to the risks that are run?" "Sir," answered the purveyor, "it was formerly extremely remunerative. However, for the last few years I have been forced to perceive that ferocious animals have declined. You may judge of this by the current prices of the last quotation. Our principal market is the Zoological Garden in Antwerp. Volatiles, ophidians, specimens of the simian and saurian family, representatives of the carnivora of both hemispheres, such as the consuetudinal—" At this word Captain Hood bowed. "Produce of our adventurous batus in the forests of the peninsula. From one cause or another, the public taste seems to have altered, and the sale price is sometimes less than what was expended on the capture. For instance, a male ostrich is now sold but for 44 lakhs, and the female for 32 lakh. A black panther found a purchaser for only 60 lakh, a Java tigress for 96 lakh. And a family of lions, father, mother, uncle, and 2 healthy cubs, were sold in a lump for 280 lakh. "They really went for nothing," said Banks. "As to proboscidate animals," resumed Van Guitt. "Proboscidate?" said Captain Hood. "We call by that scientific name those pachydermata which nature has furnished with a trunk." "Such as elephants?" "Yes, elephants since the Quaternary period. They were mastodons in the prehistoric times." "Thank you," replied Hood. "As to proboscidate animals," resumed Van Guitt, "we must soon renounce even their capture, unless it is for the sake of their tusks, for the consumption of ivory has in no way diminished. But since the authors of dramatic pieces, at their wits' end for some novelty, have conceived the idea of introducing these creatures on the stage, They are taken about from one town to another, so that the same elephant, parading the country with a strolling company, satisfies the curiosity of a whole province. From this cause, elephants are in less request than formerly." "But," I asked, "do you only supply European menageries with these specimens of the Indian fauna?" "You will pardon me," replied Mathias van Guitt, "if on this subject, sir, I allow myself, without being too curious, to put to you a simple question?" I bowed in token of acquiescence. "You are French, sir," said the purveyor. "That is plainly seen, not only by your accent, but by your type, which is an agreeable combination of the Gallo-Roman and the Celt. Now, as a Frenchman, you cannot have any propensity for distant journeys, and probably have not made the tour of the world?" Here Van Guitt's hand described one of the great circles of the sphere. "I have not yet had that pleasure," I replied. "I will ask you then, sir," continued our friend, "not if you have been to the Indies, as you are already here, but if you are thoroughly acquainted with the Indian peninsula." "Imperfectly as yet," I answered. "However, I have already visited Bombay, Calcutta, Benares, Allahabad, and the valley of the Ganges. I have seen their monuments. I have admired—" "Ah, what is that, sir? What is all that?" interrupted Mathias van Guitt, turning away his head and shaking his hand, in a manner to express supreme disdain. Then launching out into an animated description, "Yes, what is all that, if you have not visited the menageries of those powerful Rajahs, who maintain the worship of the superb animals on which the sacred territory of India prides itself? Resume your tourist staff, sir. Go into Guikowar and render homage to the King of Baroda. Inspect his menageries, which owe the greater number of their tenants, lions from Katawar, bears, panthers, cheetahs, lynx, and tigers, to me. Be present at the celebration of the marriage of his 60,000 pigeons, which takes place every year with great pomp. Admire his 500 bulbuls, the nightingales of the peninsula, whose education is attended to as carefully as if they were heirs to the throne. Contemplate the elephants. One of them is the executioner, and his business it is to dash the head of the condemned man on the stone of punishment. Then transfer yourself to the establishments of the Rajah of Mysore, the richest of Asiatic sovereigns. Enter his palace, where you may count hundreds of rhinoceri, elephants, tigers, and every creature of high rank which belongs to the animal aristocracy of India. And when you have seen all this, sir, perhaps you need no longer be accused of ignorance of the marvels of this incomparable country." I could do no more than bow before these remarks. Van Guitt's impassioned style of representing things admitted of no discussion. Captain Hood, however, pressed him more directly about the particular fauna of this region of the Terai. "A little information, if you please," he said, "about the wild beasts which have come to this part of India to hunt. Although I am only a sportsman, and I repeat, I do not compete with you, Mr. Van Guitt, yet if I could be of any use in capturing the tigers which you still want for your collection, I shall only be too pleased to do so. But when your menagerie is completed, you must not take it ill if I, in my turn, shoot a few for my own personal amusement." Mathias van Guitt put himself into the attitude of a man who has resigned himself to submit to what he disapproves of, but does not know how to prevent. He admitted, however, that the Terai contains a considerable number of troublesome animals, in no great request in the European markets, so that their sacrifice might be permitted. "Kill the boars, I consent to that," said he, "although these swine of the order of Pachydermata are not carnivorous." "Carnivorous?" said Captain Hood. "I mean by that they are herbivorous. Their ferocity is so great that hunters who are rash enough to attack them run the greatest danger." "And wolves?" "Wolves are numerous all over the peninsula, and are much to be dreaded when they advance in herds on some solitary farm. These animals slightly resemble the wolf of Poland, and I certainly have not much esteem for either jackals or wild dogs. I do not deny the ravages they commit, and as they have not the smallest marketable value, and are unworthy to figure amongst the higher classes of zoocracy, I will abandon them also to you, Captain Hood." "And bears?" I next asked. "Bears are good, sir," answered the zoologist with a nod of approval. "Although those of India are not sought for quite as eagerly as other of the family Ursidae, they nevertheless possess a certain commercial value which recommends them to the benevolent attention of connoisseurs. Your taste might hesitate between the two species which we find in the valleys of Kashmir and the hills of Rajmahal. But, except perhaps in the hibernating period, these creatures are almost inoffensive, and in short, would not tempt the synergetic instincts of a true sportsman, such as I hold Captain Hood to be." The captain smiled in a significant manner, showing well that, with or without the permission of Mathias van Guitt, he meant only to refer to himself on these special questions. "These animals," continued Van Guitt, "feed only on vegetables, and have nothing in common with the ferocious species on which the peninsula so justly plumes itself." "Do you include the leopard in your list of wild beasts?" asked Captain Hood. "Most certainly, sir. This creature is active, bold, full of courage, and he can climb trees, so for that reason he is sometimes more formidable than the tiger." "Oh!" ejaculated the captain. "Sir," answered Mathias van Guitt in a dignified tone, "when a hunter is no longer sure of finding a refuge in trees, he is very near being hunted in his turn." "And the panther?" said Hood, willing to cut short this discussion. "The panther is superb," answered Mathias van Guitt, "and you may observe, gentlemen, that I have some magnificent specimens. Astonishing animals, which, by a singular contradiction, an antilogy, to use an uncommon word, may be trained for the chase. Yes, gentlemen, in Guigoar especially, the Rajas use panthers in this noble exercise. They are taken out in a palanquin, with their heads muffled like a falcon or a merlin. Indeed, they are regular four-footed hawks. No sooner do the hunters come in sight of a herd of antelopes than the panther is unhooded and flies upon the timid ruminants, whose feet, swift as they are, cannot carry them beyond the reach of those terrible claws. Yes, Captain, yes, you will find panthers in the Terai. You may perhaps find more than you care for, but I warn you charitably that they are by no means tame." "I should hope not," was Captain Hood's reply. "Nor the lions either," added the zoologist, somewhat vexed at this answer. "Ah, lions," said Hood. "Let us speak a little about lions, please." "Well, sir," resumed Mathias van Guitt, "I regard the so-called king of beasts as inferior to his congeners of ancient Libya. Here the males do not wear that mane which is the appendage of the African lion, and in my opinion they are, therefore, but shorn Samsons. They have, besides, almost entirely disappeared from central India to seek a refuge in the Katawar Peninsula, the desert of Thil, and the Terai forest. These degenerate felines, living solitary, like hermits, do not gain strength by frequenting the company of their fellows. Therefore, I do not give them the first place in the scale of quadrupeds. Indeed, gentlemen, you may escape from a lion, from a tiger, never." "Ah, tigers," cried Captain Hood. "Yes, tigers." Fox. "The tiger," replied Van Guitt, growing animated. "To him belongs the crown. We speak of the royal tiger, not the royal lion, and that is but justice. India belongs entirely to him, and may be summed up in him. Was he not the first occupant of the soil? Was it not his right to look upon as invaders not only the representatives of the Anglo-Saxon race, but also the polar race? Is he not indeed the true child of this sacred land of Arivarta? These magnificent animals are spread over the whole surface of the peninsula, and they have not abandoned a single district of their ancestors, from Cape Comorin to the Himalayan barrier." And Mathias van Guitt's arm, stretched out to denote the southern promontory, was now waved northwards towards the mountain peaks. "In the Sundarbans," he continued, "they are at home. There they reign as masters, and woe to all who attempt to dispute with them their territory. In the Nilgiri hills they roam about in a body like wild cats. si parva licet componere magnis. You can understand from this why these superb felidae are in such demand in all European markets, and are the pride of menageries. What is the great attraction in the public or private wild beast show? The tiger. When do you most fear for the life of the tamer? When he is in the tiger's cage. From what animals do the Rajas pay their weight in gold to obtain them to ornament their royal gardens? The tiger. What creature is always at a premium in the wild animal market exchange of London, Antwerp, and Hamburg? The tiger. In what chase do British officers in India so distinguish themselves? In the tiger hunt. Do you know, gentlemen, what entertainment the independent sovereigns of India provide for their guests? A royal tiger in a cage is brought. The cage is placed in the midst of a wide plain. The Rajah, his guests, his officers, his guards are armed with lances, revolvers, and rifles, and are, for the most part, mounted on gallant solipeds. Solipeds? Said Captain Hood. They're horses, if you prefer the more vulgar word. Already the solipeds, terrified by the near neighbourhood of the tiger, his scent, and the light which gleams from his eyes, rear so that it requires all their riders' skill to manage them. Suddenly the door of the cage is thrown open. The monster springs forth, and with wild leaps he flies on the scattered groups. In his fury he immolates a hecatomb of victims. Although sometimes he contrives to break through the circle of fire and sword with which he is surrounded, more often he is overcome and falls, 1 against 100. But at least his death is a glorious one. It is avenged beforehand. "Bravo, Mr. Van Guitt!" cried Captain Hood, in his turn becoming quite excited. "Yes, that must be a fine sight. Truly, the tiger is the king of beasts. A royalty, too, which defies revolutions," added the zoologist. "You have caught many, Mr. Van Guitt," said Hood. "I have killed many, and I hope not to leave the Terai until the 50th has fallen by my shot." "Captain," said the purveyor with a frown, "I have delivered up to you boars, wolves, bears, and buffaloes. Will not those suffice to gratify your sporting mania?" I saw that our friend Hood would burst forth with as much animation as Mathias van Guitt on this exciting question. Had the one captured more tigers than the other had killed? Was it better to catch or shoot them? This was the matter and theme of discussion. Thereupon the captain and the zoologist commenced to exchange rapid sentences, both speaking at once, and apparently not in the least comprehending what the other said. Banks interposed. "That tigers are the kings of creation is understood, gentlemen, but I must be permitted to add that they are very dangerous to their subjects. In 1862, if I am not mistaken, these excellent felidae devoured all the telegraph clerks in the island of Sangor. We are also told of a tigress who, in 3 years, made no less than 118 victims, and another who in the same space of time destroyed 127 persons. That is rather too much even for a queen. Lastly, since the mutiny, in an interval of 3 years, 12,554 individuals have perished by tigers' teeth or claws." "But, sir," replied Van Guitt, "you seem to forget that these animals are omophagi." "Omophagi?" said Captain Hood. "Yes, eaters of raw flesh, and the natives say that when they have once tasted human flesh, they never care for any other." "Well, sir?" said Banks. "Well, sir," answered Mathias van Guitt, smiling, "they obey their nature. They certainly must eat." End of Book 2, Chapter 3.